Morning, good morning, good morning. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. You are now rocking with Sis. We had the Wabbit Crime Network Part 2. This is the second one. We also got a first one. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm late. I'm late with this whole trial, but I'm not that late, right? So we're gonna do some catch up. We're gonna do some catch up until I catch up. All right. Um, Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Let me make sure. I got what I need. I gotta make sure that I got what I need. Shout out to the chat. Also need. All right, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Julio Foolio murder trial. Julio Foolio murder trial. Rapper from out of Florida. Murdered. 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 Rest in peace to him. Condolences to his family. Uh, it seems like one of his killers are on trial. Uh, uh, it looks like everybody involved has been arrested. I'm trying to figure out where we at in this case. So where we at in this trial on his birthday at that. So this is the thing. Just to make sure that we got a full understanding, we gonna go back about 2 years ago and just get the news stories and the arrest, so that we got a understanding of why we even watching the trial. Okay, so we're gonna do that just for clarity. Then we're gonna get into day one and day two. We're gonna speed that up. I'm rocking out. I need my watch hours anyway, so I don't mind. Um, and I lost watch hours from last year, bro. So videos I did last year reached 365 days sometime in October. So it's been a year since I did those videos. It took away the watch hours for those videos. I said, ain't that some bullshit? They took away the watch hours for those videos because they just reached a year old. I said, ain't that? So now I gotta get those hours back. I said, all right, man. Okay, YouTube. All right. It's what we doing. It's all good. I ain't complaining. I ain't complaining. I know what to do. So yeah, here we are. And we gonna rock out. We gonna rock out, but we gonna get all the context we need. So we gonna catch up, right? So right now they're on day 4, and I ain't even start the trial yet, right? I'm saying by tomorrow I should be right where they at, because I'm willing to I'm willing to do at least 2 long lives and catch up with day 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 4 within 2 lives, because I'm determined like that to catch up. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that far behind it. I gotta sit and rock out. And plus, we get to skip all the filler anyway. We get to skip all the filler. We don't got to worry about none of that other stuff. Okay. I don't know what's going on with my stuff here. Okay, okay, that's what it is. Shout out to the chat. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Shout out to the people in the vertical, and shout out to the people in the mainstream. Shout out to the mainstream and the vertical, man. Shout out to the chat. Um, oh, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Chat. So we gonna get to it. We gonna get to it. Matter of fact, I ain't got time to waste. So let's get started, y'all. Hey, oh, oh, I ain't even fixed my Hold on, I gotta fix my drops. Gotta fix them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm here to work. Oh my goodness, I don't even got the scene in here. That sucks. I don't even got the fucking scene in here, man. That's something. Do something and it didn't work, y'all. Gotta do something and it didn't work. All right, let's try it now. Yo, I got a one. All right, one more time.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Because if you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. All right? We just need to get the evidence so we can make a good decision.
The evidence is going to show.
That's what we need. We need to just get the evidence so we can make a good decision. That's it. I ain't come to play. I ain't come to play.
The evidence is think I'm here to play around with y'all. God damn it, I'm not.
God damn it, I'm not, man. Shout out to TP. Hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. All right, let's get right to it, man. Let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. First. We got to get the news story, when it happened and what happened. All right. So let's just make sure we go back to 2020, whatever, and get the understanding.
6:35 is your time right now.
Oh goodness, where is it? I need the other one. Where's my other one? Boom. Shout out to the chat. Y'all like my setup or no? Look at me. I'm in the circle, y'all. I'm in the circle. Look. I'm in the circle. Look at me. I'm in the circle. All right. I'm being childish. Grow up, sis. Can't let me have my fun. Um, shout out to the chat, man. They say grow up, sis. Like, come on, man. Let me have my fun. Shit. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. What does the chat say? Mercy. All right. Thank you. I'm in the circle, man. I'm in the circle. You know what I mean? I'm not out this. I'm in that motherfucker, nigga. Yeah. I'm official. I'm official. Hey, you see my background? That's the stars right behind me. The stars, man. Lacking the fool, y'all. All right, so this is when it just happened. New breaking news, developing story, just so we understand what happened that day. You know what I mean? And leading up to where we are now.
6:35 is your time right now. Turning our attention to this story in Tampa, where police are still looking for the person who shot and killed a rapper and hurt 3 others outside of a hotel there. 3 others were injured in that shooting, as we said, but 26-year-old Charles Jones, was also known as Julio Foolio, was reportedly there to celebrate his birthday. I think he was turning, 26 or 27. Police are still trying to figure out a motive for the shooting, but in some of his songs, he made jokes about the murders of people in other groups as well as rappers.
I heard probably 2 series of shots, maybe like 5 shots each. And then probably like 5 minutes later, just heard some voices.
At that hotel, because according to social media posts, his pool party at an Airbnb was shut down by police. He alerted people, listen, I'm moving my party to this other hotel, so people knew where he was going. And the people who ambushed him allegedly came there to do that. 3 other victims are being treated at a hospital.
So that was the night he got shot. Now, following the investigation and, police gathering the evidence, they was able to find some information which they released. So this is the next update we get after that. This is from last year when they got the surveillance camera and they saw him leaving. This is basically them leaving wherever they was in the surveillance video. So they've been doing the investigation and they started trailing all the movements and whereabouts of everybody and stuff. So they started letting out certain things that they're trailing this whole thing. This is when they was leaving the recording studio. Him and his friends hanging out. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Now, this is when the cops did all their investigation and realized these are the people we need to go after, and they started to make their arrest. Shout out to the chat.
Driver! Open the car door! Let me see your hands! Step on out! Step on out! Look away! Back up to the sound of my voice!
This is them apprehending the suspects.
Lift your shirt up. Turn. Do a 360. Just listen to us. We'll talk about it. Keep going. Keep going. Turn. Turn. Now walk back to the sound of my voice. Come on. Keep coming. 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 Walk back to me. Can't find your back.
On the Anytime Fitness, it was at 4:13 when that thing was.
Isaiah 10.
This is as they went to pick them up, pick them up, pick them up.
We have a warrant for your arrest. Come to the front door with nothing in your hands. We are not going away.
We're headed your way to a...
Hands
Come
up!
on out with your hands up.
You're good. Come on out. Hands up.
Come
Put
on
your
out
hands
with your
up.
hands up. Target to the officer.
Can't tell.
The target? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Yep. Put your hands up!
Listen, put
your hands in the air. Hands up.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air.
All right. Slowly walk toward me. Let's go. Right here. Right here. Walk right here. Let's go. Yeah.
Walk this way. Listen to the instructions.
Yep. Hey, keep your hands up and walk out towards me. Hey, over here. Come this way. Over here. You're going to get hit with the less lethal. Get your hands up and walk towards me. Hands up and walk towards me. Hands up and walk towards me. Keep coming. Keep coming. Coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Stop. Stop. Turn around. Keep your hands up. Turn around. Hands up. Keep your hands up. Hands up. Don't reach for your waist. Do not reach for your waist. Look at me. Back up to me. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. All right, go to your knees. Put your hands behind your back. Stay there. Stay there. Don't move. Isaiah? Isaiah? Stand up. Isaiah 10, right?
Both suspects in custody. Is Andrews there or no?
Keep walking. Keep walking. Now turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Is there anybody else inside?
See, it's raining when they caught these people, man. That's, you know it was a bad day. It was raining. So this is the girl that's on trial right now, Alicia Andrews. This is the trial we're watching right now. This suspect is currently on trial right as we speak. When it rains, it pours. That's good. What's a week in Florida? Damn.
Keep going straight. What are we doing?
There you have it. This is the three suspects, and right now Alicia Andrews is on trial, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. Oops.
Tonight,
hearing today. She joins us live tonight with more details. Lenny.
good evening, Keith. Well, for the first time, detectives shared very detailed evidence in the case, showing a horrifying picture of the rapper's car shot 31 times as he rolled into a hotel parking lot near USF. Prosecutors say that Julio Foolio was the target of a carefully calculated plan, but tonight, defense attorneys shedding light on a different side of the case. Tonight, a closer look at the birthday celebration that ended in the brutal death of a Jacksonville rapper. Charles Jones, known as Julio Foolio, was shot and killed in the parking lot of a Tampa hotel back in June. Today, 3 people charged with his murder in court. All 3 are from Jacksonville, and evidence shows all 3 were in Tampa the same night Julio Foolio was killed.
3 gunmen can be seen on video coming from where the Impala was parked, and they approached the victim's position on foot and began shooting at him.
Prosecutors say the shooting was gang-related and the suspects were on a mission to kill.
You see them carrying a bag large enough to what? Carry 2 AK-style rifles. That was the whole intention of this trip to Tampa. They came heavily armed.
Investigators believe the suspects followed the rapper's social media posts to locate him. Their cell phone activity matching his exact path from various clubs to his hotel, but defense attorneys disputing that claim.
His phone was in a car that was tracked at these different places, but yet my client was never seen getting in and out of that car and was never identified as a person who was a shooter.
Julio Foolio's family was also inside the courtroom today. They were quiet when the hearing wrapped up, but you could see the pain in their eyes, especially because there's another suspect, Davion Murphy, who is also on the run. Police say he's considered armed and dangerous. Reporting live in Tampa, Lenny Supal, 8 on your side.
Shout out to the chat. Now that we kind of caught up so we understand where we are, Alicia Andrews is on trial now. Alicia Andrews is on trial. And the trial has started a couple days ago. And I'm late. I'm behind.
Jones.
I'm behind.
This group's collective hatred and animosity,
the fuck,
which drove the conspiracy that existed between them.
Trying to pause this shit and I don't want to pause. Pause it, YouTube. Pause it. The fuck. Excuse me. No cursing. No cursing, man. All right. So here we are. We're gonna start the trial. Shit. Day one. Day one. I'm right now. I'm on a mission to get to day 4 to catch up, so I can so when I go live, I'm current with the trial. So here we are on day 1, and we skipping all the extra stuff. Skipping all the extra stuff. Hold on. To when people start coming, the good thing is we get to skip all the extra stuff. That's the good thing.
And I just would inquire. Sorry. Mr. McClymonds, any questions?
Sure I don't miss that. Stuff is happening on mute.
Right. Okay. Okay. And remind me the name of your employer.
On my check, it's called Pit Stop.
Right.
But it's a chain called Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers.
Okay. And they will not compensate you.
No, they will not.
Okay. Cover all of your other bills. Please.
Skip all the filling, man. Hold on.
I don't have an objection. I just hope that
Right.
we're not going to start.
Me too.
Others.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. So.
Is there a mic on?
Who's they? Oh, I got to turn on the CCTV. Sorry. I mean, the audience can't hear me. They're fine. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and excuse Mr. Jimenez at this time. So we still have one alternate left.
This shit, they get to do makeup in the court and all that and all that. Hey, come here, let me touch you. A little touch up right here. Smile for the camera. You going to jail. Hey, smile for your jail picture. Yeah, this one going on the internet when they doing reactions to you on trial. Make sure. Yeah. Get me a good picture for the thumbnail. Make sure you get me a good picture for the thumbnail, man.
And Judge, there is one other thing. Some of the witnesses that are going to be testifying, which includes victims and eyewitnesses to the case, they do have concern about their image being broadcast, concerns for their safety, and would ask that their face not be shown.
You just need to tell me who they are when they're about ready to testify. Okay?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Let's bring Mr. Jimenez in. That's fine.
Judge, and I'm also hearing it was Fox 13 this morning when they were reporting about opening statements. I think they
Nah, bro, they can't be making jokes with
Malcolm and Mr. McClymonds.
Bro, they cannot be telling her stuff to make her laugh during a murder trial, bro. What kind of defense is this? Bro, don't make no jokes with her in front of the cameras, bro. She over here giggling, trying to stop herself from laughing. Like, lady, you know you on trial for murder, right? Tell them stop making jokes with you right now. Tell them make all them jokes when the camera's off. You crazy. Bro, you can't, you shouldn't have no video of me laughing during my murder trial. I'm telling you, like, don't. Listen, do not show people video of me laughing during my murder trial, please.
Talking about the evidence. Okay.
What is the issue?
It was Fox 13 this morning, aired your interview. I just have concerns that the jurors overheard any of it. So I just would inquire. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jimenez, I have spoken with both the state and the defense, and they have agreed to go ahead and excuse you at this point in time due to financial hardship. Okay? All right, thank you so much. Yep, good luck. Safe travels. Goody. And who is it we're waiting on?
Mr. Kakwa. Say there's 20 minutes voice up.
Skipping the filler, man. We get to skip the filler. Lucky us. We get to skip the filler, man. She's having a good old time. Just, hey, girl. She just, every time I check, she's smiling about something. Look at her. Look. Yo, I gotta stop this. They keep making her laugh.
And motion to stress out.
Like, it's only, like, what are they telling her? What are they telling her? You know you're gonna beat this case, right? What the hell are they telling her? Hey, you know we about to win this trial, right? They don't got nothing on us. She like, I know they can't. Man, I know. I'm going home. Like, what is so funny? What could they possibly have told her? Hey, you know we got this, right? You know you about to be not guilty. She's like, I know. I don't know what the hell they could be telling her, bro.
I indicated yesterday that defense could, if they choose, talk about that with the understanding that evidence only comes in if the defendant testifies. There had been a previous motion for order in limine regarding prior incidents of domestic violence between the defendant and Isaiah Chance, and motion to strike defense witnesses Jewel Jordan and Jaquela Robinson. That motion had been granted without prejudice to revisit if that testimony became admissible. So that ruling stays in effect. So if Ms. Andrews decides to testify, and if the state cross-examines her, and it appears that the state is challenging whether or not these allegations of domestic violence even occurred, and then that would open the door potentially to the defense being able to call these other witnesses to support the challenge or the credibility of Ms. Andrews' testimony that she was abused by Isaiah Chance. Okay, but at this point, it's inadmissible unless the door is opened, and then we'll discuss it before those witnesses can testify. Okay?
Judge, just a brief point on that. So Joelle Jones was listed by the state as well. So I guess the motion that
I think the motion was limited specifically to discussions that those witnesses had or correspondence with Isaiah Chance regarding the domestic violence allegations, correct?
That's correct.
That's what it says. So sure, and so it's limited to that as far as what you cannot get into in opening statements. Okay. But if there's other relevant evidence that she's going to testify to, then of course that's fair game. Right. There just has to be a good faith basis for you to believe whatever the evidence is, and that's going to come into evidence, be admitted.
Understood.
So she's about to some of her defense is basically blaming her boyfriend for forcing her, I guess. I guess that's what that would be about. Okay.
Judge, the only thing I wanted to bring up to the court's attention was to say file an limine motion specifically directed at defendant's self-serving hearsay statement. So if she's not going to testify and counsel doesn't have a good faith basis to believe that, then these other witnesses' statements about what she told him would not be proper opening statements. So.
Well, again, and we discussed this yesterday, and it's the defense call. So the case law is clear that duress is a defense to the state of mind necessary for premeditated intent to kill. And
So the judge is saying, like, you know, the law permits for that type of defense. I think she might be confident that the defense that she's going for might work for her, because it's not impossible for that defense to work. The law actually allows that defense. So depends on what we see in this trial and what we learn. This case could end up in an upset where it comes to her if she can convince the jury that she was under duress. Okay, shout out to the law. Shout out to the law.
And as we've discussed numerous times, however, that defense only comes in if Ms. Andrews testifies. So defense can make the decision whether or not they want to open that door on opening statements or not. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, we do? Okay, well then we can get going. All right.
I don't know who this lady is. Who is this lady?
You guys ready to go?
Is that somebody mama?
Yes, ready to go?
Is that Julio mama or one of they mama? I don't know why they got the camera on this lady. Who this lady?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just making sure before I bring everybody in.
Judge, I just want to check the audio on
Sure.
these videos and make sure it's where it's at. Okay.
All right, I'll be right back while you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. What they're looking at.
I don't know who that. It got to be his mama. I'm thinking this is mama, because they keep showing her. Shout out to the chat. All rise. All right. It look like they're about to start. They're about to officially start.
Back, members of the jury. Just a couple of things before we get going. It is my understanding there were media reports about this case in the news the past 24 hours. So did any of you watch, read, listen to any news accounts related to this case? Did any of you do any independent research or investigation on your own about the case? Did you talk to anybody about the case? Okay, very good. All right, and just for scheduling purposes, I know we've got a juror that needs to be in a wedding or practice for a wedding at 2 o'clock on Friday, so we will break no later than noon on Friday. Just so you all know, the rest of the jury knows. Friday afternoon you'll have free. All right? Okay, with that, State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
May I please court?
Yeah.
Counsel? He didn't know, because there was no way he could know that his time here was limited, very limited, that he was in fact breathing his last breaths here on earth, living the last moments of his. He was in fact breathing his last breaths here on earth, living the last moments of his just barely 27 years of life here on this planet. He didn't know as he was out with friends celebrating his birthday that he was being watched, that he was being followed. He was being stalked. Stalked and observed while he was celebrating. Stalked and observed by a group of killers, a group of conspirators who were now executing a very premeditated plot that had been hatched and birthed days before. A plot that had been hatched between them with every single one of their collective evil intentions directed into one common purpose, one common goal, the premeditated murder of Charles Jones. This group's collective hatred and animosity, which drove the conspiracy that existed between them, this evil and despicably wicked conspiracy. He didn't know that now all of their planning, all of their surveillance, all of their advanced coordination was now coming to fruition. Coming into fruition in such a precise way that he only saw his killers for mere seconds as they rapidly closed in on him, dressed from head to toe in all black, like ninjas coming out of the dark. Disguises that included balaclavas and ski masks. Disguises that these conspirators had decided well before this moment that they were going to wear, to use to hide their identities from the ever-present and ubiquitous cameras that permeate our culture. As Charles Jones sat there in the front passenger seat of his Dodge Charger, their plan came perfectly together. He was now the perfect target, caught completely, entirely off guard, completely blindsided. As these gunmen appeared, seemingly, you will see in this evidence, out of nowhere. A perfectly planned ambush, and there's no other way to say it. The evidence will show you clearly this was an ambush, a designed ambush, one that they had carefully planned and now were orchestrating. Unable to run, unable to dive or even duck, basically caged in the front seat of his car. He was basically a sitting duck. And these killers, they didn't hesitate, not for 1 second and not for one moment. They moved rapidly into their pre-planned positions, into their firing locations. And then they immediately unleashed a hellish onslaught, affecting a precisely coordinated violence of action, sending a barrage, a wall of hot lead, crashing into the only barriers between Charles Jones living and Charles Jones dying. Those barriers, the automotive glass, the sheet metal of the front of his Dodge Charger, which were absolutely no match for the high-powered 5.56 and 300 blackout caliber rifle rounds, which were now traveling at him, directed at him at thousands of feet per second, each one of them carrying over 1,200 foot-pounds of energy, directed specifically at Charles Jones. A Glock 9mm handgun was being utilized by one of these conspirators, a handgun that wasn't just a semi-automatic handgun. It had been converted to a fully automatic hand cannon, and now it was running wide open, dumping all 30 rounds of its magazine through the front end and the windshield of that Dodge Charger. All of that gunfire filling the dark early morning hours with booming concussions and bright flashing muzzle flashes as these high-pressured and high-powered rounds flooded the atmosphere in front of that Dodge Charger. Charles Jones. You've heard his name in the indictment. That's his face. Just a few seconds of the mountain of evidence that you will see in this case of what happened that night. Evidence that will show you clearly that these co-conspirators hatched this murderous plot, not minutes, not hours, but days before this, formulating in their hearts and minds this agreed upon, collective, and confederated plan with one common agreed upon goal: death, violence, and murder. A conspiracy motivated and hatched days before, hundreds of miles away from Tampa. A conspiracy that would span through those days and over 500 miles of travel. Reservations were made, uniforms, disguises obtained and selected, gear was obtained, weapons selected, weapons loaded, and weapons modified.
Mercy.
And made ready. Transportation was obtained, vehicles.
I mean, what they saying is this was a carefully planned murder, hit, assassination. They talking like real planning and determined to unalive somebody.
With specific purposes. And a plot that required advanced planning and logistics to include housing, communications, and transport would materialize and become reality. A criminal, murderous operation. These co-conspirators leaving their homes in the northeast corner of this state, traveling here, traveling to their target. Conspiring to murder Charles Jones, not in his home, not in Jacksonville, not on his home territory, not at his residence, but here in Tampa, while he was on a birthday trip, while his guard was down. And you will see in this evidence the clock-like precision of these co-conspirators, how they worked together as a team in this team effort. Principles. This is a law that you heard a little bit about. You'll be instructed on it at the end of this case after the evidence is given to you by the Honorable Judge Sisko. She will instruct you on the law of principles as well as the law on murder and all the other laws that you will need to render your verdict in this case. The law of principles: if a defendant helps another person to commit or attempt to commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if they had done all the things that the other person or persons did, if we prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, that they first intended that the crime occur and did some act or said something, anything, that was intended to and that did incite their co-defendants to commit this murder, cause them to, simply encourage them to, assist them or advise other persons to actually commit that crime. Now, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, we must prove that this defendant intended that Charles Jones be killed. It is not necessary for the principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed as long as they intend that it occur. And they did some act or said something that was intended to help or did help the murder to occur.
So they don't really got to prove that much. They just got to prove that she knew and she was okay with it. Man.
But almost more importantly, the principal, the defendant, does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted to be committed. But in this case, folks, you will hear that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, was right there, driving right next to that Dodge Charger in the seconds before this murder happened.
Yeah. She gonna really have to do that duress claim to explain why she was there for real, driving and participating and actually a part of the murder. She's gonna need, that duress gonna really have to kick in. She's gonna really have to prove that this man, yeah, she's gonna really have to prove that.
If the defendant is found by you to be a principal, then she is legally responsible and accountable for everything that her co-conspirators, her co-defendants did. Alicia Andrews, these are her co-conspirators. I don't know if this laser is going to work. If you can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's Rashad Murphy. Lower left, Davion Murphy. Sean Gaithright is in the upper right. And in the lower right is her boyfriend at the time, Isaiah Chance. These were the 5 conspirators. This was the assault team that took out Charles Jones, that took his life, that snatched it from him in the early morning hours of June 23rd. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. To understand the murderous intent that existed amongst them, and to understand this conspiracy that dwelled in all of their minds and hearts, we have to go back and look at the lives and associations of Charles Jones and these defendants. What did Charles Jones do to these defendants that was so bad that would cause them to confederate, to conspire, engage in this coordinated planned attack? Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated with a group known as 6 Block. He was a member of that organization. It exists in Jacksonville. It's known as 6 Block, and it is a street gang. It consists of several members. 2 other gangs in Jacksonville, ATK and 1200, were affiliated gangs. They despise 6 Block. They detest them. They abhor them. And the level of hate between these groups is a mutual hatred. The evidence will show that these gangs have been at war for several years. And when I say war, the evidence will show you this is a war going on in the streets of Jacksonville. The hatred and the dripping animosity of these defendants towards Charles Jones, it ran deep. And the evidence will show you that. In fact, you will hear that in October 2023, just 9 months before this, before the murder of Charles Jones, he had left his residence in Jacksonville in that same black Charger about 6 o'clock in the morning. He came to a stop sign in his neighborhood, just a few blocks from his house, when a shooter with a high-powered rifle opened fire on his car, striking his car several times and striking him in his lower leg, spraying bullets all over that neighborhood. Mr. Jones at that time was able to drive himself to a local hospital, receive treatment, and be released.
They shot him before? People done shot this guy before? Julio guy? Wow. Guys are in some, they're involved in some stuff, man.
That bullet, or fragment of bullet, remained in his leg until it was removed by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on his body here in Tampa after his murder. Earlier that same morning, a member of ATK, a man by the name of Tilly, was shot and killed at a high school football game. This shooting of Charles Jones was clearly a retaliation, but Charles Jones was not the shooter of Tilly. But that didn't matter. So why was he targeted? You won't hear any evidence to suggest that he had anything to do with that shooting. He was affiliated with 6 Block. And you're going to hear the evidence that he wasn't just a member of 6 Block, he was a notorious member of 6 Block. Probably the most well-known member of that gang. In fact, he was the public face of 6 Block. The spokesperson, basically. He posted on social media, but most notoriously and notably, he wasn't just a spokesperson for 6 Block, he was a certified celebrity. Charles Jones had millions of followers on social media, if not tens of millions of followers, because he engaged in an activity that you heard a little bit about yesterday from one of your fellow jurors, and he was spot on. That's exactly what the evidence is going to show you in this case. This long-standing pattern of what is called drill rap. And it is an activity that Charles Jones embraced and that he engaged in under the name Julio Foolio, which was in fact his street name, Julio Foolio. In this type of rap music, it's not just rap, it's disrespect. It's making fun of and disparaging not only ATK and 1200, the opposing gangs, but disparaging their members by name. Disparaging, and probably most incendiary you will find in the evidence, bragging about the death or deaths of other ATK 1200 members who have been murdered. As I said earlier, make no doubt about it, this is a gang war. Mr. Jones, you will see in the evidence, not only produced this music, he produced music videos. Videos where he would travel to the gravesides of these individuals, or a graveside that was used in lieu of their graveside, and do things during the video like lay on their graves and sing around their graves and use sarcastic lyrics in his songs, pour champagne on their graves, rubbing it in the faces of ATK and 1200. And ATK and 1200 were no better. They did the same thing. You're going to see videos from members of that gang. One young man in particular, Kenyatta Bullard, known on the streets as Young and Ace, who produced not only songs about 6 Block members who had been murdered, in the days after the murder of Charles Jones, he produced a song just within almost 48 hours and put it up, talking about the murder of Charles Jones, the specific facts of it. This created, in those 5 individuals, in their minds and in their hearts, a vendetta. This was revenge. Because he ridiculed them, and he ridiculed their gang, which was their family. He ridiculed their friends, which were their family members. They were close, deep running bonds of loyalty in this organization. Because they have each other, and they defend each other. They defend not only each other, but they defend each other's honors, and they defend their affiliations. This is the murder scene. Let's see if this will work. Home to Suites, McKinley, Fowler, USF is directly across the street. The USF campus lays literally feet away from this hotel complex. Over here, you can see it's a Holiday Inn. This is the portico right here where the shooting happens. What you will see in this evidence is that these shooters arrive here and they come in and they go around the north side of that complex as Mr. Jones is sitting here at the portico with two other cars full of his friends and partygoers, people celebrating. His girlfriend was in the other car. He was a passenger. His friend Xavier Edwards was driving. His longtime friend Gino Norris was in the back seat. They pull in. The shooters come in this way. They go around. They come down here, and they park in this area here. And then they act on foot, and they come around here, surprising Mr. Jones. You saw Mr. Jones' car try to evade the shooting and go this direction, go straight up here. There is no road here, but they make a road in their desperate efforts to get away. They go right past this dumpster, and the Charger ends up here. This is Mr. Jones arriving. He's been out celebrating. You'll find in the evidence. That is Mr. Jones with that open passenger door. The vapor you're seeing is coming out of the hotel. That's some type of a dryer vent. Mr. Jones in the red stocking cap pulling up his shorts. He walks in the hotel. As you can see on the timestamp, which is slightly off by a few minutes, this is about 4:30 in the morning. They had been out through the night. They had gone to a couple of clubs. Mr. Jones appeared at one club and performed, and then he went to an after party at another club. He had attempted to make a reservation here, but because they appeared so late, it had been given away. You'll see him come back and get into his car. Video slightly sped up here. That car entering right there, that's the assault team. And as I said, they go northbound around the north side. They avoid driving near this entourage, Mr. Jones and his friends. This Nissan Altima that's pulling up is part of the entourage that was with Mr. Jones. The driver, Tafa McCrae, is a friend of his. You will see his girlfriend get out. And they go inside of the lobby to use the restroom. So Tafa and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, they walk in to the lobby, and they're actually inside there in the bathroom when the shooting happens. Now, you probably didn't see it, but when Tafa got out of the driver's seat of that Nissan Altima, Camilla Bentley slid right in behind him. That's another friend, Mr. Jones, and friends with these folks. She's sitting in that car at the time of the shooting. She takes her round through the arm. This car driving by, that is the spotter car. That is the surveillance and reconnaissance vehicle. This is just before the shooting happens. And you're going to see that car come right back by. It goes down, does a three-point U-turn, and comes back. And now we're mere seconds away from the attack on the Charger, on the attack on Mr. Jones. You'll see the Chevy Cruze go southbound on McKinley. Down to the lower left, you saw the shooter with the automatic Glock. That's him in the lower part of the photo. So you see in this video, Xavier Edwards desperately trying to get them out of harm's way. But what he didn't know was that up on the top of that screen between that, I think it's a Mercedes and that yellow car, was the third shooter. So what he ended up doing was driving and you'll see it come to fruition here, directly into a vortex of high-powered rifle fire. Now, what you're also going to find in the evidence, and you can see the electrical charging station up here in the upper right, this is the edge of a Tesla that's sitting at another Charger. That Tesla has its, I believe it's called Centurion function on, and it is recording from multiple cameras around the car. And this is one of the recordings. You'll see several in the evidence that picks up the third shooter running down behind that row of cars and taking up position by that yellow car. He is the shooter on the other side of the street that forms that deadly vortex of fire as the Charger goes by. And as the Charger, you will see in the evidence, runs down the side trying to escape down the side of the hotel, this shooter comes running up to this position by the charging station.
I ain't gonna lie. They had that set up real good. They had that set up real good. It went just like they planned. There was the man, like he ended up going right into, like, they boy.
And is opening up fire down the west side facing north of the home to suites. That is the headlights of the Charger fleeing up the west side of the hotel, heading north. The third shooter. That's the Charger at the impound lot, the Tampa Police Department. You can see the impacts. Every one of those yellow stickers on the hood, the side, and the windshield are all impacts. That's the Altima that Camille Bentley was sitting in. It took 2 rounds to the back window. This is Xavier Edwards, who was the driver of the Charger. That's him at the hospital. Gino Norris, Mr. Jones' friend, who was in the back seat. He was shot in the upper right arm. And Camille Bentley, who was shot in the upper arm. These were the other partygoers. Armani Turner is Mr. Jones' girlfriend at the time. Ms. Randolph, her friend. Robert Howard is an associate friend of Mr. Jones, who was in the car behind the Charger, which was a Hyundai. Tafa McCrae and Aaliyah were the ones in the Altima. You could see in that video that these gunmen acted with suddenness, they acted with speed and fury. And they brought overwhelming firepower. Not one shooter, not 2 shooters, but 3 to create that vortex that the evidence proves to you, with high-powered AR-style rifles and a fully automatic Glock 19, bringing all of that firepower to bear in a concentrated area easily, and rapidly, establishing not fire superiority, but fire supremacy, the evidence will show. Firing, as you saw in that last photo from the Tesla video, with absolute impunity and disregard of anyone that may be in that area. The majority of that fire you will find in this case was funneled directly into the passenger compartment of the Dodge Charger. And every single one of the rounds that were fired that night, every single one of them was dripping with the hatred, the malice, and the premeditated intent of all 5 of those conspirators. The evidence will prove to you. Mr. Jones attempted to evade the gunfire. He was leaning up against the dashboard. You may have seen in that photo, on those videos, you'll see it during the trial, look for it. His feet are up on the dashboard. He's leaning back, he's on his phone. The evidence will show trying to find a hotel, trying to find lodging for them. He barely has time to pull his feet down. The evidence will show he attempted to jump into the back seat, to go through and across the center console. Before he could do that, one of these rounds smashed into his chest, and that round tore through his heart, through his lungs, and through the largest vein in the body, the aorta, a gigantic artery that supplies blood up and down your body. And when he turned and kind of flipped over to try to crawl into the back seat, he took 2 more rounds to his back, those rounds ripping through not only the muscles of his back, but into his liver. These shooters, as you've just seen, leveraged surprise. They leveraged it in this attack to make sure that Mr. Jones didn't stand a chance, to make sure he couldn't evade this attack. Not this time. This time he was going to be killed.
That's a fact. The way this was set up, it was to guarantee that this thing was accomplished. They set it up to make sure that it was going to be accomplished. I gotta say that. They definitely planned it out to make sure it was going to be executed. They
took full advantage of this ambush that they had planned. And you saw in that evidence the determination of these shooters, the assault team in this conspiracy. They didn't stop firing when the Charger went through that vortex. They kept firing all the way up the side of the hotel as the Dodge Charger fled. Almost a block away, that last shooter you saw in the Tesla video, opening up fire, rapid fire. And as I said, firing with impunity. This was a perfect ambush spot because Mr. Jones' car was stuck. He couldn't go backwards because his girlfriend's Hyundai was behind him. To the left was a parked car next to the beams of the portico. On the other side was the hotel. A hotel. And on the other side of the wall in the glass of that hotel was high-density humanity. That didn't stop these killers. That didn't give them any pause for concern. You're going to see in the evidence impacts around that portico, numerous windows that are blown out in the front of that hotel. And not only in the lobby and in the front of the hotel, up and down the west side of that hotel, impacts through windows that coursed through hotel rooms where people were sleeping, families. That hotel was packed with people. Parents there with their student children that were there for orientation at USF. People were there with their small children here in Tampa sightseeing. This overwhelming firepower and violence of action had an effect of confusion. Now, it wasn't confusing to the killers because they slipped away into the darkness. They were gone almost immediately. But it had that effect on the victims. Gino and Xavier, when that Charger finally comes to a halt, bullet riddled, they realize that Charles Jones is gone. And they also realize that they both have been impacted. They have both suffered gunshot wounds. They flee out of that Charger, and they flee immediately to the west into the Holiday Inn because now they don't know where these killers are. They don't know if they're there or not. So they flee and they run into the hotel. And you're going to see in the evidence, their flight leaves a thick blood trail, and a very obvious blood trail. They run in, they get on an elevator, they go to the third floor. When law enforcement respond, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that, the confusion that was caused, they go to the area where the Charger is. They see the blood trail. They don't know if that's victims. They don't know if that's shooters. They go into the hotel thinking that they're going to be coming face to face with shooters. They go up the elevator and they go onto the third floor and they find Mr. Edwards and Mr. Norris laying on the ground, bleeding. Camilla Bentley, you saw in the panic between her car, or the car she was driving, the Altima, and Ms. Turner's Hyundai. One's backing up and one's going forward, and they collide going out onto McKinley. Camilla Bentley drives off, but then she turns around shortly thereafter and comes back and picks up Taifa and Aaliyah, who are inside of the hotel lobby. They then drive nearby to Advent Health, where Camilla is treated for her gunshot wound. Meanwhile, Armani Turner, the victim's girlfriend in the Hyundai, she ends up somehow on Fowler going eastbound and comes across a traffic stop being conducted by the University of South Florida Police Department, just a traffic stop. She pulls up, and her and Mr. Howard get out, and they make contact with the police, who are having a hard time understanding them because they were so frantic and so upset. So they follow them. They try to follow them. They actually lose sight of them because she's traveling so fast. Meanwhile, Tampa Police Department are responding to multiple 911 calls of shooting at the hotel. An officer responding sees Ms. Turner driving. She drives through the intersection of Fowler and McKinley, goes right over the landscaping and into the parking lot. He follows her, not knowing who she is or what her part of this is, and they end up making contact with her. Officers end up driving down to the south end because it's brought to their attention that there are impacts and broken glass all over the south end of the home to suites where the shooting actually happened or began. And the first officer who gets there comes into the scene, and he notices all of these 9mm pistol casings laying in the scene. And he's looking at the impacts, and he's already seen the Charger. And he's wondering, where are the rifle casings? Where are they? Well, you're going to hear in this evidence there were no rifle casings, even though 2 rifles were firing at a high cyclical rate in this attack. They weren't there because these conspirators modified their rifles. They put what are called brass catchers on the rifles to catch the brass, the shell casings being ejected from these AR-style rifles.
Oh, hell no. Oh, that's what? Oh, I ain't even know about that type of stuff. What?
They modified them, just like they modified that Glock pistol, made it fully automatic. That was confusing. That was beguiling the law enforcement, at least in the beginning, until they started obtaining the video that you've just seen.
Brass catchers?
So how does this conspiracy unfold? How does all of this start? It starts with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio. You see his name on the top of this post on IG, putting out on his IG account this advertisement for June 22nd, which was a Saturday, The murders happened in the early morning hours of the 23rd, going into Sunday morning. And you see Mr. Jones in the middle, advertising he's going to be appearing, Julio Foolio, at Teasers on North Nebraska in Tampa, hosted by Kenny K. And he puts at the bottom, my Airbnb pool party, June 21st. That's when he arrived here. He and partygoers arrived here that Friday. They had rented an Airbnb in Holiday in Pasco County. And they ended up on Saturday night leaving the Airbnb because he had started sending out, telling people, send me messages and I'll message you back with the address. And so many people appeared that eventually the owner of the Airbnb pulled the plug and told them to get out. But you see down here at the bottom, my official birthday party, June 22nd at Club Teasers, and gives the address. So he is making it very well known when he puts this promotion out, where he's going to be, what address he's going to be at, and when he's going to be there. This is another flyer that he put up. 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., June 22nd at Teasers. He even puts a photograph here of Tampa. My Airbnb pool party. DM me for address. And my official birthday party at Club Teasers gives the address again. So he's advertising his whereabouts. Now, Miss Andrews, the defendant, sitting right over here at counsel's table. This is a message that she sends, and you see on the top there, oh, that's red. That is her Instagram account. You will find that. You can see on the top right, her registered email to that account, verified Alicia Andrews 72 at yahoo.com. She sends that this message on June 21st, that's Friday, at 10:52 UTC, that's early morning the 22nd, or earlier that day, sorry. UTC, if you're not aware of that, is Universal Time Code. It's Greenwich Mean Time. So you got to back up 4 hours. So she's sending that on the Friday night. Hey, could I book a B&B in Tampa? This is 2 days before the murder. To a Kiera Axe Marie. Hey, what's dates you need? Tomorrow, but what day do you have available? How many bedrooms? Like 2. Logistics. This is the beginning. She's trying to find lodging. Trying to find lodging for this operation. Now, a few moments later, a screenshot of an Airbnb message is documented. The message is addressed to Rashad Murphy, confirms his reservation at Lagoon Oasis 9703 Gazebo Pond in Tampa, June 22nd to June 24. And in the message of that message there from the owner of the Airbnb, our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID, which he obliges and sends his valid ID. Now we go to the 22nd. This is the Saturday. Earlier in the day, before Julio Foolio is going to start appearing at clubs in Tampa. This is the residence of Sean Gaithright, one of the conspirators. That is Mr. Gaithright walking out with a large duffel bag, and Isaiah Chance walking out with bags. And you'll see they start loading that black car, which is a Chevy Impala. That is the car that goes north in the hotel complex. That is the car transporting the assault team. And they load the bags into the trunk. That BMW on the top of the video there is being driven by Mr. Chance. And you see him bringing out another large bag. They're kitting up, and they're getting their gear into their transports. You'll see in the evidence that Mr. Chance ends up leaving in that Beamer. He drives and picks up his girlfriend, this defendant, Alicia Andrews, and brings her back to this residence. And then the three of them, Miss Andrews, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Gaithright, get into that Impala. And they drive here to Tampa, and they drive to the Airbnb. And there will be zero doubt about all of that, because that Impala, while it's en route, is being picked up on license plate readers. You will see in the evidence. Their cell phones are tracking, hitting cell towers as they travel in unison all the way down to I-75, coming across from Jacksonville and heading directly into Tampa. When he comes back, Mr. Chance brings his contribution to the assault team. The Glock pistol with the extended magazine. He tucks it into his waistband. You can see the extended magazine sticking out in the trigger guard and the slide and the dust cover of the pistol. Just a more close-up photo of it. You can see it bulging out of the right side of his warm-up pants he's wearing. So these three, Chance, Gaithright, and the defendant, get in that Impala. And they drive. You'll find in the evidence that Gaithright in the middle and Chance, the defendant's boyfriend, are very tight. They were close friends. Mr. Chance calls Mr. Gaithright his little brother. And you'll see in the video when they are loading up, you'll see more video during this trial of Mr. Chance putting in the codes on the front door of the house that Mr. Gaithright lives at. Now, the second car, the one that I pointed out to you, the surveillance vehicle. This is a Chevy Cruze. This car is also picked up on license plate readers after law enforcement determined its involvement in this case. They go back and they find it. And if you can see in the lower left-hand corner, 7:46 p.m., June 22nd, it's on Bruce B. Downs at Tampa Palms, getting real close to where their Airbnb is. And by the way, the Airbnb they book is 1.3 miles from the murder scene. You will see in the evidence that the LPR, the license plate recognition systems, that are picking up these two vehicles show them traveling in unison, hitting on the same license plate readers at the same time, at the same locations as they travel from Jacksonville. That car was obtained by Rashad Murphy outside of the circle of ATK 1200. It was specifically located and utilized in this case as a car that would not be recognized. Now, this is the LPRs for that car, the Chevy Cruze. You can see it hitting where it hits Dolphin Drive. That's the day before in Jacksonville. On the 22nd at 6:01, Highway 441. At 18:09, Highway 326, it's traveling through Gainesville. And then at 1947, 7:47 p.m., Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms Road, and then at 0342 Hillsborough. And then we get into the surveillance and the time before the murder. The ones at the bottom are the return. That's when they're returning to Jacksonville. This is showing you in these license plate readers, the Cruze on the top and the Impala on the bottom, hitting simultaneously on the same dates, 1809, 1947, 1945, 0341, 0342, at the same exact locations. These cars are traveling in unison because they are part of a team. This is the Airbnb that they stayed at on the night of the 22nd, going into the morning of the 23rd. They didn't stay at a hotel that has a lobby with security cameras. They stayed at an Airbnb with one single Ring camera. Now, that's the front door on the right, or on the left, excuse me. You can see the Ring camera. You also can see that that lock has, like most Airbnbs, has a combination lock on it. That's the defendant when they arrive. And that day, she's the only one seen going through that door. You're going to hear in the evidence when she walks in, this is from a video, someone inside saying, "My bad." So they're already inside, but she's the only one that goes through the door that day. The other ones, the evidence will show, this is back the back side of that same building, and down the back, and there's the back door. Must have entered, the evidence will show, through that entrance. Later that night at about 1:40, this is going now into June 23rd, 3 hours before the murder of Charles Jones, and less than an hour before they begin to hunt and stalk him at Teasers, where he's appearing. Her phone leaves the Airbnb and starts tracking by hitting off cell towers to a nearby McDonald's at 22nd and Fletcher, 2205 East Fletcher. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, if you've never seen these before, that's the cell tower. This is the area of the cell tower, or the part of the antenna that's being utilized, and it falls within that area. And you can see there, Fletcher, Advent Health. That is her in the passenger seat. And there's not going to be any doubt about that in this case, because when she's later interviewed by police, she identifies herself. Because you're not really going to be able to see her face, but she says, "Yeah, I'm in that car. That's me." You can see the driver, Davion Murphy, he's lighting a cigar. You can see a little flame. You're going to watch on this video as they proceed through this drive-through. You just saw her turn to her left. She identifies Mr. Chance as being in the back seat of that car. That's Davion Murphy in the driver's seat. They eventually drive off, but what you're going to find in the evidence is they buy a lot of food. This is not food for one person, it's a lot of food. And that's significant because later she tells the police that they went there because she was hungry and wanted something to eat. She also tells them she doesn't know who the driver is. You can't give an explanation for how he even came to be in that car or how she came to be in that car. Now, this is outside of Teasers. As you saw, Teasers is a club that is on Nebraska, here in the city of Tampa. So, as you saw in the evidence of the shooting, the success of this conspiracy, this plot to murder, this attack, hinged on the element of surprise. It absolutely hinged on that. And they leveraged the surprise that they had, catching Mr. Jones off guard. And to have that type of surprise, they had to act with a coordinated knowledge, and they needed intelligence. They needed intel. They needed real-time information. Where is he? What's his route? They needed to know exactly where he was. They needed to know his positioning, his routes of travel. And like any good operation, the key to success is intelligence, critical intel. Now, to obtain intelligence like that and to do so surreptitiously, secretly, the surveillance has to be done in a surreptitious manner. Without that intelligence, without providing that real-time information to the assault team that's in the Impala, there would be no surprise, there would be no ambush of Mr. Jones, and this conspiracy would fail. It was that intelligence, that real-time surveillance and communication, the locations and routes that were provided by this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, operating alone in that Chevy Cruze, while the other three conspirators, the assault team, were in the Impala. And they were doing everything they could to keep that Impala out of the sight of Mr. Jones and his friends, because Mr. Gaithright drove that Impala. It was registered to his mother, but he drove it all the time. He was notoriously known for driving that car. This was a coordinated team effort. In order to remain secretive and to not alert the target that they were conducting surveillance, they utilized several different techniques. Number one, they parked away from the club, and they utilized disguises that you heard some about yesterday in jury selection, about COVID masks. You're going to see in this video, June of 2024, they're both wearing COVID masks. Now, interestingly, because it was suggested yesterday that there's many reasons people could wear COVID masks, it's the only time in this evidence you will ever see a mask on this defendant's face. You won't see it on her face when she returns back to Jacksonville through an Uber. You won't see it on her face any other time when she's entering into the Airbnb around her four co-conspirators. But they kept their distance, and you'll see that in this video, from the victim and his entourage. They attempted to blend into the background. They needed to get close enough to be able to conduct surveillance, to gather the information they needed, but not so close that they would be detected. They had to avoid that. So first they used an unrecognizable car, and then they used disguises. But what you're going to find, and remember the law and principle, she doesn't even need to be there to be part of this conspiracy or to be a principal. She's there. She drives there with Mr. Chance, and they park in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. And she doesn't stay in the car. She gets out and she walks with him. You're going to see that. You can kind of see their images in the upper right-hand corner. This is a video. I'm going to play it in a minute. You're going to see him hand her phone to her and her put her code into the phone to open it so they could utilize it to convey what they were watching and seeing. And again, they're out in the parking lot. She was there with them in the field, shoulder to shoulder, in the thick of it, on the ground, in the action. So they're wearing these masks, and it's not just like some costume mask. Obviously, a COVID mask is not going to necessarily draw that much attention, but it is going to hide their identities. Mr. Chance has a hoodie up on his head, along with the COVID mask. They are clearly trying to disguise themselves. But again, she didn't stay in the car, she got out. And there was a reason for that. Because instead of allowing Mr. Chance to walk around in this dark parking lot with a hood on and a mask on by himself, walking.
Go ahead. Again, this is opening statement, members of the jury. It's just a chance for the lawyers to tell you what evidence they believe will be admitted in this case. But again, it is not the actual evidence, all right?
But instead of allowing him to walk around in that parking lot by himself, a single man with a disguise on, she went with him. Because now they would be a couple. They would fit in. They would be non-threatening. So she acted not only helping in conducting the reconnaissance. She acted as camouflage. She acted as a disguise in and of herself. Now they're a couple. Now it's not just a single person who may be seen as threatening or may draw attention. This is just a couple walking around in the parking lot in a club where a lot of people are milling about in groups. She provided that by being there in the field with them. She provided that cover and that camouflage. And she provided, obviously, a second set of eyes to watch. Both of them surveilling and watching Mr. Jones and his entourage. And then, as I just mentioned a minute ago, she provided the comms, the communication, her phone. Now, you're going to see in the evidence, Mr. Chance's phone is tracking all the way to Tampa from Jacksonville. And it's tracking at that Airbnb. It's hitting off a nearby tower, but it's her phone they're utilizing, you will find in the evidence. Now, you're going to find in this evidence that they were not utilizing the calling function of that iPhone or even its Apple text message app, the two ways that most people communicate. They're using some kind of a special application to be able to communicate that's undetected. But at some point, they have to break radio silence because the person they're communicating with, Sean Gaithright, is not answering. He's not picking up his phone, so they actually send a text through the Apple text message app. Pick up your phone. And that's right around this time, just a few minutes later. see the defendant opening the phone for Mr. Chance, and you can see their COVID masks. One is wearing the blue COVID mask that was so prevalent in 2020, 2021, and she's wearing a black one. This is Mr. Jones and his friends arriving at that club. And you can see the time there, 2:22 in the morning. That, again, is several minutes off, but it's about that time. 2:21, and there they are, and you see Mr. Chance on the phone in the parking lot at the same place. Now later, after Mr. Jones has gone into the club and been in there and done his thing in there with his friends, he's now leaving. You can see Mr. Edwards' head up there. It's 2:46 or about that time. 2:46. 59, almost 2:47. And what happens at 2:47? This car up here in the upper right, that's on that road, which is Nebraska, is pulling in to the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. This was an extremely orchestrated, well-orchestrated conspiracy, coordinated. He's walking out of the club on the other side of the club, and out of the blue, the assault team vehicle is pulling into the club. That is tight surveillance and intel. Now, in this photograph, it's 2:48.
They was on that boy neck.
This is Mr. Jones' Charger. You can see the lights starting to light up because they're already inside the car. They're getting ready to leave. That's the Impala that has come in on the north side, gone down the west side, and is now passing in the front. Out of necessity, passing in the front. So this is just an aerial view of Teasers. You can see Nebraska over here to the right. You can see this little road here.
And the determination, yeah, it's real. They had ambition, determination. Boy, they was definitely trying to accomplish this mission.
South Castle. The defendant and her boyfriend come and they park here in the north end. They get out, they walk around, they come around this way, they stand here. The entrance is over here. So they're way down here. You kind of saw that in that photograph. You should put them down there to the west. They conduct surveillance. They walk back up here. They get back into the car, and then they drive out onto East Castle. The assault team comes in the red arrows, comes in on the north end. We just watched it. They come down this way, and they go down Castle. And as you can see, before I move on, a lot of folks standing around out there. A lot of people. Potential witnesses. Now, from there, when Mr. Jones leaves with his friends in the three cars, they travel to another club, an after party. This is Truth 18 on Bush. The Dodge Charger, the Hyundai, and you'll see the Altima come up. Down here to the lower left, you can see some of the party, Miss Bentley, Miss Albritton, Tafa McRae in the light blue. And up on the top there where you just saw the flashing lights, it's Armani Turner and Miss Randolph getting out of the Hyundai. And there's Mr. Jones in the lower right with the red hat, very recognizable. So they go up to the second floor of this strip mall where this club is. That's Gino Norris in front walking up, his friend. And again, this is for an after party. You'll see Mr. Jones will start live streaming with his phone.
You know the one thing I don't notice? His security team. I got all this money. Now bragging about people's loved ones who passed away and you guys are in war and you out and about live streaming and all that type of stuff, knowing that this is the type of lifestyle you live in. Where's the security team? Like the actual professional security team that moves around with you.
Again, advertising his location. This is from another location, and you can see the Chevy Cruze up in the top part of the screen. And now, in the top of the screen, the hooded individual, the defendant, and Mr. Chance conducting more surveillance. Walking as a couple, so they're not threatening, they don't stand out. With her phone to his ear. Now they walk back again past the club. Mr. Jones and his friends leaving.
They right on them. They could have got them so much different times. They wanted to, man. They was looking for the perfect opportunity. They was on them so much times.
You'll find in the evidence that the victim and his entourage go down the parking lot, they do a U-turn, they come back out, they end up heading east and then doing a U-turn and going back west. The Impala just crossed the street. Now it's back up at that stop sign in the upper right-hand corner. And you'll see it'll just sit there for a while. Mr. Jones and his friends coming down the stairs. A lot of people milling about, a lot of cars. The evidence will show. And finally, they leave or start to leave. And they come back. Charger followed by the Hyundai, followed by the Altima. On the top of the screen, Mr. Jones' Charger is going to do a U-turn and go back westbound, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima. There goes the Cruze, heading the same direction. Now, this is the intersection of McKinley. I'm going to let it play through. This is the intersection of McKinley and Fowler. This is the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn complex in the upper right-hand corner. Directly across the street is USF. There's an Embassy Suites there. That is Mr. Jones' car doing a U-turn and going back on McKinley, and you'll see it turn into the hotel complex, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima. And as you can see, there is no car visible except for those oncoming lights now coming up the northbound side. That is the Chevy Cruze. It goes eastbound. No other car on McKinley can be seen. It's not even in sight. The Chevy Cruze ends up going eastbound, then comes back westbound, turns northbound. There it is, into that parking lot. And now several minutes later comes the Impala, which this is the assault team. Does a U-turn, you will see, goes southbound on McKinley following the path of Mr. Jones and his entourage and pulls directly into that hotel. That car wasn't anywhere to be seen when Mr. Jones and his entourage were going in there. But the Chevy Cruze was there with this defendant and Mr. Chance providing critical intelligence to them with this defendant's phone. Once it pulls in, you'll start seeing cameras from different locations within the complex mounted on the home to suites surveillance system that'll pick up the Impala's path as it travels. So the Chevy Cruze, at one point after the Impala goes in, blows through a red light on Fowler to get over there and turn in to the hotel. By that point, the Impala is all the way around on the west side, you will find in the evidence of the hotel, and setting up for the attack. But now the Cruze has to come, the evidence will show, to drive by and confirm where's Mr. Jones. The red marker is the Impala and its path. It comes in, it goes northbound, it goes westbound, it goes southbound around the Holiday Inn, down across the south end side of the Holiday Inn, back to the east, and then it parks. First it goes down, you can see that red arrow next to the home to suites on the west side. It kind of pulls down there and has to back up and pulls in. When the blue markers is the Chevy Cruze, when that pulls in and pulls around and does the three-point turn, you're going to see in the video evidence right here, they pass within feet of each other at the same time. And of course, the Impala never goes around or reveals itself past that point, keeping out of sight of Mr. Jones and his entourage. This is a camera mounted on the east side of the home to suites, pointing to the southeast, and it is picking up the Impala now, pulling into the complex and going northbound on the east side of the hotel. This is going to go to a camera facing north-northeast, showing it passing, still going northbound. And then it turns back to the west. This is a camera that's mounted on the north side of the home to suites that picks up the Impala as it passes and turns towards the west. And now the Impala is on the west side of the hotel. There's this pool and this patio area here that's on the west side of the hotel. Going around this way would be the portico. This is the west side of the hotel. The charging stations are right here. And you can see the Impala comes and stops. It does not go around that southern end of the home to suites. It's avoiding the southern end at this point. And here comes the Chevy Cruze, passing directly past in the car that's not known by anyone, the victim. Goes to the north where the Impala is, goes right past the Impala, does a three-point U-turn and comes back. This is another camera picking up the Impala and the Cruze. That's on the Tesla, part of its security system. You'll see the Cruze kind of do a little turn there, back up, and come back to the south. I don't know if you saw that or not. The Cruze is turning around, but the Impala is pulling into a spot over here at the same time as it passes back by.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative.
Overrule. This is opening statement. Go ahead.
So now the Cruze is coming back, doing one last pass, and now we're within seconds of the attack, the murder itself. You can see individuals at the top of the screen moving. You're going to see them run by the front of the Tesla, getting into position. There's the third shooter, Davion Murphy. And now they come around, the pistol shooter, Rashad Murphy, and the shooter on the top of the screen right there is Sean Gathright. You see the collision between the Altima and the Hyundai as they're trying to get out of there. You see Mr. Murphy come out of hiding and Mr. Gathright opening fire. You'll see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running back to the north. And you saw there's the muzzle flashes of Mr. Davion Murphy's rifle. And you saw the Charger going to the north. That's the Charger picked up by the Tesla cameras heading north. There goes Mr. Rashad Murphy. There goes Gathright. And there's Davion Murphy. And you can kind of see the blocky image of the brass catcher on the side of that rifle. Another view from the Tesla of Davion Murphy running back to the Impala. This attack was relentless, as you saw. They weren't going to stop. They were going to make sure that they killed Mr. Jones, that he was not going to live, that they were not going to go back to Jacksonville without him dying. And you saw that relentless attitude of these defendants as they were shooting.
That is
this
a fact.
Is the Airbnb. That's a photograph of, well, actually, this is a video. So this is the night they get there. This is Saturday, the 22nd. The defendant entering. There's no volume on this, but when she walks in, someone says, my bad. Mr. Chance having maybe a celebratory drink. This is the next day around 2:30, 3. You can see he has to keep knocking. The person getting in that silver car is an Uber driver who they have called. That is how they returned to Jacksonville. The defendant, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Murphy this time returned to Jacksonville. Now they're unloading, bringing out all of their kit and their gear, their weapons. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. Now they're getting sloppy because it's the next day, and all of the conspirators are visible. There's Mr. Murphy trying to go back in. Mr. Gathright walking out with gear. They don't they don't leave the way they came. They flee from this murder separately and in a different format. That's Mr. Gathright. He leaves independent of the others in the Impala.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's now reading the evidence. Stuff that's not even been introduced.
Well, because it's opening statement. He's just telling the jury what he believes the evidence will show. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can see Mr. Gathright goes over to the side, to the back, and that's how they got in the day before. The evidence will show Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright, whose house they all started at with the Impala. He leaves, but he doesn't go back to Jacksonville. Mr. Gathright drives across I-4 to Polk County, to Auburndale, to his grandmother's house, where he switches cars. He leaves his Impala at his grandmother's house, and he takes her Toyota 4Runner, and he drives out to Orlando, where he goes out that night to a club, and he posts a photograph of him drinking Don Julio tequila, which is a diss to Charles Jones. Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was known in all of his social media to drink Don Julio. That's where the name came from. He was notorious for that. This Mr. Gathright drives over, switches cars, goes to Orlando, then he ends up in Jacksonville. That's Mr. Gathright being picked up on a flock license plate reader system. This is him coming. This is on June 22nd. You can see 739. He's in Hillsborough County. So 623, he's eastbound on I-4 at 413. Eastbound on I-4. This is the Sunday after the shooting. 625, southbound Florida 559, and Fred Jones Parkway in Polk County. This is Mr. Gathright arriving at his grandmother's house in Opal Avenue in Auburndale. You're going to see him walk in. You see the Chevy Impala, the assault car, sitting in the driveway. Law enforcement go there later. They get this video of Mr. Gathright switching cars. You're going to see him wiping down the Impala before he leaves. And there he is leaving in the 4Runner, saying goodbye to his grandmother. That 626 date in the upper right-hand corner is wrong, 623. The defendant and her boyfriend, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Rashad Murphy, who had come there in the Chevy Cruze with his cousin, Davion Murphy. Now Rashad Murphy traveled with them in that Uber. There's the Uber receipt, $187, 3 hours, 25 minutes, 208 miles from Gazebo Pond to Chipperfield Lane in Jacksonville. You see the route on the left, they go up 75 and they cut through I-10, heading up to Jacksonville. The Uber driver in this case will testify to you that he picked up 3 people at an Airbnb in Tampa and dropped them off at Sean Gaithright's house in Jacksonville. That this defendant and Mr. Chance sat in the back seat, and the whole way they're on their phones, and they're not wearing a mask. This is them arriving at Sean Gaithright's house. He's in Orlando or in Auburndale at his grandmother's house. Again, Miss Andrews is not wearing a mask. She's unloading along with Mr. Chance, and you're going to see Rashad Murphy here with some kind of a hat on, like a beret, with the same bags that were loaded up into the Impala. He's handing something now to the defendant. Down on the right through that crepe myrtle plant, you can see Chance in the driver's seat of the car. Mr. Murphy wearing the same jeans that he was wearing when he got arrested 2 days later in Gwinnett County, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta, driving the Chevy Cruze. He was with his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. They had picked up a hotel that morning, early in the morning. Law enforcement pick up the tag on flock cameras in Norcross, Georgia, and Gwinnett County. In Gwinnett County PD, you will hear from 2 officers from that agency who will tell you, the first officer being the one who arrests Mr. Murphy, that he came into contact in the hotel parking lot, pulls in behind the car, the Chevy Cruze. Mr. Murphy pops out of the driver's seat. He's yelling at him at gunpoint, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." Mr. Murphy doesn't hesitate. He takes off running. The officer chases him and tases him and knocks him down, where other officers stick guns to his head, and then they cuff him, wearing the same torn-up jeans or type of jeans that he's wearing in the photograph from Jacksonville 2 days earlier. That's a photograph of Mr. Rashad Murphy in a Walmart on June 21st that you will see in the evidence in Jacksonville, where he bought a burner phone, and he's wearing the same clothes or clothes that are consistent in appearance to the Glock shooter, the person with the Glock switch shooter. You can see he's carrying it. You can see the similarities in the belt. You can see the similarities in the shoes. And you can see he's carrying it in his left hand, which is confirmed through investigation he is left-handed. The defendant's phone, 904-405-6748. This is a tower hit at 4:40 at the murder scene. She identifies herself as being in that Chevy Cruze, but you don't even need her own words. You can see it in this evidence. She's in that Chevy Cruze, providing the critical last second intelligence to the shooters, to the assault team, as they drive out of the parking lot. Those shooters, when they came around the corner, and the evidence will show, directed their fire directly at the passenger side of that Charger. They knew exactly where Charles Jones was. Now, this is 7/6. This is a couple weeks later. This would be 13 days later. This is the defendant, and she's messaging from that Ooh, That's Red Instagram account with Tarnisha. You keep telling me to wait a week. That's why I've been sitting. She's talking about Mr. Chance, and she's sitting at his house. The person she's messaging, just have them bring you tomorrow. Okay, why wait a week? Down at the bottom, to make sure no police sitting around before I go there. Did you get your phone? No, the lady said, the detective said we have to wait, but until his charge dropped. But that's weird. It was only resisting arrest. So Mr. Chance had been arrested for resisting arrest, and they had obtained during a search warrant of that house, they had obtained the defendant's phone, and this is about her getting her phone back. Ms. Tarnisha responds, oh, July 6th, well, let them keep that phone. And Ooh, That's Red, this defendant texts back or messages back, yes, that's what I said, laughing my ass off, LMAO. It was a whole different one. Oh, well. Okay, now this is later, July 9th. Police here looking for you. The defendant messages back. Where are they at now? Waiting. Outside. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. She texts back, WYM. I don't see them no more. And then the defendant, not text, messages back. They somewhere waiting, probably. So what is that all about? Why is she saying it's a whole different one? She's saying that because 2.5 days.
Overruled. Go ahead.
2.5 days after this murder, after getting back to Jacksonville, you're going to find from the evidence that this defendant goes and gets a whole new phone. And she gets rid of the phone that she's had for years.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, okay?
All right.
Very good. Everyone's present, so let's go ahead and bring the jury back now, all right? So, defense will do their opening, and then we'll take our lunch recess. Okay, thank you. Everyone have a seat. And Mr. Harmon, you may continue.
Please report. So the defendant disposes of her phone that she has had for years, the same phone that she and Isaiah Chance were utilizing to convey intelligence and information on the whereabouts of Charles Jones through the assault team, a phone that to this day has never been found or located. You will hear in this evidence that this defendant did everything that she could in the days after this murder to protect herself and to defend and protect the conspiracy that she was part of. On July 9th of 24, 2 detectives, homicide detectives, Aaron Campbell and Juan Ramos, the lead detective in this case from the Tampa Police Department's homicide unit, travel to Jacksonville, and they meet with this defendant at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You'll see a video recording of their interview of her. The first thing they do is read her rights, and they ensure that she understands her rights, and she says she does. And then they start interviewing her, and she immediately starts lying to the police. Lying to them.
Again, Mr. Harmon, just you need to phrase it that you believe the evidence will show. Okay? Overruled.
And the facts in this case and the evidence, that video will demonstrate to you.
Sure. We'll move. Strike the word lying.
Okay.
Rephrase, Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Your Honor. The evidence will show that she makes statements to the police that are false, multiple statements. The evidence will show she lies to them over and over and over in this interview. She lies about her knowledge of these gangs. She lies about her knowledge of who Julio Foolio is. And you're going to see in the evidence that not only does she know who he is, she's known who he is for years. She has animosity towards him. You'll see that in the evidence. But she lies about simple facts that are easily rebutted. Namely, she lies about knowing this guy, Sean Gathright, the individual whose house she left from to come to Tampa, the individual who was driving the Chevy Impala that she was sitting in for almost 3.5 hours driving to Tampa on the 22nd, the individual who was best friends with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. She's shown that photograph. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. And you will see in the evidence that these lies are nonchalant lies. Her demeanor with these homicide detectives. They show her video. They show her all this video. And in the middle of this litany of lies that's coming out of her mouth, there's a couple little kernels of truth. Namely, she identifies herself in the teaser's video in the parking lot with Isaiah Chance wearing the mask. She identifies herself in the Truth 18 video. She identifies herself, like I said earlier, at the McDonald's in the Chevy Cruze. But she doesn't know who Davion Murphy is. They ask her, well, who is this guy? How did he end up driving this car that you're in? I don't know. Now, on the 26th of June, this is in Jacksonville. This is Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They pull that 4Runner over, Sean Gathright driving, and they pull him over for a traffic infraction. They get him out of the car, and they end up searching that 4Runner. And inside of the 4Runner, they find several items: Glock magazines, a Glock extended magazine, components for AR-15 rifles, including a brace, magazine holders, ammunition, and a box full of empty .223 and 5.56 shell casings. Now, you're going to hear in the evidence, if you're not already aware of this, that a 5.56 rifle, an AR rifle, can shoot .223 ammunition. They're almost interchangeable. And there's multiple empty casings in this box. They also find these two boxes, each containing 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Max Tech, on the top of the cartridge casings, on the head stamp, where the primer is MXT for Max Tech. That is the exact same ammunition as the 9mm shell casings found in the crime scene. All of those shell casings found, and there was 31 of them found outside of the home to suites. They're all Max Tech, all the same ammunition, the same as is ammunition found in Mr. Gathwright's vehicle. And I'll come back to that. These shell casings, 223 5.56, those shell casings are later provided to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which is a statewide agency here in the state of Florida that maintains crime laboratories throughout the state. We have one right here, a regional laboratory here in Tampa, and there's one in Jacksonville, and they're both involved in this case. And they are submitted to the firearms section, to firearms analysts, who analyze those shell casings, comparing them to the shell casings from the October 7th attack on Charles Jones, where he was shot in the leg. And they are fired from the same weapon. The analyst will tell you. They were fired from the same weapon. She will tell you that was shell casings. She examines them microscopically and compares them and looks at markings that are left on the shell casings, markings that are left by the breech face of the gun, by the extractor ejectors inside the firearms, and by primer shear, as it's called, when the primer goes off. And by primer, talking about this little dot here in the middle of the gun, the firing pin hits, causing a very teeny explosion that then ignites the gunpowder inside the shell casing, the gunpowder that sits behind the bullet, and pushes it out. She examines all of those areas, and she came to the conclusion those were fired from the same gun that was used to attack Charles Jones on October 7th in Jacksonville. Sean Gathwright's house. There's the 4Runner. A search warrant is executed on that house in the days after this murder. And one of the things they find in the sink in water is all this torn up packaging. And when they start looking at the packaging, it's all firearm related. That is a 6-hour Romeo 05 package. These are Magpul, which is a firearms manufacturer of components for AR-15 rifles, also manufacturer of magazines. They find basically an arsenal within this house. And what they determined from their search is that Sean Gathright, was the weapons man on this team. He is the man that provided the AR-15 5.56 caliber rifle and the AR-15 300 blackout rifle in this attack. There are ammo boxes full of 300 blackout and 5.56 ammunition. In this safe, they find multiple weapons to include rifles and brass catchers. That is a brass catcher. It has a wire structure with netting or mesh And it's designed to be fitted onto a rifle where when the shell is ejecting, like I said earlier, the casings remain in that mesh. And in this mesh, this detached brass catcher, they found 2 9mm shell casings that somehow worked their way in there. Those shell casings are Max Tech ammunition, the same kind of ammunition that's found in this defendant's, Mr. Gathwright's Forerunner. Those shell casings are submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, to the firearms section for analysis, and they're analyzed, and they're compared to a shell casing from our crime scene, and the firearms examiner will tell you they were fired from the same weapon, a Glock firearm. That weapon was not recovered in this case. It was never found. They find this rifle, .300 Blackout, with the brass catcher attached. And when I say brass, brass, if you don't already know, you'll hear in the evidence, is a common term for shell casings. Once they're fired and they come out of the gun, it's called brass. It's just a common way of referring to those. And so the brass catcher is still attached to this firearm. And you see it on the opposite side. This firearm is also located, this 5.56, and that brass catcher, as I said, had been detached already. There are multiple magazines located, and loaded magazines. Those are loaded with .300 Blackout 30 caliber rounds. Ammo boxes, this is back at the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, where this ammunition was inventoried after collection from Mr. Gathwright's house. And you can see all of the different type of ammunition he had. Now, July 27th, that individual sitting in the rain, kneeling there at gunpoint, is Isaiah Chance. Officers arrived at that residence, his residence, and placed him under arrest for the murder in this case. And there is the defendant being brought out of the same house where she was with Mr. Chance. Davion Murphy, this is after his arrest months later, after being dragged out of an apartment in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, why am I showing you this photograph of the defendant? This is the defendant. This is Miss Andrews.
Completely different there. Look, she like
in the interview.
She liked that picture. She's like, I look good, don't I? She's like, look at that. Yeah, that's a good picture of me. Look at her. She saw herself and started smiling.
In the interview with the officers, in the very beginning of the interview, the officers are asking her about Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend. Isaiah Chance's street name, gang name, and social media name is Gutta, or Gutta Man, Gudda. And they're calling him Gutta. And this is the defendant's response in the interview. Why are you calling him that? Why are you calling him Gutta? Like, you're idiots. Why are you calling him Gutta? Saying those words.
Okay, again, Mr. Harmon, just keep your statements
That's
as
a
far as...
misstatement of evidence, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That's a misstatement of evidence.
Okay, well, when the jury, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I told you, what the attorneys say in the opening statement is not the evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. They're just telling you what they believe the evidence will be. You will be the ultimate decision makers regarding the evidence and any weight that it carries, okay? All right, go ahead.
The evidence will show that as those words are leaving her lips, tattooed on her body, underneath her clothes, is the name Gutta. Not only on her chest, but on her neck. Over the next week, the state of Florida, through the evidence that we will present to you, we will drag this conspiracy out of the darkness of the early morning hours. We will drag it into this courtroom for everyone to see, for everyone to know its evil and sinister and murderous nature. It will be exposed, and there will be no masks for this defendant to wear to hide from the state's evidence. The truth in this case, the truth will be clear, crystal clear, at the end of the state's case. There will be no Uber drivers waiting to whisk Miss Andrews away to avoid your verdict when you find her guilty of conspiring with these 4 men, and guilty as a principal to first-degree murder. And folks, the state's evidence will let every single one of you know deep in your hearts that that is the truth, that she conspired in this wicked and despicably evil, cold-blooded murder, that she followed this man, watched him, encouraged her co-defendants by her actions and words, tried to find lodging, that she assisted in every way, and then, after the fact, did everything she could to defend this conspiracy. At the end of this case, there will be no doubts in your minds. There were discussions in the last couple of days about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state's case will prove to you clearly, beyond any doubt, that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, that she sits over here in this courtroom right now, is guilty of conspiring and committing first-degree murder.
All right, defense, you wish to make an opening statement at this time? Pardon me? Okay.
Bar. All right. The defense getting ready to make the
Go ahead and take a minute. 40, and the defense.
Hold on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 11:40, and the defense is to be given the same amount of time as the state in their opening statement if they wish. So because of that, as opposed to making you all wait to go eat lunch, we're going to go ahead and take an early lunch, and then when we come back at 12:40, it's going to be 1 hour lunch recess, then we will pick up with the defendant's opening statement, okay? All right, so just remember my previous instructions not to...
Gotcha. Oh, they bring her in the cuffs? Oh, they bring her in court with cuffs and stuff? Yikes. All right, so they went to lunch, but they're coming back.
Your Honor, Ms. Doherty had text. She's in the building. She said, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is the defense opening statement now. That's about to happen.
So since you...
Now, for me, I think the defense going to have to try to prove that all along the way, she was being held hostage, basically. And she was in fear for her life. And she went along and she lied and all that. And then the tattoo, she got the man tattooed on her, right? So now they're going to have to say he forced her to get the tattoo, and that was part of his way of controlling her by forcing her to get the... I want to see how they're going to try to pull this off, man. So let's see what the evidence show. But let's hear the defense opening statement.
All right.
Jury.
Okay, Mr. Malcolm, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're not just here to deliver a verdict. You are here to right a wrong. And so are we. There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. 1, on the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, with only one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. 5, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. 6, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews. I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here? We're here because of the perception of the facts of one man, Detective Juan Ramos. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perception is not reality. Detective Juan Ramos is the lead detective on this case. Let me tell you a bit about him. Detective Juan Ramos had only worked homicide for about 4 months when he got this case. Became a homicide detective in February. This murder happened in June. His first time as a lead detective on the case, and he lands perhaps one of the biggest homicide cases that the Tampa Police Department has seen in a while. Not by any merit, not by something he did to deserve it, simply luck of the draw. The Tampa Police Department handles 40 to 60 homicides a year, and they put their detectives in rotation. And so, luck of the draw, Detective Ramos gets this case. He shows up to the scene, speaks to a couple of his fellow officers and begins to talk to witnesses, gathers some information about evidence and what have you. But his first big break in the case came when he got some intel from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office advised him that perhaps a man named Rashad Murphy and a man named Isaiah Chance might have something to do with his homicide. His second big break came when he ran a bullet through, and I say a bullet. The ATF gathered 30 of the 31 bullets left. He had one bullet. Look at the draw. Ran this one bullet through their system that kind of, and it's a shell casing, not a bullet, a shell casing. It has a fingerprint. Once the firing pin strikes the casing, it leaves like a fingerprint, a distinct marking. And he gets a hit that alerts him to the fact that there were other fingerprints matching 5 shootings in Jacksonville prior. So now he has the idea that the shooters might have come from Jacksonville. After that, he proceeds to gather intel like information from license plate readers. Then he starts looking at cell phone data records. Then he uses that information to piece some other things together that leads him to a few spots in town. An Airbnb, a McDonald's, a strip club called Teasers, and a club called Truth 18. And you saw some of the video footage. When Detective Ramos first gets this Airbnb video, he sees Alicia Andrews at the front door and surmises that because he sees no one else go in, Alicia Andrews must have let them in the back door. But deception is not reality. He sees Alicia Andrews at the McDonald's with no mask, and then sees her at the club, in the parking lot of the club Teasers with the mask, and surmises that she must have had the mask on to cover her face at Teasers because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. But perception is not reality. Again, he sees Alicia Andrews with her boyfriend at Club Truth 18 walking with the mask on, surmising once again because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's, but did have a mask on as she walked towards the club. She attempted to conceal her identity with that mask at Truth 18. Ladies and gentlemen, perception is not reality. It's just some human decision. Reality, however, is immovable. And we're going to talk about Alicia's reality in just a moment when I tell you what really happened. But with all of this intelligence, all of this assumption, all of this surmise, Detective Juan Ramos goes and gets Alicia Andrews and brings her into an interrogation room. And he begins to present to her what he calls evidence and tell her what his perception of the evidence is, as if it is reality. But it's simply not. What really happened in this case is Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. But before we talk about the trip, let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. Alicia, high school graduate, did really well in school, well enough to apply to college and get accepted at Bethune-Cookman University.
Yes, come on up. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alicia's reality. High school graduate, good student. Applied to and was accepted to Bethune-Cookman University, right there in Daytona, not too far from home. But chose not to go to stay close to home and instead went to tech school, become an esthetician, does hair, not hair, but eyelashes, makeup, nails, skincare, that kind of thing. She was a substitute teacher whom parents trusted with their children, even children who had some special needs and disabilities. This was Alicia. While in school, Alicia Andrews. The state reminded me that I have to use her first and last name.
Objection. Improper.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. So that's the general rule in court. Last names only, okay, for everybody. All right, thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Alicia Andrews, while in school, befriended the sister of Isaiah Chance. They ran in the same social circles in high school, and through that process, Isaiah Chance became familiar with her, and she with him. And he reached out to her via direct message, and they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And, I mean, you know, Isaiah Chance, tall, slender, handsome fella, captivating, charismatic. Alicia liked him. He liked her. So she thought. She would learn through their tumultuous, on-again, off-again relationship that perception is not always reality, and Isaiah Chance just really wasn't the guy she thought he was. You heard about the tattoos, sure. Young lady, liking a boy in high school who, to her, was just a rapper. Not a gangster, not some street code name. Gutter was Isaiah's rap name. So Alicia Andrews got her boyfriend's rap name tattooed on her. The tattoo that she wasn't supposed to have, just like the relationship with Isaiah Chance, but it happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes he could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she'd have to suffer serious consequences if she upset him. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again, off again time period. They decide to take this trip. There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection? Come on up.
On sidebar.
So Tampa. So Tampa it is. Isaiah doesn't follow this young lady on Instagram. I'm not sure if you know how the Instagram thing works with direct messages, but when you DM somebody, if you're not a follower, direct message someone, if you're not a follower, the message just sits in the request, kind of waiting for the person to approve the message you intend to send. So Isaiah Chance doesn't follow this woman who does half-offs for Airbnbs and asks Miss Andrews to reach out to the woman whom Miss Andrews does follow and ask her to see if she can hook up an Airbnb for the weekend. Miss Andrews does. Gets on her Instagram and says, hey, half-offs, ask for availability in response. She says, or ask for time in response, and she says, let's do it this weekend. She says, how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Mr. or Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space, for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does. Alicia Andrews did not know that somebody else books the Airbnb. She was out of the loop. Nonetheless, Airbnb booked on the way to Tampa. Isaiah Chance, and you saw the video, before he picks up Alicia Andrews, stops by Sean Gatewright's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process, not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. And Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gatewright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat, on her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gatewright. While the 2 men in front get out of the car, Miss Andrews is in the back still on her phone. The gentlemen get out of the car, go inside the Airbnb. Miss Andrews then later gets out the car a few minutes after, goes to the front door. You saw it in the video, knocks on the door, and waits for someone to let her in. Now, when Detective Juan Ramos sees the video of Miss Andrews at the door, he perceives that Miss Andrews must have been the one who let the people who let her in the Airbnb because they don't see anybody else go in before her. Not the case. And the evidence will show you that. Alicia Andrews knocked on the door for the first time ever, approaching the Airbnb for the first time ever, let in by someone who was already in the Airbnb. She did not walk in the Airbnb and unlock a back door to let people come in to avoid being captured by the Ring camera. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Once inside the Airbnb, Ms. Andrews goes upstairs, takes the laundry off the bed, the linen off the bed, puts it in the washing machine downstairs, and goes back upstairs. And so she's washing the bed linen and upstairs on her TikTok, on her phone, TikToking or whatever it is, talking to her sister via text message and talking to Mr. Chance's mother about how to operate the washing machine. And so she's upstairs the entire time before they leave to go to McDonald's. Alicia Andrews does not know who's coming in and out downstairs, doesn't know that there's a Rashad Murphy coming by, a Davion Murphy showing up, no clue. When it's time to go to McDonald's, though, she finds out. When it's time to go to McDonald's, she comes downstairs, and Mr. Chance gives her the keys and says, hey, go get in the car. And of course she does. She goes and gets in the passenger seat of the silver Cruise that you saw in the video, expecting that Mr. Chance would join her in the driver's seat and take her to get food. However, that's not what happens. Mr. Davion Murphy, big guy, listed at about 5'9", 215 pounds, burly-looking fella, a little gruff, comes outside and makes Mr. Chance get in the back seat, and he hops in the front seat, and he drives the Cruise to the McDonald's. And you see Davion Murphy in the driver's seat, Alicia Andrews in the passenger seat, and Isaiah Chance is in the back. Now, in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos tells Alicia Andrews that she must not be wearing a mask at the clubs to conceal, she must be wearing the masks at the club to conceal her identity because she's not wearing the mask at the McDonald's. But the reality is, Alicia Andrews thought that it was just going to be her and her boyfriend. No reason to wear the health mask, the medical mask. Then she didn't know that Davion Murphy was going to bum rush the ride and take control of the driver's seat, let alone did she expect Isaiah Chance to let him do so. So she's caught without a mask unexpectedly. Davion's in the video, you see him smoking and puffing, and Alicia wants to say something, but she can't because she's afraid to say something to this guy who just bogarted the Cruise, made her man get in the back seat, and took over. She won't say anything. Not because she was trying to hide herself. She didn't say anything because she was scared. Not because she wanted the guy to smoke in her face, because she was scared. They get back to the Airbnb, and a few hours later, they head out again. Go to Club Teasers. Now they're in the Cruise again, and Isaiah Chance is driving. Now the state asserts that because Isaiah Chance is driving and Alicia Andrews is right next to him while Isaiah Chance is on her phone, Alicia must have heard everything Isaiah said. They got that from Juan Ramos. But that's a bad assumption because there's...
Anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this are just the opening statements. The attorneys are telling you what they believe the evidence will be. That's all that it is, their belief. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a bad assumption because there's no way of knowing. Although the cell phone data shows that that line was open and there was communication between the two phones, there's no way of knowing whether Isaiah Chance was the talker or the listener. And even if Isaiah Chance was the talker, there's no way to know whether he was using explicit language that Alicia Andrews could understand. So, when in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos asks Alicia Andrews what Isaiah Chance was saying, and she says, I don't know. It was the truth. She didn't know. And there is no evidence whatsoever to the contrary. When they get to the club and they get out, Detective Ramos assumes that Alicia Andrews allows Isaiah Chance to use her phone. That's not the case. When Isaiah Chance says, give me the phone, she knows this it's in her best interest to give him the phone. And so she does. Isaiah Chance uses Ms. Andrews' phone all the time, whenever he wants. Nothing new, nothing strange whatsoever to Ms. Andrews. Give me your phone, here's the phone. So he asks for the code to unlock the phone, and Ms. Andrews gives him the code to unlock the phone. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing suspicious about this at all. And you see them walking, and conspicuously you'll note that though there's an assertion that all the defendants in this murder conspired together, coordinated together, one stands out. When you see them in the video at Truth 18 and Teasers, you see that Isaiah Chance is dressed in all black, face covered with the health mask, hoodie on. You see Alicia Andrews not dressed in all black, mask on, face completely exposed. When you see the video of the shooters at the hotel, all dressed in black, from head to toe. Rashad Murphy and Sean Gabriel. Everybody's coordinated, dressed in black, covered from head to toe. Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gabriel. All of them except Alicia. She wasn't in the loop. Then they walk up to the club. You see them go out of camera, then go back to the car, and they leave. Now, the state says that everywhere they went, they were following Charles Jones. As a matter of fact, the state even said Alicia was driving. Said that twice. Alicia Andrews doesn't even have a driver's license, doesn't even know how to drive. Never drove. Was never in control of the situation. She was a passenger in a car. Her boyfriend drove, in her mind, to get some food and to go to a few clubs in Tampa. She had one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. No mission to do anything to Mr. Charles Jones, be with her boyfriend. But the state says, and Detective Ramos said it too, that Alicia Andrews, if she wasn't a part of the conspiracy, should have stayed in the car. Could have stayed in the car. But at the same time, the state tells you that Mr. Jones died in the car, caged. He was a sitting duck in a car. So, of course, when Isaiah Chance gets out of the car in the middle of the night, Alicia Andrews knows better than to just stay in the car. She came with her boyfriend, intends to be with her boyfriend, gets out with her boyfriend, and walks to the club with her boyfriend. She didn't stay in the car like a sitting duck, because bad things can happen to you when you sit in the car in the parking lot. That's it. That's all. No evidence whatsoever suggesting that Alicia Andrews was on some surveillance mission. As a matter of fact, there's no indication that Isaiah Chance needed her help to survey anything. When walking, you'll see Alicia Andrews is farthest away from the club. Both clubs. No indication whatsoever that Alicia Andrews was on some kind of surveillance team, surveillance mission. She wasn't even dressed like the rest of the alleged conspirators. Alicia Andrews tells Detective Ramos this, but he says, no, what are you doing there? You must be stalking. You must be surveying. And she tells him that that's just not the case. I'm with my boyfriend. She says it over and over again. I'm just with my boyfriend. As a matter of fact, in that interrogation room, every time Detective Ramos asks her questions about herself, she's forthcoming and truthful. He tells her she has the right to remain silent. She doesn't exercise that right. She tells him exactly what he wants to know when he asks her questions about her. For example, in the interview, Detective Ramos asks, is that you in the car? Without hesitation. He says, yeah, that's me. Another truthful statement. Do you know the guy who drove you to McDonald's? No, she doesn't know him. Just showed up at the Airbnb that night. You guys went to some clubs? Yeah. Couldn't get in, though. And the reason why they didn't go in is because they didn't like the price. They asked the bouncer how much, didn't like the price, didn't go in. Do you remember the clubs that you went to? Not really. Is that you and Zay as they walk to the parking lot? Isaiah, they call him Zay. Is that you and Zay? Yeah. Is he using your phone? Yeah. Who was he talking to on the phone? I don't know. At the McDonald's, was Isaiah in the backseat? Yeah. Every time Detective Ramos asks Ms. Andrews a question, she's honest, forthcoming, not trying to hide anything. It's just the truth. However, Detective Ramos doesn't like the truth. He gets upset, starts yelling at Alicia, starts cussing at Alicia, starts telling Alicia that she's going to die in jail, starts telling Alicia that her parents are going to die and she'll never get to see them, tell Alicia Andrews that she'll never be able to see her baby again, all because his perception doesn't fit her reality, and he won't let her reality change his perception. But the reality is Alicia Andrews had one agenda, and this group had an entirely different agenda. You'll see. You'll see that there was no instance in time where Alicia Andrews did anything to contribute to this conspiracy. As the state spoke to you, spoke quite a while. Never once did they say that Alicia Andrews did anything like touch a gun, touch an extended clip, touch a brass catcher, none of that. You won't find any physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. You think that being a part of this big conspiracy, at least one time, ex-boyfriend or somebody in the group said, hey, hold this gun. Hey, give me that magazine. Hey, what about the brass catcher? Not one time. No physical evidence, no DNA supporting any assertion that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's almost as if Alicia Andrews was not necessary for the trip. Plain as day. It's true. These guys did not need Alicia Andrews to commit murder. No. Alicia Andrews did not know these guys intended to commit murder. No. No evidence whatsoever, except for Alicia Andrews came to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. The group, all of them in the group, made their phones go ghost, except Alicia Andrews. All of them wore all black attire. Not Alicia Andrews. If the state's right, all of them went in the back door of the Airbnb. Not Alicia Andrews. All of them brought guns to the party, except Alicia Andrews. It was Alicia Andrews the entire time who had one agenda and one alone, that to be with her boyfriend, never in a group of guys who conspired to kill Charles Jones if the state is right. I want you to stay focused throughout this trial. While the state spoke, it talked a lot about Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Seth Gaithright, or Sean Gaithright, whichever one. But the styling of this case is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Stay focused. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there's not one single shred of evidence that supports the state's claim that Alicia Andrews conspired to kill Charles Jones, let alone did anything to further such conspiracy. You'll listen to the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look for it. You'll look to see the action that Alicia took to further this conspiracy. You'll hear the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look to see evidence that Alicia Andrews knew something about this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones, but you won't see it. What you will learn is that Alicia Andrews had absolutely no knowledge that these four boys conspired to kill Charles Jones. And the reason she had no knowledge is because she was not in that group. She was never in the loop because she was never in the group. Despite all of the evidence, all of the technology, cell phone records, license plate readers, DNA catchers, fingerprints, agencies like JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, Tampa Police Department, ATF, all of these agencies, all of this technology, none of it will render one shred of evidence to prove that case. It's kind of like what Isaac Asimov said when he said that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to the evidence in this case. Be the wisdom, right the wrong, and render the only verdict that the facts and the law in this case supports. That Alicia Andrews, not only beyond a reasonable doubt, is not guilty. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. And render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malcolm. All right, State is going to be your first witness.
That was pretty short. They wanted the same amount of time, and that's what you had. I mean, hey, he must know this case ain't that. He don't got a strong case. He ain't even. I mean, bro, all right. So I hear his side. I'm not convinced, bro. I'm not convinced, bro, because I don't think you helping your case, especially when he said the part about the mask. So you saying that she didn't have the mask on because she thought she was just going to be with her and her boyfriend. Well, that, you messed up right there, because when she driving around with her boyfriend, following Julio Foolio all over Florida, she had a mask on and she knew she was just going to be with her boyfriend. Uh-oh. Explain that. Why you got a mask on if it's just you and your boyfriend? You know it's just going to be you and him in that car. Why you got a mask on? Okay. Right. So, yeah. All that stuff they talk about, man, good luck. Good luck, sir. All right.
Aaliyah Auburn. Okay, very good.
First witness coming up.
Actually, go ahead, raise your right hand. Actually, don't do that. Stop 1 moment. Step over here, and then I'm going to send the jury out momentarily. Okay, I'll be right back, I promise. Be real quick.
All right.
Is identity, nature of this case. Okay, very good. All right, the state has requested there are certain witnesses due to the nature of this case that do not want their identities broadcast over or to be filmed. So this would be one of those witnesses. So I would ask that any of the media in here do not broadcast the witness's identity, including taking still photos of her. Okay? All right.
Safety is definitely a concern here with these individuals doing this type of murder. Okay, so safety is definitely a concern. I get it.
Very good. So, actually, I'm going to have the jury come back in, and then we'll swear you in. And okay, that's fine. That's fine. Ms. Albright, go ahead and have a seat right here in the witness stand. We'll just wait. And then as soon as the jury comes in, I'll have you sworn in front of the jury.
Your friend Typha McCrae.
We're just gonna hang out.
Taking too long.
Miss Albright, is that a photograph of Typha? Still living in Jacksonville?
A little bit.
Jacksonville, Florida.
I got impatient. I skipped some. It should be good around.
All right, very good. Ms. Albright, if you would please raise your right hand, and the clerk right here is going to swear you in.
You swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, and you got to make sure that you speak in the microphone so that you can be heard. I can tell you're a little bit soft-spoken. So, all right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Andrews.
Miss Albright, what city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, Florida? Mm-hmm. How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
My whole life.
How old are you now?
22.
I'm going to ask you about some events that occurred the weekend starting on June 21st of 2024, that Friday. Do you remember that weekend?
Yes.
And on that weekend, did you have any travel plans?
Yes.
And at that time, back in 2024, you were still living in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you going to go that weekend?
To Tampa.
Who were you going to go to Tampa with?
My friend, two of my friends.
And what was your friends' names?
Taifa and Camille.
Okay. And when you say Taifa, are you referring to Taifa McCrae?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been marked for identification, States Exhibit 27. Have I already shown you this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of the way Taifa McCrae looked back in June of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Miss Albright, is that a photograph of Taifa McCrae?
Yes.
Do you actually recognize the outfit that he's wearing? And I'm going to scroll this up a little bit so that you can see all of it. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Is that what he was wearing that weekend?
Yes.
Let's go back to the Friday, June 21st of 2024. You said that you were coming down to Tampa with two friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was the other friend that you had mentioned that was coming to Tampa with you?
Camilla.
And is her last name Bentley? Would that be Camilla Bentley?
Yeah.
How do you know Camilla Bentley?
I met her through somebody. I met her through one of my friends.
How long had you known Camilla Bentley before June of 2024?
Probably a year.
What was the nature of your relationship with Camilla Bentley?
We were just friends. We just hang out time to time.
And what about Mr. McCrae? How do you know Taifa McCrae?
I know him through a friend also.
How long had you known Mr. McCrae?
I've known him a few years.
And what was the plan when you came to Tampa? What were you guys going to do together?
We were just going to hang out, have fun, go to some clubs. That was really it.
Have you ever heard of a person that was a rapper in Jacksonville by the name of Julio Foolio?
Yes.
Do you know what his real name is?
Yeah.
What's his real name?
Charles.
And do you know his last name as well?
Jones.
Is there any relationship between your friend Taifa McCrae and Charles Jones, the victim in this case?
Yeah, they're cousins, if I'm not mistaken.
Did any of your plans in Tampa involve Charles Jones, the rapper known as Julio Foolio?
Yeah.
What was going to happen in Tampa that weekend of June 21st of 2024?
I think he had performed somewhere, or he had like to show up at a club or something like that.
And going back again to that day on Friday, who were you traveling to Tampa with?
Taifa and Camille.
How were you getting to Tampa? How did you get to Tampa?
Taifa's car.
Where did he pick you up at?
Camilla's house.
And did he drive both you and Camilla Bentley to Tampa?
Yes.
When did you get to Tampa, Florida?
Friday night, I think. Friday night, by like 9, I think.
Where did you stay when you got to Tampa?
Airbnb.
Had you been to Tampa before then?
Yeah.
Did you know, were you familiar with the area at the Airbnb that you were staying at?
No.
Could you today even say what the address of that Airbnb
I have
was?
no idea.
Can you tell us what type of Airbnb it was?
A house, and I think it had a pool. I think it had like 2 or 3 bedrooms.
Was there anyone else staying at that Airbnb in Tampa with you besides Camilla Bentley and Taifa McCrae?
Yes.
Who else was staying at the Airbnb?
A few of Taifa friends, Julio friends.
What about Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? Was he there as well?
Yeah.
Were you also staying at that Airbnb the whole weekend? Was that the plan?
No, they had booked a different house. So it was 2 different Airbnbs.
You said 2 different houses. So one Airbnb for Friday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And one for Saturday.
And one for Saturday. Did you go to another Airbnb on Saturday night?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The following day?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know the address of the Airbnb that you stayed at the following day?
No.
And we're now talking about the Saturday, June 22nd of 2024.
Yeah, I don't know neither of the addresses. I don't even remember where they were at.
I want to ask you who all went to the second Airbnb?
Everybody.
And when you say everybody, are you referring to all of the people that you previously have stated were at the Airbnb on Friday?
Yes.
So can you just list them for us again, who they are?
Taifa, Camilla, Julio, and I think like 2 of his friends, 2 of Julio's friends.
So there were additional people there besides your group and Charles Jones?
Yeah.
Were there any parties or celebrations that were planned for that Saturday on June 22nd of 2024?
Yeah.
What was going on?
Julio had a pool party.
Was there, when you say you had a pool party, was it just for the people that you have now mentioned, or were other people
coming?
coming?
It was a whole bunch of people there.
How many people you say was at that pool party at the time when most people were there?
The house was full, so probably like 50 people, maybe 30 people.
And did you recognize some of the people in the party?
I knew a couple of them.
And where were they from?
Jacksonville.
And of the ones that you knew, do you know what their names are?
Their nicknames.
Nicknames. I want to ask you a little bit about the nicknames, okay? You said that you have grown up in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And you said that you knew Charles Jones as Julio Foolio, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Were you familiar with what he did in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he post a lot of music to social media?
Yeah.
And what was he known for in Jacksonville?
Rapping.
Rapping. Are you familiar with the term drill rapping?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you, were you familiar with what gang that he was associated with or a member of?
Yeah.
And what was the name of that?
I don't know the name. I just know it goes by like side of towns.
The side of town. So there are different areas of the town that gangs are associated with. Mm-hmm. Okay. So going back to that party, did you see any other rappers or people that made music at the party?
No, I kind of stayed in the room. I didn't really interact with everybody.
Why were you at that party?
Because I was staying there.
Okay. Who were you more associated with the group in Jacksonville?
Say it one more time.
Were you friends with Charles Jones? Did you hang out with him at the party?
I didn't really hang out with him, no. I don't do big crowds of people, so I just stayed in the room.
Okay. And Taifa McCrae, is he the person that you considered your friend in that group?
Yeah.
And other than Taifa McCrae and Camilla Bentley, was there anyone else there that you were very close with?
No.
At some point, what did you do during that day at that Airbnb?
Saturday?
Yes, ma'am.
Like during the day?
Yes.
I went to the mall and the liquor store. Nothing else really.
And then what time did the party at the Airbnb start?
At nighttime, sometime probably like 8 or 9, 10 maybe.
What happened at the Airbnb at some point?
It got shut down. We got kicked out because I guess whoever the owner of the Airbnb was didn't want to party there or something like that. It was too many people on the Ring camera. I think that's what they said.
And who shut down the party?
The police came.
Prior to the police coming, even though there were too many people there, was there anything unusual that happened at that Airbnb where Charles Jones was celebrating his birthday?
No.
After the party got shut down, where did you go?
We went straight to the clubs after that.
Okay. And were those the clubs where you said that Charles Jones had some kind of promos?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We went to a few clubs, so I'm not exactly sure which one we went to first. I think it was like the second or third one where he had to like come at.
Okay. And so do you know the name of the clubs?
No, I don't remember the names of none of the clubs.
Who did you go to the clubs with?
Camilla and Taifa.
And what vehicle did you go in?
Taifa's.
Was there other people in your group from the Airbnb going to the clubs at the same time?
I think so, yeah.
What about Charles Jones? Was he going to the clubs?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you know who he was in a car with?
Two of his friends, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And do you remember what kind of car that he was driving?
Charger.
And what color?
Black.
And then do you remember whether or not Charles Jones had a girlfriend that was at the Airbnb?
Yeah, she came that night.
On Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
Mm-hmm.
What was her name? Do you know her name?
Mani. I'm not sure if that's her real name or not,
But you remember that his girlfriend did show up, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did she also go in a separate vehicle to the clubs?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many people were in her car?
I think she had one of her friends with her.
And did the cars go together to the club or separately?
Well, the first club we went separately because I think we left before them because they had to like get all their stuff. But we eventually ended up meeting at the club.
Okay. And how long would you say that you were at the first club?
I really don't remember.
Had you been doing any drinking that night?
Yes, I was.
How much had you had to drink, would you say, before you went to the clubs while you were at the pool party?
A decent amount.
And let me ask you this, did you feel like you were intoxicated at all?
I was definitely intoxicated.
Could you still walk on your own?
Oh, yeah.
Did you still understand what was going on?
Yeah.
And again, prior to leaving to the clubs, had there been any sort of incidents, fighting, or any kind of thing that would give you concern?
No.
And you said that the first club, the whole group went, is that correct?
Yeah.
And there were 3 vehicles?
Yeah.
Were there other people from Jacksonville that eventually went to that club as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure which club they came to, but yeah, it was.
Okay. And you already said, I think, that you don't know how long you stayed at that club.
Yeah, I don't remember. We went to, I think, over 3 clubs. I don't know how long we were at each club.
At any club, whether it was the first one, second one, did you have any issue in the clubs?
No.
Did you see whether or not Charles Jones had any issues with anyone in either of those clubs?
No.
And at some point, what happened after you guys were done in the clubs?
We had to find somewhere to stay. We didn't have nowhere to stay anymore.
What happened? Where did you go?
A hotel.
Do you remember what hotel you went to?
Home to be, I think, Holiday. It was 2 connected to each other.
You said Home to. Could it be Home to Suites? Does that sound right?
I think so. Yeah.
And then Holiday Inn. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How many cars went to the hotel?
3.
Is it the 3 cars that we've already talked about?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you get to the hotels?
I had to use the bathroom. I went and used the bathroom, and that's when all that happened outside, I guess.
When you said you went to go use the bathroom, had you guys checked in at that point?
No, I don't think we were able to get a room there. It was either booked or it was too late to get it or something.
And were you still in Taifa McCrae's house? Taifa McCrae's vehicle?
Yeah.
And who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Camilla.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 22B6. Did I ask you to look at this CD prior to coming to court today?
Yeah.
And did I also ask you to put initials on there so you could recognize it at a later time?
Yeah.
And does this States Exhibit 22B6, does it fairly and accurately depict the front of that hotel, Home to Suites, where you were at on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 22B6.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
You said that you went to several clubs, is that correct? Mm-hmm. How long would you say it took to get from one club to the next club?
I don't remember.
And at the second club, do you remember how long you were at that club?
No, I don't remember how long I was at none of the clubs. I don't know how far they are from each other. I don't remember none of that. Okay.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the monitor.
And if you need to step down, because it's a little hard because the screen is kind of parallel with
Oh, yeah,
you and
I can
so,
see. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. I just want to make sure you can see. And then if you have to point something out, Ms. Albritton, you're welcome to walk over to the screen and point out something if necessary, okay?
I'm going to pause it right there. Can you tell me, do you recognize the vehicles that are being depicted in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And I am going to ask you to step down for just 1 second, just so you can point to what vehicles and who are in each vehicle, if you know who's in the vehicle.
This is Julio's car, Monty's car, and this Tifa's car.
Okay. And when you say Monty, that's the girlfriend, is that correct? Does Armani Turner, does that sound correct, ma'am?
I don't know.
You don't know her name. Okay, we'll call her Monty then. And in the black Charger, that is the vehicle that you said Charles Jones is in. Is that correct? And then the very vehicle in the back is the vehicle that you are in with Tampa McRae.
Yes.
Who's driving? Okay. You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to play some more and have you watch it. So, Ms. Albrecht, at some point, there's a period of time where Charles Jones' vehicle and his girlfriend's vehicle is back, and Typha McRae's vehicle is gone for a little bit. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. What's going on when Typha McRae's vehicle is not following directly behind Charles Jones and his girlfriend's vehicle?
Monty was just driving a little crazy, so he didn't want to be close to her car, so he just stayed back.
And can you tell us who is getting out of the vehicles now?
Me and Typha.
Okay. And could you see where another person got into the driver's seat?
In the video?
Yes.
No.
So 1 second, I'm going to... Ms. Albrecht, I'm going to ask you to take a look at when Mr. McRae gets out of the vehicle. Do you kind of see somebody get into the driver's seat?
Oh, yeah.
Who is that?
Camilla.
Your friend, Ms. Camilla Bentley?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where are you going at this point?
To use the restroom.
Okay. How long are you in the restroom?
A couple minutes.
And what happens when you're in the restroom?
Nothing. As soon as I walked out the restroom, I just heard stuff outside.
What did you hear?
Shooting.
And when you heard shooting, what did you do?
I had stayed next to the lady at the front desk.
And had you seen, when you went to the restroom, where did Mr. McRae, Typha McRae, go?
He used the restroom too.
Okay. When you got out of the restroom, did you see him at all?
Yeah, like we walked out at like the same time.
And you said did you hear shooting while you were in the restroom or when you came out?
The restroom was like in a deep hallway, so I didn't really hear it till I got out of the hallway.
And when you heard the shooting, what was Typha McRae, was he already out of the restroom?
Yeah, we heard it at like the same time.
And what did he do?
He didn't do anything. We stayed in there and we heard it stop, but then it kept going. So when he heard it stop, he was going to walk out there, but it started going again, so he didn't go out there.
So I want to ask you said at some point you heard shooting and it stopped, and then it started again, correct? Mm-hmm. Do you know how much time elapsed, or can you estimate?
A few seconds, probably like 10 seconds, 10, 30 seconds.
And while you heard shooting, did you or Mr. McRae try to go outside into that parking lot where Charles Jones was parked?
No.
After the shooting happened, what did you do?
I called Camilla.
And why did you call Camilla Bentley?
Because I knew she was outside in the car, and it wasn't no cars out there, so I just called to see where she was at.
You said there were no cars outside, so at some point did you go and look to see?
No,
where
I could see it through the door. It was a clear door.
I'm going to go ahead and stop this. And you said that there was somebody working at the hotel, is that correct?
Yeah, a female.
And did she also hear the shooting?
Yeah, she had said something about if it was somebody's people outside that they were shooting.
Okay. And you said you could see out of the window at some point and there was no vehicles, is that correct?
Yeah, the sliding doors was clear. So.
At some point, without going into your conversation, did you go get in touch with Camilla Bentley on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And again, without going into the conversation, how soon would you say you got a hold of her after the shooting had occurred?
As soon as right after it happened.
Right after? And how did she sound?
In distress.
And then what did she say to you?
She told me she was shot, and yeah, she had said she had left, and I think she was telling me kind of where she was at, and I had just told her to come back and get us.
Did she do that?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, what vehicle was she in?
Typha.
What happened when Camilla Bentley came back to the hotel, and what happened when she came back?
She got in the back seat, and we left.
Before leaving that, you said you looked out there. Did you see Charles Jones' vehicle again at that point?
No, I didn't see his vehicle after that. No.
What about Armani, his girlfriend? Did you see her vehicle at all?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that Camilla Bentley then got in the backseat. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Who was driving at that point?
Taifa.
Where did you all go?
To take Camille to the hospital.
Do you remember what hospital it was?
No, I have no idea.
What happened once you got to the hospital with Camille Bentley?
Taifa and Camille went inside.
Where did you go?
I stayed in the car and I parked the car at some apartments, I think right next to the hospital.
And do you remember the name of the apartments?
No, I have no idea.
Why didn't you go into the hospital?
I didn't want to see any police. I didn't want to come in contact with any police officers.
Why was that?
Because I'm on probation.
You're on probation back in Jacksonville?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So why did Taifa McCrae stay?
I told him to stay.
Why did you do that?
I didn't want Camille going in the hospital by herself.
And what happened once you got to that apartment that was close to the hospital?
I got picked up.
Picked up by whom?
One of Taifa's friends.
What happened to Taifa McCrae's car?
Just stayed in the apartments.
And let me show you some photographs. I'll show you states 29A through D. You recognize all of these photographs?
Yeah.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict Mr. McCrae's vehicle as well as the location that you left the vehicle?
Yeah.
And at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 29A through D.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're admitted.
Oh, I see. Ms. Albright, can you tell us what's in 29A?
Taifa's car.
Okay. And which one?
The Nissan.
Okay. The one in the middle, is that a Nissan Altima?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to show you 29B. Do you see some damage in this picture?
Yes.
Prior to this night, had there been any sort of damage to the side of the vehicle?
No.
You don't know? Do you know? Were you in the vehicle when it was damaged?
No.
I'm going to show you 29C. Is that the back of Mr. McCrae's vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see the two bullet holes that are in the back windshield?
Mm-hmm.
Had that been there prior to what happened, the shooting at Home to Suites?
No.
I'm going to show you 29D. This is a close-up. Did you see that on the back of the vehicle when you left it at that apartment complex?
No.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about why you didn't want to speak to the police. At some point, were you concerned with some of the stuff that is going on in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
A lot of people just don't get along.
And when you say a lot of people don't get along, are you again referring to these rival neighborhood gang groups?
Yeah.
At some point when you were younger, did you date someone who was associated with a rapper by the name of Young and Ace?
Yeah.
What is Young and Ace's real name?
Keontae.
Is that Keontae Bullard?
Mm-hmm.
And who were you dating that was related to Mr. Bullard?
Trayvon.
How is Trayvon Bullard related to Keontae Bullard?
They're brothers.
When did you date him?
In 2018.
And did something happen to him?
Yeah, he passed away.
When did he pass away?
June 5th, 2018.
And how did he pass away?
He got shot.
Was that a part of this rival gang war?
I'm assuming.
And when you say that he, at that point back in, you said 2018, was there even a group called ATK back then?
No.
And going back to Young and Ace, what was it known as back then?
Young and Gang.
And is there music and rap music that is associated? Do you need a Kleenex or a tissue?
No.
You okay? Okay. Is there music and nicknames and rap names associated with the music that these gangs are putting out?
Yes.
And what did your boyfriend's brother, what did he go by?
Ace.
And is that, you said back then, the group that hung out with him, his gang was called what?
Young and Gang.
At some point after the death of your boyfriend, did you continue to hang out with his brother and his brother's group?
I kept in contact, but I didn't really hang out with him.
Okay. Were you interested in all of that back and forth that was going on between Youngin crew and the rival neighborhood gang?
Go ahead.
No. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And so your boyfriend back then, he was associated with the group that was against Charles Jones' group, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that some of the concern that you had with people finding out where you were?
Yeah, I just didn't want to be a part of none of the media stuff.
Is there a lot of social media that goes on with these two rival groups?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 34. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of that individual?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
Ms. Albritton, who is pictured in State's Exhibit 34?
Charles.
Charles Jones. And you said that his rapper nickname was Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Yes, Ms. Albritton?
Yes.
Okay.
Had you listened to any of the music that he had put out?
No, I don't listen to his music.
Okay. And during that night when you were with Mr. McRae, were there any concerns at all for your safety or the other safety of the people that were with you?
I really didn't think nothing of it because we was out of town. So, and nothing happened the first night, so I mean, I didn't really think nothing of it.
After this happened, did you ever, what did you do after you got picked up by Mr. McRae's friend?
I was just in the car with him, but I ended up going back to the hotel where it was at. And because I guess the boy knows Monty and them, they was talking.
Okay. And again, you say Monty, are you referring to Charles Jones' girlfriend?
Yes.
Did you at some point know what happened to Charles Jones?
Taifa had, yeah, when I talked to Taifa, he told me.
So you had additional communication with Taifa McRae after his friend picked you up?
Yeah, I was checking on Camilla, so I called him.
When you went back to the home to suites, what did you see when you went back there? And what time was it when you went back there?
It was daylight now. It was just the police had it roped off and stuff.
Who did you see when you went back to that location after the police had already roped off the area?
Monty. I don't know the other people.
Charles Jones' girlfriend? Did you ever give a statement to law enforcement while you were in Tampa?
No.
At some point later on in the investigation, did a detective, Juan Ramos with the Tampa Police Department, call you to take your statement?
Yes.
And at that time, did you provide him with a statement?
Yeah.
Was that the only statement that you provided to the Tampa Police Department?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time you pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
The witness. Pass the witness, man. Pass the witness.
Good afternoon. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
No.
No? Have you ever seen Alicia Andrews before?
No.
You know of Alicia Andrews?
No.
And so you never met her before?
Nope.
The night of Charles Jones's murder, you were hanging out with him?
I was, yeah.
Okay. That you're in the video where he's in the Charger next to the vehicle that you're parked in, correct? All right. And are you a part of Charles Jones's gang?
No.
So you're not a part of what they call 6 Block?
No.
Are you a part of any gang at all?
No.
All right. Do you know if Alicia Andrews is a part of any gang?
No, I don't know her.
Okay. You listen to rap music?
Yeah.
All right. But you said you don't listen to Charles Jones's rap music?
No.
So no Julio Foolio in your playlist?
Nope.
All right. Is there a reason why?
It's not my type of music.
All right. But you know the substance of his music, is that correct?
Yeah, I've seen it on social media.
All right. And the music that he raps about, they call it drill rap?
Correct.
And that music is him talking about what they call opposition ops?
Yeah.
All right. When Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, talks about his ops, is he talking about them in a derogatory manner?
Yeah.
He talks about them being dead, is that accurate?
Correct.
He talks about them being kidnapped, is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't know about that part.
Does he talk about them being shot?
Correct.
And he made fun of these things?
Yeah.
All right. And because of that, did people not like him?
Yeah.
All right. And these people that did not like Julio Foolio, did they talk about that around Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Did they talk about it on the internet?
Yeah.
All right. It's pretty common.
Yeah.
You've seen music videos of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio making fun of dead people before?
Yeah.
All right. I have a sort of a strange question, but try to follow me. You stayed in an Airbnb when you came from Jacksonville to Tampa, right?
Correct.
And you didn't book the Airbnb, is that accurate? All right. When you stayed in the Airbnb, did you stay there because you didn't want to stay in a hotel that had cameras in a lobby?
No.
All right. So you were not at the Airbnb to sort of hide your identity, is that accurate?
No.
All right. Did you pay or contribute any money to the Airbnb?
No.
The names of the clubs that you all went to on the night of Charles Jones's murder, you said you do not remember the names, right?
None of them.
You don't remember where they were at?
Nope.
You don't know how far they were from each other?
Nope.
You believe there were at least 3, though?
Yeah, like we went to 4 clubs the first night and the second night.
Okay. All right. Is one of the reasons why you don't remember the clubs or where they were at because you're not from Tampa?
Yeah, and I was just riding. I didn't really care where we went. I didn't look up no place to go. I didn't pick where we were going either.
All right, so you weren't driving the car?
No.
You were just a passenger?
Correct.
You were just going along for the ride?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Just for the court reporter? Okay. Do you know anyone in the group of people that you were with called Fat Boy?
Called who?
Fat Boy?
That was supposed to be with us?
Yes.
No.
All right. Even though you don't listen to Julio Foolio's music, do you know about the issues that Julio Foolio has with other people in Jacksonville?
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. You know that the people, you said earlier, people just don't get along, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's because you don't live under a rock, right?
Correct.
And you see things, that whether it be on social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whether it be on just in your personal conversations, correct?
I don't talk about it.
You don't? Okay. Let me ask you this. You dated Young and Ace's brother. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
His name is Trayvon?
Trayvon.
Okay. Trayvon, when you say brother of Young and Ace, is that his blood brother?
Yes, same mama. I think they have different dads though.
Okay.
It's close.
And
close to the ops.
To your knowledge, did Young and Ace get along with Julio Foolio?
No.
So, Trayvon, did he get along with Julio Foolio?
No.
All right. And you're hanging with Julio Foolio, who did not get along with Trayvon. Is that correct?
Yep.
Wow.
All right. Trayvon was shot?
Yes.
Did Julio Foolio ever rap about Trayvon being shot?
Yeah.
Did Julio Foolio ever make fun of Trayvon, your former boyfriend, being shot?
Yeah.
Wow.
When the vehicle, I guess there's a car, you saw the video that the state played earlier, is that correct? You're, give me 1 second.
That looks real awkward to be with, hanging out with the dude who making fun of your ex-boyfriends. That looks real awkward. I ain't gonna lie. That looks crazy.
So this vehicle here that we see on the right, that's the vehicle you're in?
Yeah.
All right. That vehicle, it comes from, I guess, the backside of the hotel?
Yeah, it's two different entrance ways.
All right. Do you remember coming in and making the right up front, up here? Let me show you. You remember coming in and making this right? And going around the hotel to get to this side?
I guess.
You guess? Did you go this way? Sure.
I don't really remember, but seeing the video, we went right.
Okay. It makes sense that you would have went right to come around the hotel. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Now, is there any reason in particular that you went around the building to come to the spot here where you're at?
I wasn't driving.
So you didn't make that decision?
No.
All right. So you don't know why the vehicle was faced in the opposite direction?
No.
All right. Just some. You mentioned knowing what ATK is. Did you say that?
I said I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know what ATK is?
No, I don't know what that means. I wasn't. No.
Oh, so sorry. Not the meaning of ATK, but that Young and Ace is a part of ATK. Did you say whether you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. ATK and 6 Block, do those two groups get along?
No.
Charles Jones, just for the jury, is a part of 6 Block. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Young and Ace is a part of ATK. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, Alicia Andrews is not part of either of those gangs, correct?
I don't know. I don't know her.
All right. Did you see Alicia Andrews at any of the Airbnbs that you had either Friday or Saturday night?
No.
All right. Was Alicia Andrews inside of any of the clubs that you went to Friday or Saturday night?
No.
All right. You mentioned being on probation. Are you on probation now, or were you on probation during this time
I'm
period?
still on it.
You're still on probation? All right. Has your probation officer given you any trouble about this issue, being out of town?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Interesting one.
Ms. Albritton, going back to these drill rap videos, in particular the song of Charles Jones about your boyfriend, is that When I See You? Is that the song that you're talking about?
I guess, yeah.
And that's one of the music or drill rap videos that you don't like, is that correct?
I don't care for them.
Does the other side, does Young and Ace and ATK, do they do similar rap videos about Charles Jones' 6 Block group?
I don't know. I don't listen to neither, honestly.
Okay. But you are aware of the back and forth, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long had you dated Young and Ace's brother, Trayvon Bullard?
6 months.
6 months. And then when you were in Tampa, who were you hanging out with again, Mr. McRae, is that correct?
Yeah.
How long had you been friends with Mr. McRae?
I've known him years.
And were you invited by Mr. McRae to go to this event?
Yeah.
Do you know how long it had been advertised or how long Charles Jones had planned to go to this appearance in Tampa?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was posted on social media?
I think. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. And you said that you didn't know Alicia Andrews. Did you ever know or hear of a person by the name of Isaiah Chance?
On Instagram.
Okay. And did he also have a nickname, a gang nickname, a rapper nickname?
Yeah.
What was that?
Gutta.
Gutta? Okay. And when we talk about these groups, now that you said that Charles Jones is a part of 6 Block and Young and Ace developed into ATK, is that correct?
Yeah.
Those are the rival groups?
Yeah.
Would Isaiah Chance, Gutta, would he be friends or enemies with Charles Jones and 6 Block?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
You don't know what side that he's on?
No, I've never really heard of him till this occurred.
Okay, all right. Ms. McCrae, when you were in the bathroom, did you have communications with anyone?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. May this witness excuse?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you. All right, just take a quick afternoon break, 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Okay.
All right.
For 5 minutes, we'll be back. All right. Let's see, they 5 minutes don't never be 5 minutes. You know how they are.
I can't wait.
Important, however, as testimony you're about to give the truth.
Yes, go.
Okay. So, Mr. Norris, I can see you're upset. So, it's very important, however, that you be able to retain your composure. So, do you want to take a moment in order to kind of gather yourself?
Who's this?
Pardon me?
Hold on. We're going to have to go back. Somebody crying. Hold on. Let's go back, because I don't know what just happened there.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. And State, call your next witness.
So they called the next witness, and it seemed like the witness crying before they even get spoken to, before they even got interviewed.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You swear by the court, right?
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, go.
Okay. So, Mr. Norris.
Oh wow. He crying during the swearing. He couldn't even So I don't know who this is. I don't know if that he might be family member to the Julio Foolio or something, because he's completely distraught right now before they even started to testify.
I can see you're upset. So it's very important, however, that you be able to retain your composure. So do you want to take a moment in order to kind of gather yourself?
I'll be straight.
Pardon me?
I'll be straight.
You'll be straight?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Norris, you might want to try to get closer or pull that microphone towards you so you're not having to lean over.
There you go.
I know you're soft-spoken. I just want to make sure we can hear what you're saying. Okay. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter? Okay. And Mr. Norris, where do you live? What city do you live? Traveled here, I believe, yesterday or this morning to testify in this case?
It was like 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay. I know we got delayed in jury selection. Where can you tell the jurors where you work? Work at the post office?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for the post office?
I'm a mail handler.
A mail handler? Okay. Mr. Norris, how long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Okay, so you were born and raised there? Did you go to high school there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know Charles Jones, the victim in this case?
Yes.
And back in the summer of 2024, how long had you known him?
About 10 years.
About 10 years? Do you remember how you met him?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Okay. Now, your friendship with him back in June of 2024, was it just that, a friendship?
Yeah, like cousins.
Like cousins? In this case, at some point, you were interviewed by the police. Did you refer to him as your cousin?
Yes.
Maybe? Okay. I'm going to call your attention back to that summer of 2024. It would be June of 2024. Do you remember coming here to Tampa from Jacksonville?
You talking about before everything happened?
Yeah, coming down here for that trip?
Yeah.
When everything happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you come down here with Charles?
Yes.
And did you actually drive with him?
Yes.
And were you driving in his black Charger, his Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Do you remember what you all were coming down here for?
Celebrate his birthday.
Okay. Do you remember how old he was turning?
26.
26?
Yeah, 26.
Was there someone else that traveled in the car with you and Charles?
It was Robert.
Robert Howard? Okay. On the way down here, did Charles Jones and Robert Howard, did they switch off driving? Each of them driving for a part of the trip down?
Yeah.
Okay. When you all came down here, do you remember coming down on a Friday?
Yeah, I think that's the night. We got here.
Okay. And did you end up staying at an Airbnb or a house down in St. Petersburg?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day would be Saturday. Did you all leave there and go to another Airbnb, another house?
Yes.
Now, when I came out to talk to you a minute ago, you were sitting next to Miss Randolph out there. Do you remember her being there?
They got there the night. The night it happened. They got there that night.
That night. Okay. All right. And do you remember a woman named Armani Turner also coming?
Yes. They rode together. They got there that night.
They rode together. Okay. Now, that Saturday, the house you all are at, do you recall that being in Holiday up in Pasco County?
No, I don't know exactly. I don't know the place like this. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you know Tampa very well, or the Tampa Bay area?
It's my third time being here.
Okay, so this would be the second time you've been here?
Sorry, because I came here before y'all rescheduled the last trial.
That's right, we did. You're right. That night, that Saturday night, did Charles Jones throw a party at that house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him inviting people over direct messaging over Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. And did a lot of people show up?
It was about 20-some people there.
Okay. And at some point, did someone call the police to come out to that house?
I think the owners did.
Okay. And did the party kind of get shut down?
Yes.
And did you all have to leave the house?
Yeah, we was already leaving to go to the club, so everybody just got all their stuff and left.
Okay. So you were already leaving to go, but you just grabbed all your stuff and left? Was the plan that you were going to go to the club and come back and stay at the house, was that the original plan?
No, we were going to probably find like a hotel or something.
Oh, okay. Over close to the clubs?
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to that. So you all leave the Airbnb and you go to some clubs in the city of Tampa. Do you remember that?
Mm.
Do you remember one of those being a place called Teasers? Does that sound?
I think that's the club he had on his flyer. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first club we went to that night.
First club, yeah. All right. And did Miss Turner and Miss Randolph and some people come in another car?
Mm. Yes.
Mr. Norris, are you okay? Are you cold or want to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Just let us know if you need to take a break, okay? So do you also remember another car with a girl named, what's her name? Ilea and Tafa McCrae. Do you know those two people?
Tafa, that's my cousin.
Tafa's your cousin? Okay. Do you remember them also being there?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 cars, and you all go to this club. When you get there, do you remember kind of standing there with everyone, and then Charles gets out of the car?
At Teasers?
At Teasers, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember going in the club?
Yes.
And when you all went in the club, did Charles Jones at some point do something, make an appearance or perform or something inside the club?
Yeah, we went in that alone. We went to the other club because it was like the court was like boring, so we went to the other club.
Sorry. Yeah, I couldn't hear that either. If you could try to speak up.
I said we went in, but like the club was like boring, so we ended up going to the other club.
Okay. All right. So you go into that first club, Teasers, and that's a strip club. There are strippers in there or women that are dancing?
I think so.
Okay. But there's a lot of folks in there.
Yeah.
Okay. You leave there, and then you all drive over to another club?
I think Truth 18.
Truth 18, okay. Do you remember that club, the Truth 18 one being up on a second floor, and you had to go upstairs?
Yes.
And did you all end up going into that club too?
Yeah.
At some point, do you leave Truth 18 and start driving to a hotel?
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you first of all about Teasers and Truth 18. When you're in those 2 clubs, any issues with your group or anyone else?
No, there wasn't no issues. That whole week it was going good till the shooting happened.
Okay, so it was going good till the shooting, okay. So you didn't have any beefs, no one had any beefs with anyone, any fighting, arguing, anything going on in those clubs?
No, sir.
Okay. When you leave Truth 18, you all end up driving to a hotel. Do you remember pulling up in front of the hotel where the entrance is?
Yeah, that's when he went there to see about the rooms, and they came back saying we couldn't get the room, so that's why we were sitting there trying to find another hotel.
Okay. So that's what Charles Jones was doing. He was looking for a hotel on his phone.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember being in the back seat behind Charles Jones?
Yes, I was in back seat laying down. Then I was up like when he got back, but I fell asleep a little bit after.
Okay. So you fell asleep after that, after he came back to the car, or you started dozing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember being woken up at some point, or woke up?
Yes. When the car hit, I don't remember exactly what he hit, but the car hit something that woke me up.
I'm sorry.
The car hit something and woke him up. Before the car hit something and that woke you up, did you hear any gunshots?
No, I didn't hear any of the gunshots.
Okay. And you think you were asleep at that point?
Yes.
After the car hit something and woke you up, can you just tell the jurors what you saw inside of the car at that point?
First thing I saw was Julio laid out there, so I already thinking like it was a car accident. First thing I looked up, saw the...
Sorry, I can't understand.
Okay.
So just try and talk slowly and clearly, okay? I know it's difficult. So what happened when somebody hit the car? What did you see?
You said you saw Julio laid out?
Yeah, first thing I saw was Julio laid out. I thought it was a car accident until I looked up, saw the bullet holes, and I saw Zay covered in blood yelling.
Okay. So you thought it was a car accident, and then you looked up, saw the bullet holes, and you saw Zay. Is that Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
You saw him covered in blood?
Yes.
All right. So let me talk to you about Xavier Edwards. I don't know if we talked about him yet. So Xavier Edwards was also there at the clubs with you all?
Yes.
And he was driving the Dodge Charger coming from the clubs to the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And he's covered in blood. Is he saying anything at that point?
Yes, he was yelling.
What was he yelling? And you can say exactly what he said.
He was like yelling like fuck, like I don't mean exactly everything. I just remember yelling fuck.
Okay, so yelling fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he appear to be upset?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you all leave the car and go somewhere?
Yeah, he ended up telling me to come on, and that's when we went inside the hotel.
You all went inside the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, when you're in the car and you get out of the car and start going into the hotel, do you know that you're wounded?
No.
Okay. Do you know that Xavier's wounded, though, because you can see blood, right?
Yes.
And you've seen the bullet holes in the car, so you know that something happened with gunfire?
Yes.
All right. So you all go into the hotel. Do you remember, Mr. Norris, were you all running or walking fast, or how were you going about going in?
We were running, trying to get help.
Running and trying to get help?
Yeah, so fast. I didn't think about my phone or nothing. So we were trying to get help. And nobody came out, so we went to the third floor because we didn't know if they would have came back. Tried looking for us, so we went to the third floor.
You left your phone in the car?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get in there, if I understand what you're saying, you all went to the third floor. You got on the elevator?
Yeah, we was on the first floor trying to get help first, and we went thinking like, just leave right here because we don't know if they would have followed us in there or not. So we went to the third floor.
Okay. So you didn't know if the shooters, whoever did all this, would be following you?
Yeah, I didn't know. So.
When you were trying to get help on the first floor, were you trying to knock on doors or open doors?
Knocking, yelling out for help.
Yelling out for help?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all get on the elevator, you go to the third floor. Do you get off the elevator on the third floor?
Yeah, we got out the elevator, and he didn't feel like he was going to pass out and land against the wall. And he told me to check his head, see if he was shot, and that's when I realized I got hit. When I looked down at his head, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay.
So he was asleep. He done got shot, all kind of stuff. He didn't even realize what's going on. That's traumatizing to wake up in those circumstances.
So he wanted you to look at his head because he thought he had been hit. Xavier Edwards thought he'd been hit in the head?
Yeah.
And then when you tried to do that, you saw this hole in your arm?
Yes.
Where were you shot? Okay. Do you still have a scar from that gunshot wound?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have the witness show the scar to the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, if you can stand up and just kind of move about, so turn around so that these folks over here can see your arm. Okay. Now, you can go and have a seat again. Thank you, sir. Do you obtain Xavier Edwards' phone and try to call for help?
Yes, man. He had realized he had his phone, so he told me to call the police to get an ambulance, so I called.
Okay. And at some point, did police officers come off the elevator?
Yes.
And when the police officers came off the elevator, did they come down the hall towards you all?
Yes. We were like directly in front of the elevator.
You were right in front of the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police at some point try to help you with your wounds?
Yes.
And did they call for fire rescue for EMT or paramedics?
Yes.
And did those paramedics come up to the third floor eventually and assist you and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Do you remember being taken out of the hotel on a stretcher?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me approach first. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as page 68A, and just ask if you recognize what's in the photograph.
Yes.
You recognize that? Okay. Do you recognize that as Charles Jones' black Charger?
Yes.
Okay. You okay?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yes.
We can take a break.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to show you these photographs. This is states 25A, and 25B, and then 25C. Do you recognize the photographs?
Yes.
Are those photographs of you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
Yes.
Okay.
Bro.
All right, I tell you what, I'm just gonna have the jury step up momentarily.
All right.
We got to see pictures of the injuries that happened to him that night and stuff. And man, that
Tissues right there.
You're like paper towels.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Norris, I know this is difficult, and I know it's challenging looking at photographs of yourself in the hospital, but it is important, since you are testifying, that you be able to testify without being too emotional. So we'll just take a breather here, give you a chance to kind of collect yourself. Are there any other? Are you objecting to these photos coming in? Do they need to be authenticated through? Okay, they can come in. Okay.
All right, good enough. There's nothing wrong with getting emotional. If you need a break, we'll just take a break. Okay, everyone here understands.
looking at yourself in those situations ain't easy to do. We're like, man, have to relive. Like, man, that shit, man.
All right, bring it back.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so State, you're going to move some items into evidence.
State would tender states 25A is an alpha through C is in Charlie. We would tender 68A is an alpha. And then we would tender states 26A is an alpha through E is an echo.
Okay, any objection to these exhibits being admitted?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
John, I'm going to publish, Mr. North, you don't need to look at these. They're going to be up on the screen, but I'm just going to publish these briefly. This is states 25A. Publishing on the overhead Elmo. States 25B. And states 25C. Publishing state 68A. Mr. Norris, do you remember how long you were in the hospital here in Tampa?
Just a couple hours. They could patch me up. They said I was okay, but I had to wait for my parents to get in.
You had to wait for your parents? Did your parents come down from Jacksonville to pick you up?
Yes.
When you got back home, were you working at that time?
No, I was out of work for about a month or two.
Okay. Were you working at Sam's at some point?
Yes, I was working at Sam's around that time.
Around that time? Okay. Were you able to go back to work?
Yes.
Mr. Norris, do you know Alicia Andrews, or did you know her before this incident?
No, sir.
Did you know an individual named Isaiah Chance before this happened?
I probably tell him on social media.
You knew who he was from social media?
Yes.
Did you know him by the name Gutta or Guttaze?
Yeah, we followed each other on social media.
Followed each other? Okay. Did you know either Rashad or Davion Murphy?
No.
Okay. And did you know a man by the name of Sean Gathright?
No.
Okay. And you've become aware of these people now since this case happened, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Have one moment here, Ryan?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Examination time. Let's see what the defense got to say.
How you doing, Mr. Norris? I'll be quick, all right? You know what 6 Block is that correct?
Yeah, song stuff, yeah.
You heard of it?
Yeah, like song, they say like song stuff, yeah.
Song stuff? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I said I hear like song stuff.
Okay. Was Foolio a part of 6 Block?
You say that songs.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I said he used to say it and see like speak on their songs.
So Foolio would speak about 6 Block in songs?
Yeah.
Is it a music group?
I think just I think 6 meant like something to him. I don't know exactly what it was.
You don't know exactly what it was? Was it a neighborhood?
No, I'll say like something. It was something that meant from, but like I never know exactly like what it was.
All right. Do you know? Are you involved in anything called 6 Block?
I don't get into anything.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I don't get into anything.
You don't get into anything? Is that a no?
No.
All right. So you're not a part of any rap groups?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a music video before?
No.
You've never appeared in any music videos before?
It got at the repass. At the end of the repass, they end up getting me in the background, like recorded. So that's in the music video, but like just damn music videos, no.
So so I can make sure I heard it correctly. Somebody got you in the back of a music video before, you said?
Yeah, like at a repass, they recording video at a repass.
At a repass?
Yeah.
Which repass?
Julio repass.
Okay. So is that the repass was made into a music video? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what ATK is?
I hear about it in songs.
You hear about it in songs? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You're not a part of any gangs. Is that what you're saying?
No.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
Is Alicia Andrews part of any gangs?
I don't know her from Can of Paint.
You don't know Alicia Andrews from a Can of Paint? Is that a no?
Yeah, I don't know her.
All right. Was she at the Airbnb the night that you were in Tampa?
No, I never saw her before.
All right. So she wasn't at the clubs either? Teasers or Truth 18, is that correct?
No, I never saw her.
So you can't speak to whether she knew that Julio Foolio was going to die, is that correct?
Objection.
What's the legal basis for the objection?
Calls for speculation.
Well,
He
that is
said
true.
that was.
But you can answer if you know.
Do you know whether Alicia Andrews knew that someone was planning to kill Charles Jones?
No, I don't know that.
You said you do know someone named Gadaze?
Yes.
All right. And you followed that individual on social media?
Yeah, it was someone cool, like talking stuff. It was no more than that.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said like we were like someone cool, like we'll talk. It was like no more than that.
Okay. You said you would talk to Gadaze on social media sometimes. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Gadaze have an issue with you?
No.
You were cool with Gadaze?
Like it was straight.
All right. And to your knowledge, did Gadaze talk to anyone else in your friend group?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? All right.
Mumbling is ridiculous, though, man. You gotta stop mumbling, bro.
Robert Howard, is he your friend?
Yes.
And you know if Robert Howard spoke to Isaiah Chance to Gadaze?
I'm not
Objection,
sure.
Your Honor. Relevance. He's not asking anything. Reference time.
Okay, sustain the objection. Ask him more.
Who was in the car with you? It was Robert Howard and Julio Foolio in the car with you the night of the murder, correct?
You talking about when the shooting happened?
Yeah.
When Robert was in the car.
Robert was in a different car?
Yeah.
Robert rode in a car with you at some point that night, right?
Earlier that day.
So earlier that day, Robert Howard was in the car with you and Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time when you all were at the hotel, Robert Howard had switched. He got out of the car that you was in with you and Julio Foolio and got into another car, correct?
No, not at the hotel.
Not at the hotel, but before you got to the hotel, Robert Howard got out of the car, right?
Yeah,
What you getting at?
We were leaving from the B&B.
When you were leaving from the DMV?
The B&B.
The B&B. So when you left from the Airbnb, you're saying Robert Howard was in the car with you at that time?
No, he was in a different car.
Okay. But sometime that day, Robert Howard was driving the car, the Charger that Julio Foolio was in?
Did he drive that day? I'm not sure. I don't remember if he drove that day.
Okay. Do you know if Robert Howard ever spoke to Gadaze before?
I don't know.
All right. No further questions.
Hey, Rerec.
Yo, he insinuating some stuff right now.
So Norris,
bro.
when you went to Teasers and Truth 18, you all got out of the car and you walked into the clubs, correct?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right. Did you circle around the parking lot and walk around the parking lot at either of those clubs?
Not. But Truth 18, we sat up for a minute because he was trying to book the room.
You stood by the car?
Yes.
Okay.
We stood out there a minute before we walked up there because Foley was trying to book the hotel room.
All right. But you didn't walk out towards the main street and go up and down the sidewalk or anything like that?
Mm.
Okay. The music video that you said you got caught in the background in, is that what happened? You got captured in the background?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that. You said it was a repass video.
It was there, and they were recording videos, and I just got caught in the background on them.
Okay.
One or two. It was like two videos.
Was that the repass
for Charles Jones?
Yes.
And a repass, so the jurors who don't know what that is that like a celebration of life?
Yes.
A celebration after he had died?
Yes.
And there were people there videoing?
Yes.
And you got caught in the background?
Yes.
And were there a lot of people at that celebration?
Yes.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You are free to go, okay? Okay. All right, who's going to be your next witness?
Dosha Randolph.
Okay.
Next witness. All right. Somebody.
Yeah, watch that come up. And you guys were sworn by the court.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Okay, you can have a seat, and I can tell you're soft-spoken too, so it's very important, Ms. Randolph, that you speak into that microphone so we can hear you, okay? Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. And Ms. Randolph, where do you live?
Jacksonville. I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you, so you got to speak a little louder.
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Your whole life? Okay. And you are very soft-spoken. Can I ask you to get a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. You said you've lived in Jacksonville your whole life, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, did you have plans to travel to Tampa in June of 2024?
Mm-hmm.
I'm specifically going to ask you, June 22nd of 2024, did you come to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Money.
Monty? Mm-hmm. Is that Armani Turner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, just please make sure you say yes or no as opposed to So, thank you.
Do you know who Charles Jones is?
Yes.
Had you met Charles Jones before that weekend?
Yes.
Approximately how many occasions had you met Charles Jones?
Well, I know him since 6th grade.
Since he was 3?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade, I apologize. What was his rapper name?
Julio.
Foolio?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And back then in June of 2024, did he have a relationship with your friend Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know how long they had been dating at that point?
Well, they had just got together for a couple months, but they used to date back in the day when we was kids.
Okay. And this weekend, you said you traveled with Armani Turner from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct? That weekend of June 22nd of 2025?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Money.
What kind of car did she have?
A Hyundai.
Was that a gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you and Miss Turner in the gray Hyundai?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Xavier.
Xavier?
Yes.
And are you referring to Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Did all three of you travel down from Jacksonville to Tampa on that Saturday?
Yes.
Where did you go in Tampa?
To the Airbnb.
An Airbnb. Okay. I'm not going to ask you the address, but it was an Airbnb. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was going on at the Airbnb?
Nothing. Everybody was just chilling.
You say everybody. Approximately how many people were at the Airbnb?
I don't know. More than 10, more than 15.
Of the people you've already mentioned, Armani Turner, was she at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know anyone else that was at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Who else did you know that was there that night?
Gino
Norris?
Yes.
How long would you say, well, let me ask you this. Approximately what time did you get to that Airbnb where Charles Jones was on that Saturday, June 22nd of 2025?
Like 11:45, 11:50.
When you say 11:45, are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
So at night. It was already dark out?
Yes.
What happened when you got to that Airbnb in Tampa?
Nothing. We just walked in, seen all the people, spoke to the people we knew, and we was just in the kitchen, and we was just posted up in the kitchen.
Okay. And how long, did anything unusual happen at that Airbnb?
No.
Were there any fights or any kind of incidents at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did the police show up at the Airbnb?
Yes.
What happened when the police showed up?
Nothing. Me and Monty talked to them and told them we was down here for her boyfriend's birthday, and nothing was going on. They said they got a call about a fight, and we let them know nobody wasn't fighting or anything, and they said, okay, enjoy your night, and they left.
Okay. And at some point, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
Before we talk about that, you said that you were there for Armani's boyfriend's birthday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it his birthday? Was it Charles Jones' birthday that weekend?
Yes.
Was he scheduled to appear at some nightclubs that weekend as well?
I'm not sure.
Do you know whether or not, did you go to nightclubs that weekend?
We went to 2 clubs.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the clubs that you went to?
No.
What time do you think that you went to the first club?
I don't know.
Okay, so you got there after 11:45 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Would it have been after midnight going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
So you were at the Airbnb for more than 15 minutes?
Yes, because we stayed to help clean up, changed, and everything like that. He waited for us to change, and we helped him pack up, and then we left to go to the first club. I think it was like an hour away or something.
Okay. And I want to talk about how everybody gets to the first club. How do you get to the first club?
In the car that I came in.
Armani Turner's car?
Yes.
That's the gray Hyundai, correct?
Yes.
Who is in the car with you in the gray Hyundai going to that first club?
Me and Monty, I think. For me, Monty.
Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the car with you that you can remember?
I think Robert had got in then, or he got in after the first club. I don't know, but I know me and Monty was together the whole night. So.
Okay. And you said it may have been Robert, is that correct? Are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
But did you also say that he may not have gotten in at the first club, but maybe at the second?
No, like on the way to the first club.
Okay.
I don't remember, but I know I was in the car with Monty. But after we left the first club, on the way to the second club, I know he was in the car with us. When we left the second club, I know he was in the car with us.
Okay. So you were in a car with Armani Turner when you went from the Airbnb to the first club?
Yes.
Did other people from the Airbnb also go to the first club, but in other vehicles?
Yes, they was already there.
They were already there? You met them at that club?
Yes, when we left, it was only the car Charles was in and the car me and Monty was in. We followed each other there.
And so you're following behind the car that Charles Jones was in, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember who was in the car with Charles Jones?
Everybody else, I think, like him, Gino, Xavier, Robert.
Okay. So you believe Gino Norris and Robert Howard and Xavier Edwards were all at that point with Charles Jones in the car?
I think so.
And you went to the club?
Yes.
Any instance or any incident that occurred at the first club?
No.
And you said you went to another club, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about, are you still in the same vehicle with Armani Turner when you go to the second club?
Yes, I never changed vehicles.
Okay. And at this point, does Robert Howard go from Charles Jones's vehicle into the vehicle with you and Armani Turner?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not there is another vehicle that Camilla Bentley is in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So were there some people in the group that you didn't know?
There's a lot of people I didn't know.
But did your vehicle stay with Charles Jones's vehicle?
Wherever he went, we went.
And at that second club, do you know approximately how long that you were at the second club?
No.
Was there any issue at the second club?
No.
What happened after you left the second club?
We got in the car to go to the hotel.
You're in the same vehicle the entire time?
Yes.
Who's in the vehicle with you at that point?
Me, Monty, and Robert.
Okay. And you said that Charles Jones was in the vehicle, is that correct, in the other vehicle?
In his car, yes.
Okay, and who was with him at that point when you're leaving the second club to go to the hotel?
Gino, Xavier, and himself.
Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Okay. So when you get to the other club, when you get to the hotel, what happens?
He go inside for like 2 minutes. He come out.
When you say he, you said he goes inside. Who are you referring to?
Charles.
Charles Jones?
Yes. When he come out, he texts Monty and say, no, he called her, text her one time, forgot. And he was like, they said they gave his reservations away. So we like, okay, we finna look at some hotels. So we all just get on our phone and we start trying to find hotels that's near. And he said one of his other friends told him they went back towards where the Airbnb was because everything in that area was already booked up. So we was just on our phones trying to find a hotel that was close by because it was already late.
Okay. So what happened at that point?
We was in the car on our phones listening to music, and then we heard gunshots. So then we was looking like, then I cut the radio down, and we heard them some more, and it sounded like they was closer, but we couldn't tell what direction that they was coming from. And we like, oh no, we getting shot at, and Monty put the car in reverse, and we just, yeah.
Okay. So you said Armani Turner, she put the car in reverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And did anything happen in the parking lot when she put the car in reverse?
Yes, I think it was his cousin's car. They went to drive, we went in reverse, so we kind of hit each other, and then we just both ended up getting out of the parking lot. And when we got out of the parking lot, we seen a car, which we thought was Charles' car, so we made a U-turn, and when we made a U-turn, we realized it wasn't his car, and we ended up going down the street, and we seen the police, and we hopped out and was trying to tell them, like, oh, we just got shot at, but they wasn't listening, so we hopped back in the car and made another U-turn, so they hopped in their car, and they chased us, and they called for backup, and we led them to where we found Charles' car at.
Okay. So you said that you ran into law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
And did all of you, Armani Turner and Robert Howard, all get out of the vehicle at that point?
We got out. Me and Monty got out when we seen the police. And we were trying to talk to him. He wasn't listening. We hopped back in the car. Okay. Me, Robert, and Monty got out when we came back to the hotel and all the police was with us. And we didn't see his car. We rode around until we seen it. And when we seen it, everybody hopped out the car.
Okay. And what happened when you hopped out of the car?
The police had hopped out and told us to stop moving and told us to back up. And from where I was, I could see, like, in his car, because I was on the passenger side, so, like, seen him.
And you said his car. At that point, did you notice Charles Jones' car in the parking lot when you came back to the hotel?
Yeah, we had pulled up right in front of his car.
Okay. At some point, those police officers that you ran into on the roadway, did they come back and follow you to that location?
When we got back in the car and pulled off, they pulled off with us. Okay. And they called for backup, and I guess the other officers met at the hotel, and they told us basically we was running from the police and not do that again.
Okay. At some point, did they take your interviews and realize that Miss Turner's boyfriend had been the one that was shot in the other car?
Yes.
And did you provide an interview to law enforcement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 2E. Do you recognize this, Ms. Randolph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of where Armani Turner's car came to a stop after it came back to the hotel after the shooting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2E. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Ms. Turner, can I ask you, I'm sorry, not Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, can I ask you to step down and point out to the jury which car in this picture is the vehicle Armani Turner drove and the one that you were in all night? The one to the right with the doors, well, they both have the doors open, but the one to the right of the photograph? Yes. Okay. And there's another vehicle. Is that the vehicle that you saw eventually when you got out of the car and started talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you had previously seen Charles Jones in prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the location where it was when you came back to Home to Suites after the shooting?
Yes, that's what we found out.
And prior to coming to court today, did I ask you to look at a video that was from the Instagram feed of Charles Jones on June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did that accurately depict his Instagram feed on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 85C.
Any objection?
Yes.
Yes. And yes, tell me again what item we're admitting.
95A.
95A. Okay, admitted.
Is this the location? Ms. Randolph, is this the location of the Airbnb that Charles Jones and his friends were having a party at June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And you recognize that Airbnb and the people that are in that party?
Yes. Okay. The people that I know and myself.
You recognize yourself in there as well, is that correct? Okay. And is Miss Armani Turner your friend? Is she in there as well?
Yes.
And that individual right there, is that Charles Jones that night?
Yes.
And is that what he was wearing that night, June 22nd of 2024, going into June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And you said he was celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Is this that last club that you went to with Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
And is that you actually, are you part of that group going to that club with Charles Jones at Truth 18?
Yes.
And are these some of the flyers that show that he was going to be there on Truth 18?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Ms. Randolph, after you got to that location where, and I'm going to go back to June 23rd of 2024, when you all got back to the hotel and saw Charles Jones' car, how long were you at that location before you were able to speak to law enforcement officers about what had happened?
Hours. Hours.
Hours? Okay. At some point, did Charles Jones' mother come to that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
So in the video, I do want to ask you just one more question about that party at the Airbnb. And in the video, it can be seen that there is Don Julio, is that correct? Was there any special, to your knowledge, was there any special association with Don Julio to your friend Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
No, he doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink at all?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross.
And when you say that Julio does not drink, that video that we saw earlier, it shows him drinking that one night. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that was the only night you've seen him drink ever before?
Yes, he's never been a drinker.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No.
You ever met her before?
No.
Have you ever seen her before?
No.
All right. Do you know what 6 Block is?
Yeah.
What is 6 Block?
Something that he sang about.
Something that Charles Jones sang about?
Yes.
Okay. How long has Charles Jones sang about 6 Block?
I don't know. He been rapping since 6th grade.
Okay. Has he been rapping about 6 Block since 6th grade, though?
He been rapping about a lot of stuff since 6th grade.
But what about 6 Block?
I don't know how long he been rapping about that.
All right. Is 6 Block a group?
No.
Is it a gang?
No.
All right. If I were to ask you whether you're a part of 6 Block, would you say yes or no?
No.
You're not? You're not a part of 6 Block?
No. Did you
All right.
see that? I was a part of 6 Block.
I can't hear you.
No.
Okay. Are you a part of ATK?
No.
Do you know what ATK is?
Yes.
What is ATK?
Something, a group, I guess.
A group? All right. Do 6 Block
You sound like she getting offended.
and ATK get along?
I don't, something, a group, I guess.
A group? All right. Do 6 Block and ATK get along?
I don't know. I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into all of that.
Okay. The night, you said earlier that you were following Julio Foolio around. Wherever he went, you all went. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You weren't in control of the vehicle?
No.
You weren't driving?
No.
And did you know where you were going every step of the way?
No, I've never been here.
At any point in time when you were riding around with your friends, could you have just gotten out of the car and went home?
My ride, I was riding around with my ride.
So you could not just get out of the car and go home, correct?
No.
Earlier you said Robert Howard was inside the car with Foolio at some point in time. Is that correct?
Yes, he was already down there when we got down there.
All right. So Robert Howard's in the car with Foolio, and he's also in the car with Gino at some point?
Yes.
Gino Norris, the witness that was right before you?
Yes.
He going out. He trying to insinuate something with this Robert Howard guy, man.
The videos that we saw there is Alicia Andrews in any of those videos?
I don't know.
Was she at the Airbnb with you?
I don't know.
Was she at Teasers with you?
I don't know.
And was she at Truth 18?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know her. She could have been.
You're aware of, obviously, the type of music that Julio Foolio made. Is that correct?
Yes.
That it's drill rap?
Mm-hmm.
That he rapped about dead people?
Everybody from my city do that.
You said everybody from your city does that?
Yes.
So it's a common thing in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
All right. And these people that are rapping about dead people or killing people, they are rapping about killing each other's friends?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
Do you
know.
listen to the music?
Not really.
Why not?
I don't get into all that.
You don't get into all of it?
Yes.
All right, but you do hang out with the people who make the music?
I don't hang out with nobody. I've known him since 6th grade.
Okay. Have you hang out with him since 6th grade?
I got invited to his birthday party and I went.
All right. So if other people in that group of individuals that went out to the birthday party, if they were gang members, would that make you a gang member?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
The state would call Camilla.
Mercy. All right. Next witness.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. Yes, you should sit and you should speak loudly so that we can all hear you, all right? Into the microphone right in front of you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Camille Bentley,
Miss Bentley, where did you grow up?
St. Augustine, Florida.
And is that close to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also have family in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm going to ask you, and you said you grew up in St. Augustine. Was there any point where you lived in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
And let's talk about June of 2024. Do you remember that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a friend back then by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Aaliyah Albritton?
It was one of my good friends.
How long had you known her?
We known each other on social media for a while, and then we became really close. So for about a year and a half.
Year and a half. Were you supposed to go to a girls' trip on June 21st of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you supposed to go?
Here, Tampa, Florida.
Did you know somebody here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you know?
I have a friend here named Nisea.
And who were you going to come to Tampa with?
It was supposed to be me and Aaliyah, and we were supposed to meet Nisea here.
Did your plans change a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
How did they change?
We ended up being at an Airbnb with others.
How did that happen?
From just, well, it was supposed to be me and Aaliyah. It ended up being me, Aaliyah, and I guess someone she was talking to at the time. And we came down here with him.
Was that Typha McCray?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you ride down here to Tampa with her and Typha McCray?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Typha McCray had?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of vehicle?
A Nissan.
What color?
Black.
It's a black Nissan Altima?
Yes, ma'am.
When you came down with Typha McCray and Aaliyah Albritton, was that on a Friday or a Saturday?
It was Friday.
Where did you go when you came to Tampa that Friday?
We just stopped to a gas station and went to an Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
When we first got there, it was no one there. I think maybe one of his friends. I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
Later, did you find out that Charles Jones was staying at that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever met Charles Jones before?
When I was there that weekend.
That weekend. But prior to that weekend, had you ever met Charles Jones?
No, ma'am.
Had you been familiar with a person by the name of a rapper named Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you familiar with that name, Julio Foolio?
He's just a big artist in the city.
What city?
Jacksonville, Florida.
And even though you grew up in St. Augustine, you said you had family in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there times where you would go to Jacksonville and hang out in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did that start?
Well, I kind of grew up in Jacksonville and St. Augustine. I have family and friends all over. So.
And you said he was a big rap artist, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any of his music or anything about him on social media?
Yes.
What type of social media were you on back in June of 2024?
In the beginning, I was on Instagram and Facebook, and I think that's it. Twitter, maybe?
And were you familiar with the type of rap music that Julio Foolio Charles Jones played?
Yes, ma'am.
Drill rap music?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean to you?
To me?
Yes.
Nothing.
Were you into drill rap music?
Was I into it? I listened to it.
You listened to it. Were you aware that there were rival groups in Jacksonville that would do rap music against the other group?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what group or what gang Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was associated with?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang was that?
I'm assuming KTA.
What was that?
I'm assuming KTA, as far as I know.
As far as you know. What was the rival gang? Do you remember?
ATK.
ATK, okay. And are you familiar with a rap artist by the name of Young and Ace?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he associated with ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you ever met either one of those people before?
Met as far as the two rappers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And that weekend was the first time you had met Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you met Young and Ace before from
ma'am.
ATK? When did you meet him?
Probably when I was younger.
When you were younger? Okay. Was it somebody that you personally knew and considered a friend or anything like that?
No.
Were you also familiar with him because of his music and his rapping in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Were a lot of your friends familiar with both of those rap groups, ATK and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to that Friday and the Airbnb, you said that he wasn't there at first, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did he get to that Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do the first night that you were there, that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Well, we first got to the Airbnb, and it was no one there. And I was waiting for my friend Nisea to come get me and Aaliyah, and she finally showed. There was a backyard area with a pool, and me and the girls just sat out there, and I didn't realize that the guys were inside. And we came inside, but we weren't really around. We were just sitting in an area just by ourselves, just with the girls. And we left, and that was that.
When you say we left, who are you referring to?
Me and Nisea.
Where did
and
you?
Aaliyah.
And Aaliyah. Where did you, Nisea, and Aaliyah Albritton go?
We all went out.
Where?
We went to some club.
Where did you spend the night that night?
At Nisea's house.
Where did Aaliyah Albritton stay the night?
At the B&B.
The Airbnb that Julio Foolio had been? Did you know the address to that Airbnb?
Right now, not off the top of my head, no.
Was that the only time that you had been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Going now into Saturday, June 22nd of 2024, did you at some point go to a different Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you go to the different Airbnb?
I can't tell you what time, but sometime in the afternoon.
And is this another Airbnb that Charles Jones was going to be at and have a party?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you and Nisea go shopping?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you run an errand for Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
I just remember when we went to the Airbnb, he asked if we could go to Walmart to go get a speaker so that he can have for the party.
Okay. Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you in fact go and do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he pay for the speaker that he asked you to get for him?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went back to the Airbnb, and this is a different Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, how many people were at the Airbnb at that point?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
Let me ask you this. Did your friend Nisea, did she hang out with you at the second Airbnb?
She left early.
Was your friend Aaliyah Albritton at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your bags with you at that point when Nisea dropped you off at the second Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plan for that night?
My plans for the night was to meet back up with Nisea, and me and Aaliyah and Nisea were going to go out because we were supposed to have a girls' trip.
At some point, were you aware that people were going to go to a club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get ready?
I was in a room at the Airbnb. I was by myself.
And was there a party going on in the Airbnb during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything unusual happen at the Airbnb during that time period?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
Okay. No kind of gunfire or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware. I was alone.
At some point, do you all go to the club?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were your bags at that point?
I just remember Taifa getting a call, and I think It was Julio saying he was going to put him in the car maybe for us because I guess they had to evacuate the Airbnb.
Had you already left the Airbnb at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
Aaliyah and Taifa McRae.
And where were you and Aaliyah and Taifa McRae going?
We went to the first club.
And at some point you were alerted that they got kicked out of the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you worried about your bag at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you already at the club or were you on the way to the club?
When we got alerted that they were leaving the Airbnb, we were on the way.
When you got to that first club, was that Teasers?
I believe so.
Was it a strip club?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charles Jones and other people from the Airbnb go to that club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know if Taifa McRae, whether or not he was good friends with Charles Jones?
I knew at the end.
Yes, had you met Taifa McRae before then?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to then, you didn't know how close they were, is that correct?
I didn't know that they were friends.
Okay. And you said that you were with Aaliyah Albritton and Taifa McRae?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many cars showed up from the Airbnb to that first club, Teasers?
I'm not sure. I was in the room alone.
Okay. So you didn't see when everybody left, is that correct?
I didn't see anybody at all.
Okay. So going back to Teasers, how long would you say you were at Teasers?
Maybe like, it wasn't really that long. Maybe like 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt you. Where did you go after Teasers?
We went to another club that they wanted to go to.
Do you remember the name of that club?
No, but I remember it had stairs.
Was it on the second floor?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, who were you riding with from that first club, Teasers, to the second nightclub?
Taifa and Aaliyah.
In the same vehicle, Taifa McRae's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got to the second club, do you know whether or not there were other cars from your group or your party going at the same time at that point?
At that point, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many cars do you remember were in your group, or do you know?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
Were you paying attention to who
Not
you were
really.
going with?
No.
Okay. So now I want to talk about the second club. You said that it was on a second floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how long you were at the second club?
Maybe the same time we were at the other one, maybe like an hour.
And you mentioned all the people that were in your car. Did all of them go into the second club?
It was just me and Aaliyah and Taifa in one car, but yes, we did go in there.
Was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have other people with him at the club?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long would you say you were at the second club?
Maybe like 45 minutes to an hour, maybe. I don't remember.
When you left the club, do you know what the plan was at that point? Where were you going?
I initially thought we were going to come back home that night, but I believe that they were just really tired and they wanted to lay down and get some rest instead of hopping on the road because it was late. And I guess no one wanted anything to happen. Anything can happen at night. So I guess they just wanted to rest.
Was it in the pretty early morning hours at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what exactly time it was at that point?
I think maybe like 2 in the morning, close to 3 maybe.
Were you keeping track of the time?
No, ma'am.
What happened when you all left the club?
We all followed each other to a hotel.
Were you familiar with that hotel?
No, ma'am.
When you got to the hotel, tell me what happened.
I just remember we were driving around trying to find parking, and we couldn't find parking, and I guess they were trying to see if there was a room available, or any rooms available. So we all parked by the front lobby.
At some point, where were you in the vehicle?
I was originally sitting in the back seat, in the passenger seat, behind the passenger seat.
Who was driving?
Taifa McRae.
And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
In the passenger seat.
Okay. At any point, did Taifa McRae leave the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Aaliyah said she needed to use the bathroom.
Okay. And then what happened?
I moved into the driver's seat, the front driver's seat.
All right, I want to ask you what happened at that point when you got into the driver's seat of Taifa McRae's vehicle.
I just remember looking down at my phone and I got shot.
Did you hear any gunshots before you got shot? How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
After you got shot, what did you do?
I prayed and I asked God to cut the car on because there was no keys in the car. And I finally got the car to cut on and I drove off.
Where did you get shot?
In my arm and in the back of my shoulders.
Do you know where you were going at that point?
I just wanted to get away.
Did anything happen in the parking lot as you were trying to get away?
I just remember everybody was just trying to back out of the cars and just try to save themselves.
And where did you go?
I remember pulling out of the hotel and I made a left down the street and I seen a police car and I stopped at the light and I instantly thought about everybody that I left behind at the hotel and I wanted to make sure they were okay, so I turned around.
Did you make any phone calls or did you get a phone call?
I remember making a phone call to Aaliyah and just telling her what happened.
And what did she say?
She was just in shock and she said that she heard everything going on from inside the hotel.
What did you do at that point?
I turned around and I made it back to the hotel and there was nobody in the front.
Did you see any? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Okay. Did you see any of the vehicles that you had originally got to the hotel with?
Everyone was gone.
So tell me what happened once you got back to that hotel.
Aaliyah and Taifa came outside, running outside, And I just remember my adrenaline rush was just my anxiety. Everything was up there, and I just begged them to take me to the hospital.
Did they do that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the hospital, what happened?
I just remember Taifa being by my side, and he just never left until my parents got there.
Were your parents in Tampa that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you call them and let them know what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
They wouldn't let my parents come back and see me till maybe like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Did a law enforcement officer come to the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's marked States Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this photograph? Does that fairly and accurately represent you on that day after you had gone to the hospital on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, we'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
Ms. Bentley, is that you in the emergency room at Advent Hospital in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where exactly you were shot?
My right arm, like right here, my upper right arm. And there's gun pieces in the back of my shoulder.
Did you require surgery that night?
No, ma'am.
And you said that, is there still pieces that are in your arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Aaliyah Albritton, did she come into the hospital with you and Taifa McCrae?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what happened to Aaliyah Albritton after she dropped you off at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
You want me to have one moment?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Just pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bentley.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right. I want to just ask you some basic questions. Do you know anything called 6 Block? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
All right. What is that to you?
What is that to me?
Yeah.
A group of boys.
All right. Do you know what ATK is?
Yes, sir.
Is that another group of boys?
Yes, sir.
Would you call either of these groups of boys gangs?
No, sir.
All right. Are you a part of any of these two groups?
No, sir.
All right. Are these boy-only groups?
I believe so.
Right.
I'm not aware. I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you've met Youngin Ace before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He is a part of the ATK group.
Yes, sir.
Sort of like would you say a rival to 6 Block and Charles Jones, Julio Foolio?
Yes, sir.
And under what circumstances did you meet Youngin Ace?
He's friends with my cousin.
So Youngin Ace is friends with one of your cousins?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
Just around family.
Around family?
Yes, sir.
You've seen him, I guess, multiple times around family?
No, sir.
How many times have you seen him before?
Maybe like once or twice in my lifetime.
Okay. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No, sir.
And do you know whether Alicia Andrews is a part of any gang?
No, sir.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews was at the Airbnb with you?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. You were inside one of the Airbnbs, inside of a room by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Why were you by yourself?
Sometimes I just like to be alone.
All right. And you're by yourself while there's a bunch of commotion going on in another portion of the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you like a sort of a strange question. The Airbnb, you didn't book that, right?
No, sir.
The Airbnb itself, did you go to the Airbnb to avoid being detected by any hotel lobby cameras?
No.
All right. Do you know anyone named Fat Boy?
No.
Now, do you listen to drill rap music? You said you do earlier, right?
Yes.
All right. Because you listen to drill rap music, does that make you a violent person?
No.
All right. Does that mean that you want to do the things that the drill rappers rap about?
No.
All right. The drill rap music, was that something that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio made?
Yes.
All right. And he made fun of people who were dead in his drill raps?
I guess so.
I guess he mocked individuals who had died or been shot?
Yes.
All right. And did people hate him for that?
I don't know.
Did people dislike him for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. The people that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, that he would rap about, these were actual real-life people in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you know any of the people that he rapped about?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
No, you're good.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Okay.
Free to
All
go.
right, state who's your next witness?
Officer Guy Charles.
Okay.
It's crazy how these people know. They are so intertwined with both sides. Like this person, family, chill with that person. You hanging with this, but they be talking about the death of each other and their family members, and I would stay away from all of that. Like, I don't want to be around you. You got this type of stuff going on, and I'm like, man, I don't want to be around. around, y'all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
Officer Brian Godcharles, last name Godcharles.
And how were you employed, sir?
City of Tampa police officer.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police?
Almost 3 years.
3 years. And what's your current assignment?
Patrol.
Back in June of 2024, what was your assignment?
Patrol.
Okay. Are you certified by state of Florida guidelines and regulations as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
I attended a police academy in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, okay. I wanted to talk to you about that. Did you have to attend a police academy here in Florida when you came here, or did your certifications from Pennsylvania transfer?
I did an equivalency of training course.
An equivalency? Okay. How many years did you work in Philadelphia in law enforcement?
Around 5.
In what agency?
Philadelphia Police Department.
Okay. And did you work patrol there?
Yes.
Did you work anything else other than patrol?
No.
Now, here in Florida, you've indicated that you are certified as a law enforcement officer by Florida guidelines and regulations, correct?
Yes.
Does that require you to maintain annual certifications or qualifications or training of any type?
Yes.
Do you undergo periodic training as a law enforcement officer with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
I'm going to call your attention to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Were you on duty in the early morning hours, like say around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Is the City of Tampa, is it divided the jurisdiction into districts?
Yes.
And what district covers the area near the University of South Florida? Or, I'm sorry, yes, the University of South Florida near Fowler and McKinley.
District 2.
District 2. Is that still your current assignment?
Yes.
And at the time you were assigned in that district?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to respond to a shooting call at a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes.
That area of that hotel complex, is that entire complex, the University of South Florida, and all the areas surrounding it contained within Hillsborough County?
Yes.
And is that area contained within the City of Tampa?
Yes.
Within your jurisdiction?
Yes.
There are areas near there where the city's jurisdiction ends and the sheriff's office begins, correct?
Correct.
But not that area?
Correct.
Okay. When you responded there, were there other officers there on scene?
Yes.
Were there other agency officers there on scene?
Yes.
And what agency?
University of South Florida Police.
Okay. And when you responded there, did you respond to an area on the southeast edge of that property?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as States 1. Just trying to orient it here. Okay, so it's oriented like a normal man. Kenley and Fowler?
Correct.
Do you recognize this area depicted in this aerial photograph?
Yes.
Does this photograph accurately depict the area that you responded to and that encompassed the multiple crime scenes in that area?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender States 1 aerial photograph of the hotel complex.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Move to tender and publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Publishing States 1. Okay. Can you see that screen, officer?
A little bit.
Okay. If you need to reposition, please do so. You can come off the witness stand.
Okay.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that this is McKinley, that's Fowler?
Correct.
Okay. And there was an entrance down here on the southeast corner of the property?
Correct.
Is that the entrance that you first responded to?
Yes.
When you entered there, where did you go?
I went to I kind of stayed right there because I saw another police vehicle. And I got out of my car because I thought another officer was there because at that point in time I didn't know where the scene was.
Okay. Where was the other car that you saw?
So right as you enter there, it was just right off to the right, out of the way of the entrance.
Okay, so it would be to the north?
Yeah, to the north of that entrance.
Okay. So right up in this area where my pen is pointing?
Correct. A little further south. But
Now, at that time when you arrived, do you remember the time, approximate time?
I would say it's around 4:40 in the morning.
4:40. Was it still dark?
Yes.
When you came into that entrance, did you notice any debris in the roadway here?
After I got out of my vehicle, I had my flashlight. 'Cause like you said, it was dark, and I was looking around to see if I could find anything, and I found a couple pieces of like broken plastic.
Okay. Did it look like to you items or material consistent with a motor vehicle collision or a minor collision?
Yeah, it looked like a fender bender type of plastic that came off a vehicle.
Now, when you were down in this area, how long did you stay there in that area when you responded?
I'd say less than 3 minutes.
And were you summoned to another part or another area of that property?
Yes, I heard over radio that the scene was on the Fowler side, so I got back in my vehicle and went up there.
Okay. Did you proceed up this eastern edge of the hotel?
No, I went through the west side and went around.
Okay. So that would involve going around this way?
Correct.
Coming back up. Okay. When you came up to the Fowler side, would that be this area where my pen is?
Correct. I parked my vehicle in front of the Holiday Inn, kind of park and drop off area.
Okay. So this would be the Holiday Inn that I'm pointing at?
Correct.
And this would be that area here?
Yeah, it was just north of that.
Just north, okay. When you came into this area, did you encounter University of South Florida Police Department officer?
Yes.
And did you talk to that officer?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And were there some civilian witnesses in this area?
Yes.
Was there a motor vehicle a little further down this way to the east?
Yes.
And over in this area, was there a car that appeared to have significant damage to it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to that car, the car with the significant damage?
I saw that car briefly when I was investigating the Hyundai, which was further up.
Okay. So the vehicle that was closer to the entrance to the Holiday Inn, that was a Hyundai?
Correct.
And were the civilians that you encountered, did they appear to be associated with that Hyundai?
Yes.
Was that an individual by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
And did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there another individual there, Miss Randolph?
Yes.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
And was there a male, a black male by the name of Robert Howard that was also in that area?
Yes.
And did you speak with him?
Yes.
When you got up on that north end, you indicated earlier you were summoned there. Were you summoned by a supervisor?
Yes.
And who was that?
Sergeant Portman.
And did you meet with the sergeant when you got to that area?
Yes, at a certain point in time, when I went to investigate the Hyundai, I spoke with Sergeant Portman.
Okay. Were there any individuals, any law enforcement personnel, whether it was you or the University of South Florida Police Department officers that began to tape off that area with crime scene tape?
Yes.
And were you all trying to get a handle on this area and secure it?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that before you arrived, officers, including that sergeant, had entered the hotel and had gone up and were clearing the third floor of the hotel?
I know via radio officers were going into the building.
Okay. You were hearing radio traffic and people were doing that?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to my ear, but your radio is actually mounted on your chest.
Correct.
After you were in that area and you spoke with those witnesses and your sergeant and the University of South Florida Police Department officer, did you at some point after being in that area for a while, did you then travel to another part of the complex?
Yes.
And where was that?
So I traveled I was trying to locate the scene of where the casings would be.
Okay.
So I went east, kind of in the parking lot, east, and then south, and I ended up finding the casings at the south side of the Home 2 Suites by Hilton, near their carport.
So would that take you east, where my pen is going, and then south down the eastern side of the Home 2 Suites?
Correct.
And then into this area?
Correct.
When you got into this area, is this an area where you started looking for shell casings?
Yes.
Did you see what appeared to be damage to the front of the south end of the building?
I saw one window that had been shot by something, it appeared.
Okay. And did you find casings in that area?
Yes.
And approximately right where my pen is in this area?
Correct.
Right to the west of the portico, the entrance?
Correct.
Okay. And those shell casings, did they appear to be pistol
Yes.
rounds, 9mm casings?
Yes.
Did you find any rifle casings?
No.
Now, when you got down on the south end of the building, was it still dark?
I believe so.
And did you stay in that area down there as the sun came up?
Yes.
And you had a pretty good look in that area around that parking area?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, the portico, the entrance on the south end of the hotel?
Yes.
All right. Publishing states 2, E is an echo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Is this the Hyundai that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
And is this the car I was asking you about with significant damage to it?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with any of the people associated to that car?
No.
When you arrived, were there officers near and around that car?
Yes.
And was there a deceased person in that car?
From what I heard on radio and what I saw in the car briefly, it appeared to be someone who was deceased in the vehicle.
Your Honor, we will tender states 7A as an alpha through P as in Peter.
Any objection?
No objection. Publishing states 7A as an alpha. Does that appear to be that same car I was just questioning you about?
Yes.
Okay. 7B. 7C. 7D is in Delta. 7E is in Echo. 7F is in Foxtrot. 7G is in Golf. 7H is in Hotel. 7I in India. 7J is in Juliet. 7K is in Kilo. 7L, L is in Lima. 7M, M is in Mike. 7... You have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
7, okay. All right, 7N is a Nancy. 7O is an Oscar. And 7P is in Peter. All right. The damage that you saw in that vehicle, did it appear to you to be from gunfire, from gunshots?
On the Charger, yes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that type of damage before on vehicles?
Yes.
Sheet metal and motor vehicle glass?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing states 5A. In this photograph, is this a view, Officer Gottschalk, from the southeast section of the home to suites facing through the portico entrance?
Yes.
Okay. States 5B. In this photograph, do we see the entrance up here? In this area, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, 5C. In this photograph, you talked about earlier finding debris that may have been consistent with a minor fender bender. Is this the debris or part of it?
Yes, that's the debris.
Okay. Did it appear to be possibly a cowling from a side mirror on a car?
Yeah, it looked like to be the shell to the driver's side mirror.
Okay. Now, this would be the entrance here. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be the entrance where the vehicles were and the fired cartridge casings were.
Okay. States 5D is a delta. Is that just a straight-on shot at the entrance?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you can see it, but do you see one of the windows with damage to it?
I can't see it from here. No.
Let me see if I can zoom in on it.
But I know it was to the right of the walkway door.
Try doing this backwards.
Looks like the third to the left.
Yeah.
Third from the left is broken.
Okay. States 5E. Do you see in this photograph, officer, the area where you were looking for shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include this entire area around here?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the area up in here where you found 9mm shell casings?
Yes, between the portico and the white SUV.
The Lexus SUV sitting here?
Yes.
Publishing 5F. In this photograph, is this a northbound view of the west side of the hotel?
Yes.
And we see a vehicle here that has some red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniformed officer standing here. Is that accurate?
I see red and blue lights, and it looks like a uniform officer, yes.
Let's see if I can zoom in. I can just see barely a yellow tag on his sleeve there. Do you see that?
Yeah, it looks like a dark
Looks
uniform.
consistent with what's on your sleeve.
I agree.
Okay. There are other officers out there. And it looks like crime scene tape had already been put up or was being put up?
In that picture, yes.
Okay. States 5G in this photograph, are we seeing now northwest looking view of that west side of the home to suites?
Yes.
And this building appears the Holiday Inn. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And we see a yellow vehicle here, correct?
Correct.
And a Mercedes. Is that right?
That looks like a Mercedes, yes.
Okay. And crime scene tape?
Correct.
States 5W. In this photograph, now that debris in the southeast section has been marked with evidence markers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you seen evidence markers like that before?
Yes.
Is that something that is utilized by crime scene investigators when they're marking evidence?
Yes.
For documenting during photographing for other purposes, collection of evidence?
Yes.
All right. And in the upper or the middle of the photograph, going to the right-hand side of the photograph, are we looking at crime scene tape?
Yes.
Would tender state 6A through Q, as in Quebec. I think you've seen this, counsel? You saw this? Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, tendering for admission.
Go ahead.
Okay. And moving to publish, state 6A. All right, so now we're back up on the north end, the Fowler end, as you referred to it earlier. This would be the Hyundai, is that correct?
Correct.
And this roadway up here would be Fowler?
Correct.
All right, and we see the Holiday Inn photograph down here, or I'm sorry, sign down here?
I can't see it from here, but
Okay.
that building would be the Holiday Inn.
Okay, and this roof here would be over their portico or entrance?
Correct.
State 6C. You can see that Hyundai now that you were dealing with earlier when you first arrived?
Yes.
All right, and we can see the entrance to the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
State 6E, as in echo. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Individual?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see him there in the photo with that motor vehicle? That there was an individual still inside of it, a deceased individual?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see him there in the photograph, or at least his legs?
Yes.
State 6F is in Foxtrot. Is this a view from the back seat of that individual?
Yes.
Did it appear to you when you saw him that he is...
I'm crazy or what, but...
You said earlier...
Is she laughing when they showed the picture of the dude in the car?
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 6E. You said earlier when you...
No, they probably said something to her. It's just a very coincidental time to be laughing when they were showing that picture, man.
They come into contact with that motor vehicle, that there was an individual still inside of it, a deceased individual?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see him there in the photograph, or at least his legs?
Yes.
State 6F is in Foxtrot. Is this a view from the back seat of that individual?
Yes.
Did it appear to you when you saw him that he is straddling, his body is straddled through the two bucket seats across the center console with his head back here?
I only saw it through the windshield, so I didn't have a great view.
All right. Officer, other than the individuals that you told us that you spoke with, did you conduct any, and your investigation at the south end of the hotel, did you conduct any other investigation that day?
When the window was shot, I tried to see if they can get camera footage.
Inside of the lobby?
Yeah, inside the lobby, and I tried to find a bullet that went inside the gym area of the Homes 2 Suites by Hilton.
All right. So the gym area, in the photograph we looked at, that was facing directly at the entrance from the south to the north. You have the entrance there under the portico, and we had those windows to the right. Were those windows to the gym area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually enter the gym, go in through the lobby, and look in there for a projectile?
Yeah, someone gave me access, and I was unable to locate a projectile.
Okay. While you were there on scene, and I believe you cleared that scene sometime between 6 and 7 that morning?
Yeah, I left around 6:30, I believe.
Okay. Were detectives or crime scene investigators on scene by the time you left?
I believe so. Most of the investigation started up north on the Fowler end, and then it kind of progressed down towards me.
Okay. Did you notify either your supervisor or detectives about your finding of the shell casings on the south end?
I went over radio as soon as I found them.
Okay. You have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No other questions at this time, Judge?
Okay, cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
All right, good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Your job in this case entailed you going to the scene and roping the scene off and collecting some evidence. Is that correct?
I didn't rope any scene off.
Did you try to rope the scene off or take the scene off at some point?
I think another unit helped start putting tape up, and I think I might have put some up at the rear. Helped him. I believe he put up the most of the tape.
But you put up some tape.
I don't recall.
All right, no problem. So you go to the scene the night of the shooting or the day after, the morning after?
Restate the.
Was it nighttime or was it daytime when you went there?
It was around 4:40 in the morning.
All right. Did you stay until it became daytime?
I stayed until around 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Was it daytime when you were gone?
I don't know when the sun rised that day, but it was brighter out.
Was it as bright as the pictures that you're showing the jury?
Some of these pictures are hard to see from the way it's projected to me.
Like you can't tell how light it is outside from the pictures.
From this angle, it's hard to. Some things are bleached
if you
out.
need to step down to get a better view, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you go to the scene for 2 hours, about 2 hours?
From around 4:40 to 6:30.
All right. So you're there for 2 hours. You're there. You see some individuals, some witnesses. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Some victims. Correct.
I don't believe I see any victims.
You didn't see anyone that was shot.
I did see the individual shot in the car, but I couldn't confirm it myself.
Okay.
It's just basically on radio, and it looks like someone was in the car, and from what I heard, he was deceased.
All right. Would you consider him a victim?
Yes.
All right. So you saw some witnesses and some victims, correct?
I saw
or at least one victim. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And you collected or tried to collect a bullet that was inside of the Home 2 Suites?
I tried to locate it.
Okay. Why did you think that there was a bullet inside the Home 2 Suites?
Because the window pane had broken.
All right. You didn't locate a bullet inside?
I did not.
All right. Did you collect any evidence?
I located evidence, but I didn't collect it. We have a crime scene technician who collects things.
All right. So you located it. You told the crime scene, I guess, analyst or the crime scene personnel where the evidence was that you located?
I passed the information on to other officers.
On the radio?
They came on scene earlier, and I held the scene.
Okay. All right. So did you ever speak to the detective in this case, Detective Ramos?
I don't believe I did on scene.
Right.
Maybe afterwards.
Maybe after? All right. And do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
I've never met her.
All right. Did you do any investigation after that 2-hour period where you were on the scene?
I know I've had follow-up with the state attorney's office.
All right. That's just to prepare you for trial, right?
Correct.
But that's not an investigation in this case.
I would say no.
So your investigation stopped at 6:30 on the morning that Julio Foolio died?
Well, I know I had to write reports about it, so I would say it kept going until my reports were done.
All right. When you were, between the time that you left at 6:30 and the time that you finished writing your report, did you do any investigative work?
I don't believe so.
So writing the report is not part of your investigation. You're not investigating anything.
Sustain the objection.
All right. You didn't do any investigative work after you left the scene, right?
I don't believe so.
All right. You didn't take any photos?
I might have the Axon capture.
You mean your body-worn camera?
No, we have a device uses Axon capture. Because it's basically the same company, Axon, and it gets sent up to evidence.com.
Okay, but you're saying you don't remember if you took photos?
No, I wouldn't have. There'd be access to evidence.com.
All right. And did you have anything to do with fingerprints or DNA in this case?
I did not take any fingerprints or DNAs.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, sir. Officer Guy Charles, as a uniformed officer, is it your role in a situation like this to respond to the scene and try to secure the scene? Is that the first role?
Yes.
Overall, go ahead.
Is another part of your role to try to secure the scene, like I was asking you about with crime scene tape, or make sure someone does, to try to protect its integrity?
Yes, I didn't put a crime scene tape in the front, but I might have helped someone in the rear, the south end of Home 2 Suites.
Okay. You mentioned earlier on cross that you held the scene. On that south end of the hotel where you found those shell casings, once you found those, did you remain in that area until at least another officer came to secure that scene, or until it was taped off?
I remained in that area until I was relieved by day shift units.
Okay. So other uniformed officers coming out?
Correct.
Now, when you have a homicide scene like this, where there's a murdered individual or a killed individual found in the scene, like the person in the car, do uniformed officers have certain roles and responsibility in scenes like that, compared to, say, crime scene investigators or detectives?
I would agree with that statement.
All right. And would one of those be to hold perimeter?
Yes.
And would one of those duties be to take a crime scene log of anyone who's entering past the tape into the crime scene or exiting the crime scene?
Yes.
Have you ever had occasion to do that?
I've done a crime scene log before.
Hold a crime scene log, either in Philadelphia or down here?
Yes.
When detectives arrive out to the scene, do they begin investigating the case, the homicide itself?
I would assume so.
Right. And homicide detectives, would you agree with me, their role is to investigate homicide cases?
Overall, go ahead, if you know.
Do homicide investigators, homicide detectives, do they investigate homicides?
Yes.
When you respond to a scene like this as a uniformed officer, once a detective, whether it's a homicide scene or a rape scene or a burglary scene, do you continue investigating once you're relieved by a day shift, or you're told you can clear that scene and go to your next duties?
Not an on-scene investigation, no.
And as far as collecting evidence or photographing evidence, is that a role that is accomplished by another section of the Tampa Police Department, typically?
Usually our crime scene investigators.
And you have crime scene investigators at the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
As far as the homicide unit, is that a single detective unit or a multiple detective unit?
Multiple detective unit.
And are there detective sergeants that supervise that unit?
Yes.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Officer Michael Fusco.
Okay. Sure. Is this witness going to be relatively quick or
Relatively quick, Judge.
no? Okay. All right. Like, how quick? Because we're probably going to break at 5. Will we be done by 5? Maybe not?
Probably.
Okay. Can we wait till 5, or is it like, is that yes, or can we? Okay. No, it's all right. Okay, we'll take a quick 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll take a break, and if anyone needs to use the restroom, you can do it now. Then we'll wrap up with our last witness.
And we're back.
Okay, very good. Jury's back. Everyone have a seat. Next up is Officer, is it Michael Fusco?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Yep, Officer Michael Fusco.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the University of South Florida Police Department.
How long have you been with the University of South Florida Police Department?
I've been sworn in for about, I think, 2 years and 8 months, but I was a civilian there as well before.
Where is USF, the University of South Florida, located?
It's going to be between Bruce Downs, Fletcher, 50th, and Fowler, just quite a few blocks.
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough.
And what jurisdiction does the University of South Florida Police Department cover? 1,000
feet off of anything the university rents, owns, or leases.
Now, you kind of given a broad, I know the campus is big. Do you know where Home to Suites is located and Holiday Inn, that kind of 3 strips of hotels?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located?
It's just south of Bruce Downs and Spectrum Boulevard, which is part of our jurisdiction.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to June 23rd of 2024, the early morning hours. Were you working on that shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you a uniformed officer at the University of South Florida Police Department?
Correct. At the time, I was part of patrol.
What kind of vehicle did you drive?
At that time, I believe I was in a marked Ford Explorer.
Was that have lights and sirens?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going to approximately 4:42 a.m. in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024, what were you doing?
I was completing a traffic stop with a subject we just did a vehicle search of.
Where were you located?
I was on East Fowler and North 50th.
Who were you working with?
I had Corporal Frank Adams, and I had Officer, now Detective Dennis Ratt.
And you said you were on a traffic stop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were on that traffic stop, did anything unusual happen?
Yes, ma'am. A sedan went through the intersection of 50th and Fowler and positioned their vehicle between Officer Surratt's vehicle and my vehicle, and got our attention and let us know that there was a shooting that happened at the Homestone Suites.
You said sedan. Do you remember the type of vehicle it was?
It was a Hyundai sedan.
Was that a gray Hyundai Sonata?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said some individuals got your attention. How did that happen? What did they do?
Yep, there was 3 individuals, 3 occupants of this vehicle. One individual exited the vehicle, and 2 other ones had loud screaming, saying that there's been shooting, and one of them say that her boyfriend had been shot.
And you said 3 individuals. Can you tell us what the sex of each of those individuals were?
Yes, there was one male who was positioned at the rear passenger seat. I believe that was Mr. Howard. Then there were 2 females. One was Ms. Randolph, and another one was Ms. Turner.
Okay.
Ms. Turner was the one who was screaming that her boyfriend had been shot.
Okay. Did you know their identities at that point?
No, I found out later on.
That's something that you learned later on?
Correct.
Now, when they said that, as soon as they said that, what did they do?
They're screaming typical emotions when someone has witnessed a shooting being involved. So they were very animated.
Okay. And after they got out of their vehicle, did they do anything else?
They got out of the vehicle. Once I was approaching mine to get in the vehicle to respond, they went back around and traveled to the Homes to Go Suites as well.
Okay. Did you realize they were going to leave again in their vehicle?
No.
What did you do when you saw? You said their vehicle spun around. Can you kind of describe what they did exactly?
So when I got my vehicle, because I was actually in front of them, I got into the U-turn lane, and I didn't notice they were going the opposite direction until I was already driving on Fowler. So
and what do you mean they're going the opposite direction?
They're driving the wrong way in traffic.
Okay.
They're going westbound in the eastbound lane.
And I think you said it was Armani Turner who was originally driving?
I don't know who was originally driving. I believe it was, but I can't.
You can't say for certain?
Yes.
But you said the male got out of the passenger seat?
He was sitting in the rear passenger seat.
Rear passenger seat. So if there's 2 females and 1 male, one of the females was driving. Okay.
So.
And after you saw the car going the wrong way on that street, what did you do?
I still continued my way to the shooting. Obviously, my job as an officer is to preserve life. So if there's any chance to preserve life, I'm going to look at the immediate threat, which was the shooting.
Okay. So she gave you some initial information that her boyfriend has been shot. Was she able to tell you the location of where the shooting occurred?
She was in the Homes to Go Suites.
Okay. So is that the direction you headed in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What side of the road are you going on?
The correct side.
As you're responding to Home to Suites, can you still see that gray Hyundai Sonata?
I saw him momentarily, but I was going a little faster than I was.
Did you eventually get to the Home to Suites?
I did.
How did you proceed when you got to the Home to Suites?
When I rolled on scene, myself, there was another Tampa officer who we both pulled in at the same exact time together. We approached from the southeast entrance and went around the building because we didn't know where exactly the shooting occurred. Once we were able to approach to the north side of the hotel, we were able to see a vehicle that was still smoking and clear signs of bullet holes.
Okay. What do you mean by still smoking?
When I got on scene, there's smoke literally still in the air, just from the rounds hitting the vehicle. Plus, there's still glass fragments still kind of in the air.
Okay. And what was the glass fragments from?
From rounds striking the vehicle.
Is that the type of glass that is in the windows of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to go back to the gray Hyundai Sonata. Do you see that vehicle there next to the vehicle that had all of that damage?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those occupants? Are there still those occupants around those vehicles?
Yes, they're outside the vehicle at this point.
What happened when they got outside the vehicle?
They were still yelling and worried about the occupants that were in the charger that was on scene. Because this is another agency, Tampa, that's their primary jurisdiction. We fall into mutual aid. Tampa will be the one who takes over the entire investigation or anything, so we're just there as support. So the officer is on scene, I believe he was a sergeant, requesting them to get back, so I have him go back a little bit and then proceed with helping him with the charger with the victim inside.
Was that Sergeant Portman with the Tampa Police Department?
I don't know who it is, unfortunately. I didn't
That's
see
okay,
enough of that.
but it was a rank of sergeant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And clearly it was a Tampa police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you kind of take custody of individuals that came out of the Gray Sonata, Hyundai Gray Sonata?
Momentarily.
And you said that you later learned what the names were for all those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they again?
It was Mr. Owens, Howard,
Robert Howard?
Howard, thank you. Mr. Howard, Ms. Randolph, and Ms. Turner.
After TPD responded into the hotels, you said you only had custody of them momentarily, is that correct?
It was a very brief moment. I went to go render aid to the victim with the sergeant.
That's what I want to ask you about. When you went to tell me your initial observations of the black Dodge Charger that was there.
It had extreme amount of rounds through it, multiple windows shattered or just not there anymore. Upon walking up to the vehicle, the sergeant from Tampa had tried to open the door. He got the door open, and that's where we were able to see the still victim inside.
And was there any aid that could be rendered to the person that was still in the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
And was it even from outside the vehicle, could you see injury to the individual inside?
Yes, ma'am. There was injuries throughout the individual's body, upper torso, upper body, and there was other signs of matter and blood throughout the vehicle.
Were there any signs of life from the person that was inside the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you it's already in Evidence States Exhibit 2E. And the vehicle over to the right of the photograph, is that the vehicle that came up to you when you were on that traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the second vehicle that you said when you pulled up that you saw that still had the person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon, Officer Fusco, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that you were on a traffic stop when this all occurred.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And that was unrelated to anything that you ran into afterwards.
Correct.
Okay. About how long would you say you were on scene at the shooting?
The shooting, approximately 20 minutes or so.
Okay. And in the time that you were there, you didn't take any photos of the scene?
Correct.
You didn't take any sworn witness statements from any of the three individuals that reached out to you or that came to the scene where you were?
Correct.
You didn't do any processing on the scene?
Correct.
All right. And in the 20 minutes that you were there, other than those three individuals, and obviously the officers that you would speak with, do you come into contact with any other witnesses or any other individuals?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that you went inside of the hotel.
I did not go inside.
You did not go inside the hotel?
No.
Okay. All right. You didn't collect any physical evidence while you were on the scene as well?
Correct.
Right. And when you say that you momentarily took custody of the individuals that were there, you don't mean that they were arrested. You just were where they were. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you didn't arrest anyone on scene?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you did on scene other than observe the individual inside the vehicle?
I set up perimeter tape.
I'm sorry?
Perimeter tape.
And you put up the perimeter tape?
Yes.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Officer Fusco, as a agency that is assisting another law enforcement agency, would it be your role or responsibility or the USF Police Department's responsibility to collect any evidence in this case?
No.
Would the originating agency, Tampa Police Department, would they have assumed the responsibility of the crime scene and collection of evidence in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
But as a fellow law enforcement officer, you would assist whenever requested by a fellow law enforcement officer, including one from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you did do a report regarding your involvement in this particular case and the assistance that you rendered to Tampa Police Department. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Do you have any other quick witnesses that are here so they don't have to come back tomorrow?
Quick witnesses.
Judge, I don't think we need to call anyone else today.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so it's 5:05, so we will break for the day.
They're gonna wrap that up for the day, for that day. Lord of mercy. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. That's day one for me. See. Day two. On day two right now. Skip. And they be bringing her out in cuffs on camera every day. That's crazy.
Which I didn't even know about that.
Going to be airing an interview in the courtroom.
Hold on, wait.
Going to be airing an interview for sugar and additional courtesy. Yesterday, we had a discussion about the requirement that all counsel call any individual by their surname, not by their first name. And I think Ms. McLyman asked if that was just a rule in this courtroom. Actually, it's pursuant to the Hillsborough County Standards of Professional Courtesy, and under subsection M, that governs trial conduct and courtroom decorum, subparagraph 8 is, quote, counsel should refer to all adult persons, including witnesses, other counsel, and the parties by their surnames and not by their first or given names. Okay, so Mr. McLyman, I believe you practice in Miami, is that correct? Okay, I would just ask all counsel, and it's a good refresher for me too, to review the standards of professional courtesy, particularly paragraph M, which governs a lot of conduct as it occurs during the course of the trial, okay? The next thing I want to discuss, it was brought to my attention, I don't know if it's accurate or not, that Fox 13 is going to be airing an interview with defense counsel today. Is that accurate?
I don't know what Fox 13 is doing. If you're asking what we did interview with them.
Yo, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what. If it's not the same one,
Okay, and you were interviewed by a reporter at Fox 13 at some point?
Yes.
Okay, how long ago was that? Okay, so we picked our jury Monday, so where in relation to Monday? The week before trial. Okay, did they tell you that they were going to air it during the trial?
They didn't say when they would, but they said if they did, they would probably air it that Friday, so that would have been the same week before trial.
Okay. So I don't know if it's airing tonight. I have no idea what's going on. I just heard that anecdotally. So if Fox 13 does air the interview of defense counsel at any point during the trial,
I can tell you, if it's Fox 13, whatever they would be airing today, I've already seen that. And I have to know what you were referring to yesterday.
It was, Judge, because it definitely went into the evidence facts of the case.
So you've seen it?
I did not see it. My legal assistant saw it and related to me and told me the substance of it.
Okay. All right. Well, just raising the issue. No one's filed a motion or requested any relief, so at this point, I'm just asking the question. Okay. Okay. State, you ready to go?
That's interesting.
All right. Yeah.
Actually, there are a few things that I'd like to address.
Sure.
First, Your Honor, regarding Ms. Andrews, when she enters the courtroom, we just ask that the media not record her. She's kind of preparing.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Bro, they was every time she come in cuffs, they make sure to record that, and that I noticed that too, man.
Okay.
Little dehumanizing.
Yes, it's fine.
That way. Regarding
She want them to stop. She asked for the media to stop doing that.
Ms. Andrews, when she enters the courtroom, we just ask that the media not record her. She's kind of preparing.
Sure.
To get started.
Okay.
Little dehumanizing.
Yes, it's fine.
That way. Second, Your Honor, there was a motion, we filed a motion, I would say last night, it was more like early this morning, maybe like 1 or 2 this morning, related to exhibits that we expect the state to attempt to introduce today. We have objections to them, so I don't know.
Listen, I'm not going to do that right now.
I was going to say, I believe the witness that it relates to is probably in the afternoon, based on what they said, so
Okay.
later, but I just wanted to bring some more attention.
Okay. Do you have a copy for me?
Tempted, but I don't need one.
Okay.
All
right.
We do have 2 witnesses that do not want to be aired, and that's Audra Aguamonte and Sathon Carmame. I know I didn't say that right.
When are you calling them?
They're both scheduled for today. Ms. Aguamonte is first this morning.
Okay, very good. So again, I would just ask the media, don't broadcast the identities, including the names of these 2 witnesses due to the specific facts of this case.
Judge, if I can make an ordinance motion at this point, because this is kind of getting out of control. We're aware of all kinds of interviews that counsel has given now to podcasts, and now you're telling me about this Fox 13 thing, which I didn't even know about.
Podcast?
Well, again, I don't know if it's accurate. I just
No,
heard
that's fine.
through the grapevine that it was going to air today.
Counsel's representations to the court this morning, I would ask for a gag order on all parties as far as any interviews with the media going forward until this trial is over.
Okay. Do you object to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Not that we necessarily intend to do any other interviews, but I recall at the beginning of this case, their possible supervisor doing a very extended interview in the news with evidence and names.
I know, but they're saying from this moment forward, no more. You object to that?
Your Honor, we don't necessarily intend to, but again, this is...
Okay, so are you telling me you object to it?
Yes,
Okay.
we object to it.
So-
We haven't heard one juror say that they've seen any of these. Unfortunately, we can't control it. It's already been released for how they intend to re-release it. We don't believe that we've said anything in the media that is inappropriate or, would do anything.
So here's the deal. I'm just going to tell you, I don't know the answer because honestly, I've been on the bench for 23 years. Okay, I've tried over 200 jury trials. I've never, in a high-profile case in particular, had defense counsel do interviews about the case so close to jury selection. I'm not saying it's wrong. I honestly don't know. I've never confronted it before. So I do think it's potentially problematic for interviews from either the state or the defense. I mean, are you telling me if Ms. Lopez went on the news tonight and talked about how guilty your client was and all the evidence that was arrayed against her, you would be fine with that? You'd have no problem?
It would depend on what she
Hell no.
But the problem is, if she gives the interview, the damage is done. right? Once it airs, the damage is done.
Again, Your Honor, like I said, we don't intend to do any interviews at this point, and we can't control, how the media release it. No more than we can control what is released that's recorded in this courtroom.
Okay.
It's out of our control.
So at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's order tennis motion. I'm going to do some more research on this just because I've never had the issue arise ever in 23 years. And then, but for the time being, no one's going to talk to the media about this case. Okay, we're in the middle of trial.
Your Honor, we, obviously reserve the right to respond appropriately with any support.
Sure. Absolutely.
Judge, if I can put on the record, I've just shown a text from one of our legal assistants who watched the news this morning. Apparently, when Fox 13 was reporting the opening statements yesterday, that they would start yesterday morning, they then went to an interview with Mr. Malcolm and Mr. McClymont talking about what evidence the state doesn't have and what they must prove. She indicates in this text message, which apparently was sent to Ms. Doherty, I don't know when they gave the interview statement, but it was shown yesterday morning. And then counsel was saying they will prove she, I'm assuming the defendant, came to Tampa unaware of what was happening. So anyway, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. Well, like I said, at this point, I'm going to temporarily grant the state's order tennis motion as far as gag order on both the state of Florida and the defense counsel. No one's going to be talking about this case any further in the media. And I know we've said this before, and I just want to make sure, and I'm going to do an order to this effect, just to make sure the names and identities of the jurors are not to be disclosed to anybody outside of this courtroom. Nobody.
Well, the defense is certainly not disclosed yet, however we are.
You're supposed to know that
I
already.
understand. I just want to make sure we're on the same page regarding the identity of the jurors. So, okay.
Everybody's supposed to know that.
Anything else before we get going?
No, Your Honor, we did send everyone yesterday because we thought some of these witnesses were shorter and we might get to go through more, so we added some. So I sent that to all parties yesterday, I think a little bit after 6.
Okay, it's 9:13. Let's go. All right, bring in our jury. So while we were on of the jury, all right, and you probably know what I'm going to ask you. So while we were on our evening recess, did you discuss this case? Very
No,
good.
they
Thank
didn't.
you. We're ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
State calls Audra Agramante. Yes. Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
I live in Lake Worth.
And back in June of 2024, were you visiting Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Why were you visiting Tampa?
Because we were moving our daughter into the USF dorm. She was starting college for the first time.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024. But before I do that, you said you were moving in your daughter who's going to the University of South Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you come with?
I came with my husband and my daughter's boyfriend, and of course my daughter.
And what was your daughter's boyfriend's name?
Braden Smith.
And your husband?
Nestor Agramante.
Okay. And where were you staying at when you came to Tampa that weekend?
The Home Suites across the street from the USF campus.
Do you remember what floor you were on?
Second floor.
And what was your room number?
230, I believe.
Now, I'm going to go to the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2024. Did anything unusual happen that night? Or I should say in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, yeah, for sure. So I was woken up by some popping sounds. My daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, he threw me down to the ground and shielded me, and I was realizing those were gunshots I was hearing. My husband got up on the other side of the bed. He was closest to the window and looked at the window and saw a bullet hole through the window and yelled at us to get down. So we were all very scared and just stayed down until the bullet stopped.
What happened after the gunfire stopped?
We reached for our phones. We called 911. We called the hotel lobby, and I called USF campus security because I was really nervous about my daughter being there.
So who was in the hotel room that night?
Myself, my husband, and Braden Smith.
Where was your daughter at?
She was in the dorm at USF.
So going back to when you said you woke up, so were you sleeping at the time when all of this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How many gunshots did you think you heard?
Oh my gosh, there were so many, and it was so fast. I don't know, maybe 30, 40 at least. It was just rapid. Bum, 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 bum.
When you got up, did you also look to see where the bullet had come in through the room?
Yes, yeah. So we went over to the window, saw it came through. There were some bullet fragments on top of the, it's like the air conditioning vent, and it was on top of that.
At some point, did you make contact with officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
Did you provide an interview to an officer with the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
Did crime scene come and process the room?
Yes.
How long were you in your room before you would say law enforcement was able to get to that room to process it?
You mean from the time of the shooting to when he came in?
Yes, ma'am.
It was a few hours.
I'm going to ask you about some photographs. Have I previously shown you photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 19A through G. No, E, I apologize, 19A through E. You recognize all of these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Judge, I think I misordered them. I just want to make sure how many they are before I introduce them. actually A through G.
A through G?
Yes. At this time, we would introduce into evidence 19A through G.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Ms. Agramonte, I'm going to ask you to look at this. Is this a photograph of the door leading to your hotel room that night?
Yes.
And then what is this a photograph of?
That's the inside of our room.
That is 19B for the record. I'll ask you about 19C, then another room, but a close-up.
Yes.
And where were you, at what bed was you and your husband in?
We were on the bed closest to the window.
This one right here?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Smith, was he in the other bed at the time when all
Yes,
this
he
happened?
was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 19D. Can you tell us what's in this photograph?
Yeah, that's our window where the bullet came through.
And that's what you saw after you were able to turn on the lights and look, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you a close-up. I'm going to go to 19F. You said that there were some items or some kind of particles on the AC unit. Is this the AC unit that you're referring to in 19D?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you a close-up of that. 19F, is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And is this also some broken glass up here in the top of the photograph?
Yes.
And then let me show, I'll do another close-up. 19G, or that close-up of the particles that were on the AC unit?
Yes.
And then 19E, is that a close-up of the bullet hole that was on your hotel room window?
Yes.
What sort of vehicle did you come to Tampa to bring your daughter in?
We rented a minivan so we would have room for all of our stuff.
And when you were leaving at that point, let me ask you this, when did you leave from that hotel in Tampa?
We tried to leave maybe around 11:30, but the police officer said, they had to check all the vehicles first. Once they said they had been checked, we were going to leave, and then when we got in the car, we saw that there were bullet holes in our car.
And was it a rental vehicle, did you say?
Yes, it was.
At this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 16A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you tell us what is in 16A?
That's the minivan that we rented.
You said that there were bullet holes, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were the first bullet holes that you noticed?
We first noticed it in the passenger seat. As Braden Smith got in, he noticed there were holes in there through the back and the front. And then as I was climbing in, I noticed there was a hole in the back of my seat too, which is the front passenger side.
I'm going to show you some of the seats. I'm going to show you 16M. You see these holes in the seat?
Yes.
And then 16N is a close-up of that.
Yes.
Was there, I think you mentioned there was also a hole in the license plate, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where we believe it entered through, and it actually went through the hand cart that we had to bring all of our stuff in. So it went through that and then through the two seats.
I'm going to show you. Can you point out for us in 16B where exactly the hole is?
Sure. Physically or just...
You can get up and show.
Okay. So it's the, it was in the queue, and it's over on like the side of the queue.
I'm going to show close-up 16D. Can you point it out for us?
Sure. It's right here. Side of the queue.
I'm going to show you. And you said that there was a hand cart, is that correct, that was inside of the van?
Yes, that's correct.
16J, is that what is being viewed there?
Yes.
Okay, I also want to show you a close-up of the back of that seat in 16K. Can you show where the damage was that wasn't there before the shooting?
Sure, it was in the back of the seat right here.
And I'm going to show you a close-up of the hand cart. 16I, is that what you noticed when you first got into the minivan?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Defense has no questions.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
The state is calling Blasini. Blasini, I believe? Miguel Blasini.
Okay, officer.
Officer, I apologize.
Bad.
Raise your right hand, face the clerk, please. Yes.
Please don't from the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
I did.
Good morning. Please state your full name for the record.
Officer Miguel Blasini Franceschi, but I go by Officer Blasini.
Where do you work?
I work for the Tampa Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Tampa Police Department?
just shy of 8 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
There was an active investigation of a shooting at that morning when I arrived to work.
What time did you arrive there?
Approximately 5:55 in the morning.
Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene at that location when you arrived?
Yes.
What county is that hotel located in?
It's located in the Hillsborough County area.
Was perimeter tape already set up when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
What were you tasked to do when you first got there?
Upon arrival, they asked myself and other squad members to try to collect surveillance video from the local hotels. And at that point, I made my way to the Holiday Inn hotel, which is in the same vicinity of the other hotels in that area.
When a homicide occurs, is the case eventually assigned to a homicide detective in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, it is.
When you were assisting and made contact with the hotel manager, did you say what hotel was it?
It was at the Holiday Inn hotel.
And where is the Holiday Inn placed in reference to the home to suites?
It's right next door. If you were to go to the intersection of Fowler and McKinley, there's a collection of 3 hotels in that area. Holiday Inn kind of sits in the middle next to the home to suites, which is on the corner of McKinley and Fowler.
Did the hotel manager of the Holiday Inn, did he give you access to their video surveillance system?
He did. He actually assisted by operating the surveillance video and just going hour by hour, minute by minute at my request.
Were you physically viewing that video footage as he was going through it?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything of note or relevance to this particular investigation while he was viewing it?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed was a dark color vehicle cross the path of the camera of the Holiday Inn. It looked of a dark color vehicle. There was a second camera by the main entrance, the Holiday, which looks to the east, and at approximately 0:49 hours, there was a plume of smoke coming from another dark vehicle. Not long after that, there was 2 males seen from the direction of a smoke plume running into the hotel.
Did you make any observations of those 2 males as they were running into the hotel?
One male was a heavy-set male. The other one was thin. Both males. I'm reading my report, sir.
Okay, well, you can't do that. So you have to testify from your memory. And if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you just need to let us know, let Ms. Doherty know. You just need then to look at the report, refresh your recollection. When it's refreshed, then you can continue testifying.
Yes, Your Honor. My apologies.
No
Sorry,
worries.
this was well over a year ago. So there were 2 males that ran into the hotel. One was a heavy-set black male. The other one was a thin black male that ran into the hotel, the Holiday Inn specifically.
Sorry to interrupt. What did they do after they ran into the Holiday Inn?
From what I recall, they ran past the front desk down one of the hallways and attempted to knock on one of the doors. From there, they made their way, when they weren't allowed entry into that room specifically, they then made their way to the elevators, got on the elevators, and then got off, I believe, on the 3rd floor. Once they got off the 3rd floor, one of the 2 males collapsed. It looked like he had been bleeding around the upper torso of his body. And the other male hung around but kind of paced back and forth next to his friend or the person that he was with.
And you have talked about 2 different areas, the 1st level, the 3rd floor, as well as the elevator. Is there video footage of all of those places at the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
So you're able to see the full progression of when they were fleeing into that hotel and exactly where they went and what happened with them?
I can say that I saw the 2 males running from a direction of a vehicle with smoke coming out of it, running into the hotel, the Holiday Inn, and obviously their movement of travel, as I described.
And after you viewed that video footage, what did you do with that information?
That information was passed on to homicide detectives.
After viewing the video footage, did you do anything else in further this investigation to assist with the homicide investigation?
We just kind of maintained the perimeter for security, and while doing so, I noticed a vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And was that, I'm going to show you what's already into evidence, State's Exhibit 16B. Is that the vehicle you're referring to?
Yes, that's the vehicle that was struck by a stray bullet.
And after you noticed that that was struck by a stray bullet, did you eventually contact the people that owned the vehicle or rented the vehicle?
Through research, we were able to locate who the renter was, and we were able to locate that person and notify them of what occurred.
And who was the person that you notified and were able to determine were the registered user of the vehicle?
I'd have to look in my report. I don't remember their specific name.
Would that refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and review that?
The operator of the vehicle's name is Nestor Argamonte.
And after you made contact with him, did you also have the crime scene investigators respond to take photographs and collect any evidence that may be involved in the case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross. All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Yes, you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Who's your next witness, Ms. Doherty?
I believe the next witness is
The
Officer
little short one.
Craig Douglas. Craig Douglas.
Good morning. My name is Craig Douglas.
All right, proceed. Morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Craig Douglas.
How are you employed?
With Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
for 6 years.
Were you working on June of 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On that date, did you respond to the hotels located on McKinley Drive across from the University of South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
We started at 06, so probably like at 06:10 or so like that, because we started so like 06.
Okay. Were there other law enforcement officers already on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you responded to that area?
When I arrived, my squad, we assist with trying to locate surveillance camera because there was many officers there already. They already like have everything taped off and stuff. So our job was to go look for surveillance cameras and stuff like that.
Where did you go to look for surveillance cameras?
The home suite.
Is that the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other detectives from the homicide unit that also eventually arrived and were looking for surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Kirkpatrick.
Detective Kirkpatrick, is he assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate video footage from the home to suites?
We did.
And was that video footage eventually downloaded by the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other video surveillance that you assisted with?
Yes, there was a Tesla that parked right outside where the shooting occurred. I assisted with locating the owner for that Tesla.
Were you able to locate the owner of the Tesla?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide that information to anyone?
To Detective Kirkpatrick.
Did you do anything else to assist in this investigation?
Yes, we I checked the perimeter for additional bullet casing where there was possible shooter was shooting at, but we didn't find any on that fence line.
And what area were you specifically looking for or tasked with looking for when looking for shell casings?
There's a fence line to the southwest corner, like a small fence because there's a retention pond, and we were checking that fence line.
Had you already viewed the video footage of the incident at the home to suites?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you trying to locate shell casings in the different areas where it appeared that the shooters had crossed that path?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not able to find any shell casings in the area that you were looking in, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything else in furtherance of the investigation?
While we're there's a gentleman that came down from the hotel, and he said that his windows was shot. There was a shot came through his window. So I went up and talked to him and two other individuals that was also in that room.
Do you remember the individual, the man who came down and notified you about the window being shot out?
Yes, but I would have to check my report for his name.
Okay, you can go ahead and refresh your recollection.
Braden.
Okay, what was his full name, sir? And sir, please don't read your answer if I'll ask you if has your memory been refreshed by referring to your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was it, sir?
Braden Smith.
Did you take a sworn statement from Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there two additional individuals that were staying with Mr. Smith, the Agramontes?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also take sworn statements from Nestor Agramonte and Audra Agramonte?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, Ross?
Defense has no questions.
Okay, thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Officers, free to go.
Thank you.
All right, next.
This David called Pablo Gabor, and Your Honor, this witness is uninterpreted.
Okay.
On to the next one.
And I think you indicated the first witness who testified did not want her identity disclosed. Then there's another witness that looks like later on in the day, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just remind me when that comes up.
Not publish his name or his face as well.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me, the interpreter, please identify yourself for the record.
David Cantillo, certified for interpreter.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate to the best of your ability from English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do.
Okay, very good. And I'm going to ask the media with regards to this witness as well, not to show his face or disclose his identity. Okay, just let him know.
Muy bien.
Thank you.
Con la ayuda de Dios. Yes, I swear.
You can have a seat.
Puede sentar ahí.
Where you visit reside? Where do you reside? What city?
¿Dónde vive usted? ¿Qué ciudad?
En la ciudad de Ocala.
In the city of Ocala.
Were you visiting Tampa, Florida on June 23rd of 2024?
¿Usted estaba visitando a Tampa, Florida en junio 23, 2024?
Sí, vine de vacaciones a visitar el zoológico de Tampa.
Yes, I came on vacation to visit the zoo in Tampa.
Did you come on vacation with anyone?
¿Usted vino en vacaciones con alguien?
Sí, vine con mi familia, mi esposa, mi hija y mi hijo.
Yes, I came with my family, my wife, my daughter, and my son.
How old are your children that you came with?
¿Qué edad tienen sus hijos? ¿Con quiénes vino?
Mi hijo el varón tiene 12, mi hija tiene 8.
My son is 12 and my daughter is 8.
And where were you all staying in Tampa when you came to visit the zoo?
¿Y dónde se quedaron en Tampa cuando vino a visitar el zoológico?
Nos hospedamos en el Hotel La Hacienda.
We stayed at the Hotel La Hacienda.
Is that the La Hacienda La Cuenta?
Could you say, counsel?
Yes, is that the Hacienda La Quinta?
Esa es la hacienda que es una quinta.
No, ese hotel se llama La Hacienda.
Ese hotel named La Hacienda.
Do you remember the area that it was located?
¿Se acuerda el área en que está localizado?
No, exactamente la dirección no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember the address exactly.
Was it around the college campus?
¿Era cerca de la universidad, del colegio?
Sí.
Yes.
And did anything during the course of your stay in Tampa happen in the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024 around 4 a.m.?
Alguna cosa sucedió durante su visita en Tampa en junio 23, en la noche alrededor de las 4 de la mañana.
Sí, efectivamente, a esa hora escuchamos un estruendo, un ruido demasiado fuerte en nuestra habitación.
At that moment, we heard a very loud noise, a very strong sound in our room.
What were you doing before you heard the sound?
¿Qué estaban haciendo antes que escuchó el sonido?
No, estábamos descansando, estábamos dormidos.
We were resting, we were asleep.
What did you first do when you heard the sound?
¿Qué fue lo primero que hizo cuando escuchó el ruido?
Estuve aturdido y lo primero que hice fue ver a mis hijos y a mi esposa.
At first, I was shaken, and then I looked to my children and my wife.
When you say you looked to them, were you doing something to them or helping them with something?
Cuando usted dice que los atendió, ¿los estaba ayudando a hacer algo o qué hizo exactamente?
Los recogí, los abracé y los puse a buen recaudo.
I went to them and I hugged them and I tried to place them in a safe place.
Did you know or could you tell at that time what caused that sound?
¿Usted sabía o pudo darse cuenta en aquel momento que estaba causando ese ruido?
No, yo me asusté mucho porque fue demasiado fuerte. Realmente pensé que era una bomba.
No, I became very afraid because it was very loud. At first, I thought it was a bomb.
Did you hear your wife or your children exclaim anything at the time that you all heard this noise?
¿Usted escuchó que su esposa o sus hijos dijeron algo cuando usted escuchó ese ruido?
Mi esposa, igual que yo, se puso nerviosa y a los pocos segundos ella se quejó de un dolor en su pierna derecha, de una quemadura.
My wife, just as me, became very nervous, and very quickly she complained of a pain in her right leg. It was a burn.
Were you able to see the right leg of your wife at that time?
¿Pudo ver la pierna derecha de su esposa en ese momento?
Sí, la estuve revisando y tenía en su pierna una especie de quemadura.
Yes, I checked her, and on her leg there was a kind of burn.
What is it that you saw that you believed it to be a burn?
¿Y qué fue lo que vio que le causó que usted pensara que fuera una quemadura?
Estaba roja, parte de su pierna estaba rojo.
Part of her leg was red, and it was red.
At that time, could you see anything that may have caused that injury to your wife?
Y en ese momento pude ver algo que habría causado esa herida a su esposa.
Después que estuve revisando, vimos que el edredón se había quemado y encontramos un pedazo de metal.
After we checked, we saw that something had burned, and then we found a piece of metal.
Did any other members of your family complain of any injuries or pains after you had an opportunity to check with your wife?
¿Algún otro miembro de su familia dijo que tuvo dolor o de alguna herida después que chequeó a su esposa?
No, mis hijos estaban demasiado asustados y llorando.
No, my children were very afraid and they were crying.
At any point, did your son locate any particular items of potential evidence in the room?
En algún momento su hijo encontró alguna potencial evidencia dentro del cuarto.
Lo que estábamos buscando, mi hijo, él encontró el pedacito de metal.
What we were looking for, my son found a small piece of metal.
When you were looking for the item that may have caused the injury to your wife, your son found that?
Cuando estaban buscando a ver qué artículo había causado la herida a su esposa, ¿su hijo encontró eso?
Sí, sí, él encontró ese metal, lo pisó y vimos que era eso.
Yes, he found that metal. He stepped on it and we saw what it was.
At that time, could you hear anything outside of the hotel room?
En ese momento usted podía escuchar algo afuera del cuarto.
Se escuchaban patrullas y las sirenas de las patrullas.
You could hear police. You could hear the sirens of the police.
Did you and your family exit the hotel room at that time, or did you stay inside of that room?
¿Usted y su familia salieron del hotel en ese momento o se quedaron dentro del cuarto?
No salimos, nos quedamos ahí. No salimos.
No, we didn't leave. We stayed there. We didn't leave.
A few hours later, at the time of checkout, were you able to provide the items that you found to the hotel manager?
Cuando salieron del hotel y se regresaron para salir, le dieron el artículo que había encontrado al gerente del hotel.
Cuando bajamos al desayuno, informé que no tenía aire acondicionado y que había llegado ese metal a la habitación.
When we went down, we told them that the room didn't have air conditioning, and we gave them the piece of metal that we found.
And were you also subsequently contacted by law enforcement for them to ask you about what happened as well?
Y después de eso, usted fue contactado por los policías para que le dijeran lo que había pasado.
Sí, yo recibí una llamada de un oficial cuando estaba de regreso a casa y me pidió la versión de lo que había pasado.
Yes, I received a phone call from an officer on the way home, and he asked me for my version of what happened.
Did you leave your contact information with the hotel so that they could follow up with you if they had questions?
Usted dejó su información de contacto con el hotel para que pudieran tener contacto si tenía alguna pregunta.
Sí, ellos tenían toda mi información de registro en el hotel.
Yes, they had all my information for registration in the hotel.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross. Okay, thank you. All right, I may this witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Eso es todo, puede irse ya.
Bien, gracias.
Okay. Okay, state. Next witness.
Officer Yanis Hansis.
To the next one.
Or would you please state your name for the jury?
Good morning. Yanni Hansis.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with Tampa Police for about 1.5 years, and prior to that, I had about 7 years in Florida, other agency.
What is your current title with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm just a patrol officer for District 2.
Were you called to a request for service at the La Quinta Hotel on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call?
We initially got a call for like a criminal mischief of bullet hole damage. We later determined it was related to a shooting incident that occurred earlier in that morning.
And the La Quinta Hotel, where is that in relation to the Home 2 Suites and the Holiday Inn Hotel?
It is just west of the Home 2 Suites, same plaza, just directly west.
Do the hotels form somewhat of a U shape, essentially, in their layout?
Yes.
So on the north side of that U, essentially, what hotel is there?
The more towards Fowler?
Yes.
The La Quinta.
And when you arrive at the La Quinta, what is it that you're responding to? Is it the front desk? Is it a specific location?
Yeah, just the lobby.
And what was reported to you from the lobby there?
I made contact with the evening shift manager, and the evening shift manager provided me with a bullet fragment that was handed to him.
Did he provide you information as to how he obtained that fragment?
Yeah, so he was taking over the shift from the previous manager, the day shift manager, and the day shift manager provided him with that bullet fragment.
The location of the La Quinta Hotel, is that directly near or where is it in relation to the primary scene for the Charles Jones homicide?
It is just west of that location.
Are you familiar with at least the layout of where the scene that was being processed on that side of those hotels was?
A little bit, yes.
Meaning, was that on the opposite side of the La Quinta?
Yes.
There was some, I guess maybe grassy area, trees in between the hotels there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any part in processing the scene at the Home Suites or the Holiday Inn?
No, only at the La Quinta.
When you spoke to the hotel manager and he advised that he provided you something, did he indicate that he himself collected that?
No, he said it was turned over to him by the day shift manager.
Were the managers able to give you the information for the guest that provided that to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to view the room itself from which that guest provided the projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to attempt to check the exterior to see if you can find an impact or entry point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document doing both of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived to the room that Mr. Gabor was staying in with his family, were you able to actually see anything in the room that was of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what was that?
In the west side of the room, the first bed, I observed a burnt hole mark by the foot of the bed. That hole mark also had a little bit of fragment, bullet fragment still on it, residue. And then just beneath that bullet hole fragment on the floor was more fragment on the ground. Further search of the room, I located under the air conditioning unit a bullet hole with a trajectory that was consistent to the hole that was in the bed.
And what about consistent to what observations you made outside of the hotel room, so on the exterior of the building and into that room?
So on the exterior of that building, of that same room, just underneath the exterior air conditioning unit was also a single bullet hole entry that was consistent with the trajectory into the room.
You indicated that you documented those observations that you made?
Yes, ma'am.
By taking photographs?
Yes.
Having linked now this initial report or call for service to the events that occurred at the Home 2 Suites earlier in the morning, did you make an additional call for crime scene to come out?
Yes.
And did crime scene come while you were there at room 201 to process the room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 21O and 21N. You recognize those two images?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize these images?
I took those photos.
Your Honor, this time State seeks to admit 21O and 21N.
The objection?
Objection.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you, if you could look over your shoulder just there, States 21 in. If you need to, you can stand up. But if you could show us what was of note on the exterior of the building that you were able to document.
That's the air conditioning unit, the bullet hole.
I apologize. You're able to stand up, yeah. Is this what you were attempting to document on the exterior of the room?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you 21O. It might be a little bit easier. Let's look toward the interior of the room at 21O. Are you able to tell us again what you were documenting here in 21O?
Yeah, that's the entry hole from the interior.
How are you able to capture this picture from the AC unit itself?
I got on my hands and knees and looked under the AC unit, and I just took a photograph.
And then again, we'll look at some additional photographs, but crime scene also came in, and did you have them photograph the initial items that you also photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were able to take possession of the object from the front desk, was it in something?
Yeah, it was already in a clear Ziploc bag.
And was that something that you relayed to the crime scene tech that also responded? The assists that you had from crime scene, at that time, did you also explain to them the additional fragments that you found next to the bed and the damage that you found on the bedspread? Your Honor, at this time I'll pass the witness.
Defense has no questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
The state would call Ms. Nunez, Ms. Nunez Martinez. Okay.
To the next one.
Good morning. Would you state your name, please?
Good morning. Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Tampa Police Department.
And what is your job title?
Crime scene tech.
What are some of your duties as a crime scene tech?
We respond to crime scenes. We document the scene through photography. Then we collect, process, and preserve the evidence.
When you say process, preserve, collect, what does that look like?
We collect different types of items of evidence. We process for fingerprint, DNA, and then we preserve the evidence by packaging it correctly, making sure that nothing gets cross-contaminated or anything like that.
Are the items that you collect typically individually packaged, and then are the packages annotated in some way?
Yes.
And how is that?
We package by putting them in envelopes or in a box, anything like that, individually.
And when you say that you are preserving the scene itself, does that include taking photographs there?
Yes.
Were you involved in an investigation that occurred in the area of East Fowler Avenue on June 23rd?
Yes.
Of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to take you a little bit out of order because my understanding is, what was your first call? Where did you go first?
I responded to an apartment complex first.
Okay. Can I take you a little bit out of order and ask you about the La Quinta?
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 21A through O. If you can tell me if you don't recognize these.
I do.
Did you take these photographs on June 23rd of 2024?
I did.
Were you called to respond to 3701 East Fowler at this looking to here for a specific documentation of a room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would seek to admit remaining exhibits 21A through I. Any objection?
No objection.
When you first arrived to the scene publishing states 21A, is it typical that crime scene will document the exterior of the location that you're processing?
Yes.
As it relates to a hotel, does that mean the overall exterior of the hotel?
Yes, and then numerical.
And then
numerical, like the address.
Okay, yes, to document where you took the photos.
Yes.
Understood.
Mr. Harmon, you need to learn to whisper. Sorry. Go ahead.
In this particular case, were you asked by one of the officers on scene to come and help to preserve actually a room?
It was to photograph the room and collect some evidence from the room.
In showing 21C, did you also receive a request to photograph the exterior for potential damage to the exterior as well?
I did.
And were you directed to that room?
Yes.
Was that room 201 inside of the La Quinta or the La Quinta?
Yes.
In showing you 21D, is this a close-up that you took on that exterior to document any kind of impact from the exterior of that room?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to enter that room and see whatever it was that the officer asked for you to document as well?
Yes.
As it relates to your overalls, you also indicated that you will document the specific room, and you did that here again in 21E?
That's correct.
And in 21F, will you take overalls of the interior of the room as well?
Yes.
Upon actually going to or locating the site that was represented to you from the officer as having potential evidentiary value, did you find something on one of the beds in the room?
Yes.
In showing you 21H, can you tell us what that was?
There was two fragments, one on the bed sheet and then one on the floor.
And is that what's indicated here with these yellow markers?
Yes.
Were those placed by you in taking these photographs?
Yes.
In looking to 21I, is that what you are referencing here?
That's correct.
Now, in these, we have some kind of a scale on those yellow markers. In 21J, is this that same object?
Yes.
Was there a physical object that you were actually able to remove from this marker?
Yes.
And was that what you mentioned as the metal fragment?
That's correct.
Did you do the same in documenting 21K on the floor of that room just under the bed? Or just near the bed?
Yes.
Were you also provided from Officer Hansis a baggie with a metal projectile or fragment inside of it?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to also see that item, 21M?
Yes.
Now, I asked you to go a little bit out of order. You initially had some involvement in this particular investigation in responding to an apartment complex.
Yes.
Would that have been in the area of 3104 Oaks Drive?
I believe so, yes.
What was the vehicle that you were processing? Do you recall?
I believe it was a Nissan. Or...
When you got to that scene, what observations did you make and how did you begin to process?
I began, there was a vehicle parked in front of the apartment building, and I began by photographing the vehicle first. And then I processed for prints, and then I collected evidence.
This particular case, you would have processed that vehicle on the scene?
Yes.
Okay, so are there some instances or times in which you will process a vehicle at a different location?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about that?
Sometimes a vehicle will be sealed at the original scene and then impounded to our impound lot, and then we would process at the impound lot.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 31A through V. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
Are these the photographs that you took from 3104, the apartment complex, excuse me, of the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Do you include with your exhibits, or excuse me, with your photographs, a copy of something as your first page typically?
Yes, a case summary. Yeah.
Your Honor, this United States seeks to admit 31A through V.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you say A through D or A through B?
V as in Victor, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On any given day in your role as crime scene, do you have the opportunity sometimes to respond to many different scenes?
Yes.
Let's talk about 31A, what we've just talked about, a little summary. Is this what you utilize, at least as the first picture before you start, to give yourself a reminder and to let us know
Yes,
what you're photographing? Yeah. Okay. Having had an opportunity to see this summary, is this the set of photographs that you had taken at 3104 Oaks Drive?
That's correct.
And do you recall that being on the same date?
Yes.
Of June 23rd?
Yes.
That just would have been, because it's my fault, I took us out of order, before you actually responded to the looking stuff.
That was my first scene, yes.
In 31B, is this the vehicle that you responded to process?
Yes.
Is this as the vehicle was when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to access the interior of the vehicle as well to document any potential damage there?
I did.
In 31C, do you recall what area of the vehicle this would have been?
This is the radio screen.
And what were you documenting here?
Damage, and I believe I collected a fragment from there as well.
Would that be 31D?
Yes.
Can you show us, please, what you're referencing when you're talking about the fragment that you collected?
Do you
Actually, I might make this a little easier so you don't have to scan. How about 31E?
That's the fragment that I collected.
Would that have been you taking that fragment?
Yes.
I don't have that for all of them, so let's see, 31F.
That was damaged, yeah.
When you actually respond, are you working with law enforcement that's in charge of the investigation, so the detectives or the other officers, to ascertain at least an overall of what potentially occurred?
Yes.
Do you make decisions based on your training and experience on what to document or collect, and based on what the officers direct you to?
Yes.
Do you receive information from the detectives about documenting specific items, such as this car?
Yes.
But you also can use your judgment in what to document?
Yes.
31G, were you able to document another potential impact point inside of that Ultima?
I did, yeah.
Was there anything actually collected from this particular area above the control panel?
No.
Were there some areas of the seats themselves inside of the vehicle that you were able to document, 31H?
Yes.
And in 31I, did you have an opportunity to document the back of the seat as well as the passenger side?
Yes, that was more damage.
And again, these yellow markers that were placed were the defects that you noted in each of those areas?
That's correct.
31J. And I think we talked a little about this, but you take overalls and then closer and closer until you're actually able to get a close-up image of each of the items that you think may have potential value.
Yes.
Again, here in 31K, still the passenger seat or the rear of the passenger seat?
Yes.
O. Were these additional defects in that same passenger seat?
It was just a closer picture of it.
Did you have an opportunity to document some fragments, 31P, in the rear of that Ultima?
Yes.
And in 31Q, 31R, is that what you documented here?
Yes.
Now, you said you also collect from the scene. When you're processing these items, after it's photographed, you collected that as well?
Yes.
And you impound that somewhere?
I do, yes.
31S, did you also have an opportunity to document the rear window of the Ultima?
Yeah, that was the interior side of it.
And is this as the vehicle was when you arrived to process it?
Yes.
Lastly, did you document the trunk of that Ultima in 31T?
I did.
And now I know I've shown you a slim selection of the photographs that you would have taken. Do you typically take hundreds of photos from each scene?
Yes, I can.
After you processed the Ultima, we've heard that you responded to the hotel to document room 201. Did you have some additional involvement in this case?
I did.
And what was that?
I responded to the TPD impound log for a search warrant on a vehicle.
Is this one of those instances that we spoke about that the vehicle would be brought to impound for additional processing?
Yes.
I'm showing you state 67A through T. Are these the photographs that you took of the Black Dodge Charger at the impound?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to state 67A through T. Indemnity? Any objection? No objection. They admitted. So for these items that were processed at the impound lot, we'll start with 67D. For this vehicle here, the vehicle itself on scene, would you have been the person that went to this vehicle at the Home to Suites or outside of the Holiday Inn and actually processed it there?
I did not.
Would that have been another member of the Tampa Police Department's crime scene unit?
Yes.
And is that unusual that one would document at the scene and another would document back at the impound lot or at evidence at headquarters?
No.
You work together as a unit?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me in 67D here, the vehicle looks to be covered in some kind of cellophane-like material. Why don't you tell the jury what that is or about that if you can?
That is a crash wrap that we use in case if there's any damage to the windows. We seal the vehicle so that we don't lose any potential items of evidence that's inside the vehicle while it's being transported from the scene to the impound lot.
Is that why we see some yellow stickers already on the outside of the vehicle as well there?
The yellow stickers was to document the damage to the vehicle.
Is there some limited processing that occurs when you're going to transport a vehicle like this of the exterior before it's transported?
Yes.
Is that to preserve any potential items on the outside of the vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
These things would have occurred before you received the vehicle?
Yes.
And ultimately, once it arrives at impound and is sealed, is there some kind of indicator in showing you 67C on the vehicle that tells you who sealed it?
Yes, the white sticker on the doors, that's the seal, and it shows that it hasn't been broken since I got it.
In your processing of this vehicle, were you able to determine that there was an impact point in state 67F as it relates to each of the yellow stickers on the exterior?
Yes.
In showing 67G, was this the condition of the vehicle, the tires, the windshield, et cetera, once it arrived at impounding when you started processing?
Yes.
Including what we can see a little bit in the photos of some kind of damage down the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
When you were actually processing in 67H, the vehicle itself, do you record these yellow markers in some way?
In my case, I just did an overall picture of it, but if I was doing it from the original scene, it would be overalls, mid-ranges, and close-ups.
Meaning if you had been the person who placed them, so the person who placed them would have had to document them numerically type of thing?
That's correct, yes.
You did take overall stills, though, of that vehicle, 67I included?
Yes.
And were you able to document anything on the right tire of that vehicle, 67J?
That was more damage on the tire.
You indicated that you used the cellophane wrap or the wrap for the exterior for window damage. In 67L, can you just describe for us what it is that we're actually looking at beyond the cellophane there that you're documenting?
There's also damage to the window itself. There's sticky notes and damage to the door, and to the pillar itself, too, as well.
Is this material that's applied sticky on one side or tacky on one side?
It's sticky on the side, on the side that is sticking to the actual vehicle.
Does this allow for the glass to stay in place if you have to transport the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so the way it's shattered there, it would have still been intact when you received it?
Yes.
Once your overalls for the exterior of the vehicle were completed, did you have an opportunity to photograph the interior of the vehicle?
I did.
So you would be the person that actually documents and breaks those white seals you testified about?
I did, yes.
In showing you 67 in, can you tell us what view from the vehicle you documented?
This is the driver's side, front side.
And again, I'm only going to show some limited photos here, but you run the same process that we talked about in your earlier scenes. Far away, then some close-ups of any potential items of value.
That's correct, yes.
Did you also document the backseat of that vehicle in 67O?
Yes.
As you move around the vehicle, do you move essentially in order, so driver's front, driver's back, and to move around the car in that way?
Usually, yes.
In 67P, did you have an opportunity to move around to the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
The items of potential value that you noted in the vehicle, did you collect those things after photographing?
I did, yes.
In state 67Q, what area of the vehicle are we looking at here?
This is the center console.
And just as we did with the other vehicle, did you have an opportunity to document the trunk of that vehicle in 67R?
Yes.
Did you have some additional involvement? I know you said you worked together with other crime scene units. Did you have some additional involvement back at your headquarters in processing evidence?
I did.
Or impounding evidence, excuse me.
I did receive evidence from another CST.
Do you, as crime scene, often attend autopsies at the medical examiner's office or transport materials from the medical examiner's office for potential investigations?
We do.
And do you, if you don't attend it, have the opportunity to assist others in impounding it or logging it or labeling it at your agency?
Yes.
In the event there is an item that you log or label, do you also document that in some way?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity in this particular case to log the items that were collected from the autopsy of Charles Jones?
Yes, I received those items from CST Cruz.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so in short, you took a lot of photographs in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right, you took photographs of 2 different vehicles?
2 different vehicles.
All right, at 2 different scenes?
Yes.
All right, and the photographs that you took of the Nissan Altima, do you know whose car that was?
I do not.
Do you know if it belonged to a victim or to a defendant?
No, I do not.
All right, so showing you what's in evidence is States 31U. Do you know whose firearm that is?
I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
I do not.
Showing 31B, do you know whose firearm that is?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
No, I do not.
And showing you 31T, is this the same firearm from the previous 2 exhibits?
Yes.
All right, so you don't know who this firearm belongs to?
No.
All right, and does anyone give you any context for the scene or the crime when you go out there and you take pictures?
Yes, the detective.
All right, so did they tell you whose car this was that you were taking photographs of?
They did not.
Other than take photographs, do you collect any evidence?
Yes.
You collected, I think, evidence you said from crime scene tech Cruz?
I did, yes.
All right, and that evidence was evidence from Charles Jones's autopsy?
Yes.
So different bullet fragments?
Bullet fragments, clothing, fingerprint cards, blood cards, anything that came from the autopsy.
Okay, and crime scene tech Cruz gives you these items, and what do you do with them?
In this case, I just package them and then put them into evidence.
Into like an evidence locker?
No, into evidence, or evidence control section.
Okay, after it goes to the evidence control section, do you have anything to do with it?
No.
All right, do you process any evidence?
I do.
What do you do when you process evidence? Like, what are you processing it for?
So it depends. I could process for DNA, for fingerprints. I could do both.
Okay. In this case, did you process any of the evidence that you collected?
I did.
What evidence did you process?
I processed. Do you want me to start per scene or?
We can start from the scene.
Okay. So I processed the vehicle on scene for fingerprints. I received items.
I'm sorry to cut you off. The vehicle on scene, which vehicle is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Nissan.
The Nissan? Okay, you processed the Nissan for fingerprints. What else?
I did. I processed items that I received from CST Caldero. I processed the firearms.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
But you said CST Caldero, right?
Yes.
That's a different crime scene tech than crime scene tech Cruz.
Yes.
All right, so there's 2 crime scene techs.
Yes.
And those 2 crime scene techs, they go to the scene and they get certain pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And then they brought the evidence to you?
Yes.
All right, so from Caldero, the different crime scene tech, what did you get? What did you process from Caldero?
Can I reference my report?
Yes, if you need to refresh your memory, you can.
There was a Red Bull can, Canada Dry bottle, Don Julio tequila bottle, and a firearm.
Okay. The firearm is from the Nissan Altima, the picture that we just saw?
That was a different firearm.
A different firearm inside the Nissan Altima?
No, that was a firearm that I received from CST Caldero.
All right. Do you know where CST Caldero got that firearm from?
No.
She didn't tell you?
No.
All right. And you processed the firearm for what? DNA and prints?
Yes, both of them.
All right. And DNA is different from prints, right?
Yes.
Prints are if I put my finger on a particular surface, it may leave a print there, right?
Yes.
And DNA is like blood, saliva, bodily fluids, that sort of stuff.
Touch DNA, yes.
Right. So if I cough or if I sneeze, I might transfer DNA from myself to another surface. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's two different types of physical evidence.
Yes.
All right. And you processed the firearm for both?
For both.
All right. What else did you process?
I believe that was it.
Okay. So I got from Caldero, I got a Red Bull can, Canada Dry can, a Don Julio bottle, the alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And a firearm.
The firearm, yes.
All right. And then you processed the Nissan Altima for prints.
I processed the Nissan Altima for prints, and I processed the firearm that I got from the Nissan Altima.
So you processed two firearms?
I did.
All right. The second firearm, the one from the Nissan Altima, what did you process that for?
DNA and fingerprints.
So both firearms are processed for both DNA and fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. And when you process the firearm for DNA, you're taking a swab and you're wiping the firearm?
Yes.
And you're wiping it so that you can sort of collect any DNA that's on it?
Yes.
And you swab particular areas of the firearm, right?
Yes.
So like the slide, you would swab that area?
In specific, front side muscle, trigger grip, with the rear side slide, and the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And you will process or swab those particular areas because that's the place where you're most likely to get DNA, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's what you're trained to do, correct?
Yes.
And you did that for both firearms?
I did.
All right. Do you actually do the analysis? So after you process the firearm, after you get the actual swab, do you then test that swab against some other DNA or other fingerprints out there to actually get the results?
No.
All right, that's another person's job.
Yes.
All right, so you have no idea whether this firearm or these firearms that you swab for DNA or you dusted for prints, you don't have any idea as to whether or who they came out to be?
No, I do not.
Same thing for the can and the Red Bull can, the Don Julio bottle, and the Canada Dry. Same thing? You don't actually analyze what you process?
No.
Somebody else's job?
No, if I lift or if I swabbed, that is up to the detective to send it out. The fingerprint specifically, it goes to a latent examiner.
Got it. So the lead detective on the case, he fills out a sheet if he wants to have the DNA that you process, if he wants to have that analyzed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure their process. It's up to them. Yes.
So you don't know how he does it, but you know he's the person, the detective is the person that has to send the evidence out to a lab to get analyzed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know if it got analyzed?
I do not.
Other than take any photos, other than process the Nissan Altima and for prints, and did you process the Nissan Altima for DNA as well, or just prints?
No, I believe CST Caldero had already done that prior to my arrival.
Okay. When you say you believe, is that something you know for sure, or just you think?
I think.
Okay. All right. So the Nissan Altima for prints, the items from CST Caldero, the Red Bull, the Canada Dry, the Don Julio, and the firearm, and then the firearm from the Nissan Altima. That's everything.
I believe so.
Okay. And why does crime scene tech crews give you the items to put away in evidence? Is that just how it rolls, how it goes?
It just depends on how much we have going on that day. And I was already working this specific case. I was already attached to the case.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Hey, Deidre, just briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you just tell us, when you arrived at the scene, you said you're giving some statements. Are you asking for the rundown of, what are the facts, what are the motives of this case, all that stuff, or what information is the detective giving you so that you're able to process?
The detective gave me a brief synopsis and then asked me, they specifically tell me what they want me to do with that specific item, or in this case, the vehicle.
So if it is a shooting, they try to tell you there was a shooting so that you can look for entry, exit, projectiles, etc.
That's correct.
Is anyone telling you about the history of the case or the specific facts of the parties, anything like that at that time?
No.
When you are indicating that you process these items, you strictly mean to preserve them?
Yes.
So when you have indicated that you impound them after you have photographed, swabbed, lifted the prints, there is an expert that evaluates the fingerprints?
Yes.
There is an expert subsequently that would be contacted for DNA and all of the other things we've discussed?
Yes.
And your role is just to document the scene, collect that evidence, and ensure it's impounded and secured?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury,
For
it's
the
10:30.
next one.
We'll go ahead and take our morning break, so we will be back at
Morning
10:40.
break.
All right.
All right. And we're back from the morning. Hold on. Whoops.
Bring in the jury.
For the record,
Sergeant.
There we go. On to the next witness. On to the next one.
Please swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, ma'am.
thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Sergeant Anthony Portman,
How are you employed?
Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 23 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were a sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your assignment at that time?
I run District 2, Squad 205. I have 6 officers under me that night, and we actually work from Fowler Avenue down to Bush Boulevard, and from 56 out to Armenia is our area of responsibility. And our scheduled time was from 1900 hours to 06:30 in the morning.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 23rd, 2024, the early morning hours. Did you respond to the home to suites located at 1606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you receive a call regarding that hotel home to suites?
Approximately 4:40 in the morning.
Did you get any other information when you got dispatched out there?
There was just multiple shots fired and somebody was hit or injured.
How were you dressed on that particular time?
The same uniform I'm wearing currently.
And what type of vehicle do you drive?
At that time, I was driving a white Dodge Charger.
When you were responding to that location, how far away were you?
I was currently at 48th and Bush Boulevard. We were sitting at Truth Lounge because there's a club there that we were sitting on. Responded lights and sirens all the way up to Fowler Avenue and 40th Street.
Why were you at Truth Lounge? Is that Truth 18 Lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away is Truth 18 Lounge from that hotel, that Home to Suites and Holiday Inn?
I'd say roughly about 3 miles.
Why were you at Truth 18?
Because we had multiple issues over the course of that year. If it's an after-hours kind of club, so we sat there to stop people from gathering outside and causing issues.
Had you or anyone in your squad gotten any information or intelligence that a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio would be at that club that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also one of the reasons why you were set up at that particular location?
We didn't know he was going there at that current time. We knew he was going to be in the area and he might go to Teasers, which was off of Nebraska Avenue. But Truth, we didn't know he was going to until later on.
While you were set up at Truth 18, did anything happen at that location at that point?
No, ma'am.
And you said you responded over to the hotel at 4:40 because in reference to shooting. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take to get from where you were set up at Truth 18 to Home to Suites?
Probably roughly maybe 2 minutes.
What did you see when you were going to that location?
I was responding priority northbound on 40th Avenue towards Fowler Avenue. As I got to the intersection of 40th and Fowler, Home 2 Suites is to my left. I was going to have to make a U-turn in order to go into the hotel. At that point in time, a silver Hyundai came in front of me, basically through the intersection, over the sidewalk, over the curb area, through the bushes, and into the hotel. So at that time, I proceeded after that vehicle.
What did you do after that?
I followed that vehicle around the south side of Home 2 Suites all the way to the north side to where she stopped the car. They started exiting the car. 2 females and a male exited the vehicle. One of the females was yelling, "Hey, her boyfriend was shot. Check on him. Is he still alive?" So at that point in time, I looked over and saw the other vehicle.
What did you see when you saw the other vehicle?
I saw the vehicle sitting there, multiple bullet holes through the front windshield, and I also saw one gentleman laying inside the vehicle.
What did you do at that point?
I ran over to the vehicle, checked if there's any signs of life. At that point in time, there's no signs of life. Noticed there was a blood trail running from the vehicle into the hotel. My other officers got on scene and proceeded into the hotel because we thought there possibly could be an active shooter inside the hotel.
Before we go into that, when you say that you checked for signs of life, how did you do that?
I checked for pulse breathing.
Was there any pulse or was the victim breathing at that point?
No, ma'am, it was not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize the vehicles in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle on the right is the one I stopped with the doors open. That's where the people got out of. And then the vehicle to the left is the one with the bullet holes and where the gentleman was laying.
And part of you, when you were testifying, you said that that vehicle, in order to get back into this hotel, did it leave the roadway at some point to make this entrance?
Yes, ma'am. It actually crossed over the curb area, sidewalk, and through bushes in order to get back into the hotel.
Did you have any concerns about this vehicle initially when you first came into contact with the vehicle?
I thought it was part of the scene somehow.
And you said at some point your other officers from your unit, ones that you supervised, arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers arrived?
6.
And you said what was your first priority?
My first priority was life-saving at that point. So we wanted to make sure he was still alive to get the fire in there. And then second of all, to check inside the hotel to make sure there's nothing inside the hotel.
Did officers from the USF Police Department also respond and assist?
Yes, they showed up just after I got there.
Did you go into any of the hotels?
I went into the hotel that's next to the Home 2 Suites. I forget the name of it.
Is it the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you focus on that particular hotel?
Because if you later on, you'll see a blood trail running from the vehicle across the sidewalk into that hotel. And then once inside the hotel, there's multiple blood everywhere inside the front doors.
How many of your officers responded to the Holiday Inn?
All 6 of them.
What did you do once you got to the Holiday Inn?
Once we got this secured outside, I had USF PD stay with the people that were outside in this vehicle to secure this scene. Officer Godcharles found the bullet casings at the Home 2 Suite, so he stayed at that scene. The other officers ran into the hotel to start doing basically a search to see if there was anybody in the hotel with a firearm or anybody else that needed injuries because of all the blood.
Why do you have Officer Godcharles post at the scene where you find the shell casings?
Because that's the primary scene.
And you said the others all then proceeded into the hotel, the Holiday Inn. Did you proceed with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got into the Holiday Inn?
We started doing a coordinated search of the hotel, just going up and down all the hallways, all the stairwells. Once we got into the first part of the hotel, there's main blood all over the front steps as you go into the hotel. And then we went to the left, and there was actually blood on one of the door handles. So we stopped at that door to make sure the people inside there were okay and that nobody went into that room because it looked like somebody entered that room.
Were you able to do that and confirm whether or not there was anybody in that room associated with the event that happened outside?
Yes, ma'am. There was nobody associated. They opened the door and said everything was fine. And then we proceeded to the elevator where the blood continued up through the elevator.
During the course of your search, not only on the first floor but other floors, are there occupied guests in that Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, can you tell the jury, and you don't have to go into each one, but are there guests that are trying to exit or opening the doors or having questions as you're doing this clearing of the hotel?
Yes.
And you said that you were able to confirm, especially the door that had the blood on it, that there were not any suspect in that room. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Where did you go after that?
I proceeded up the elevator to the third floor where 2 of my officers were, Officer Conway and Officer Gale, because they were with the 2 subjects that were actually shot from the vehicle. Okay. They were on the 3rd floor.
What happened once you got to the 3rd floor and made contact with those 2 officers?
I exited the hallway, saw that they were giving basically life-saving measures, trying to take care of the blood, and just looked around, made sure that floor was secured, and proceeded to the 4th floor to secure that floor.
Did it appear that both of those persons that were in contact with your law enforcement officers on the 3rd floor had injuries?
Yes, they did, from what I saw.
And what did you do at that point?
After we got done securing the hotel, I went back outside trying to get the fire department to come in to take care of the 2 subjects on the 3rd floor, and then started getting more officers with my lieutenant to the scene from the rest of the department to try to secure the rest of the scenes that we had going on.
Did USF Police Department, while you and your officers were clearing the Holiday Inn and that hotel, did they stay outside in this area 2E where the vehicle containing the victim was to make sure, again, that no one else is going inside that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is eventually homicide detectives and homicide sergeant called out to the scene to take over the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
I've previously shown you several photographs of the Holiday Inn. Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 2A through M, as well as 3A through P, and 4A through R.
Any objection? No, be admitted.
Sergeant Portman, I'm going to start with 2A. Can you tell us, and let me minimize this a little bit, what is being depicted in 2A?
That's the entrance to the Holiday Inn. That's going to be off, it's facing towards Fowler Avenue.
And I'm going to go back just to 2E, if you can, and if you need to get down, you can. Can you point out from where the victim's vehicle is, where is kind of the pathway? You said there was some blood that you followed. Can you show us what pathway you and your officers took?
Okay, you'll see a pathway coming out of these doors towards that way, towards the front of the Holiday Inn.
And you can kind of see this brick building in that picture, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's to the, if you go back to the other picture, it's to the right of that vehicle. So the Holiday Inn, actually to the right. Yes, ma'am. So.
And actually, I have a better angle. And what is in 2B?
That's going to be the victim's vehicle being shot up and then the Holiday Inn directly behind it.
Is this a different angle of that captured?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be the back side of the victim's vehicle.
And then 2B?
That will be the people that I stopped their vehicle.
And here is at the front of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
2F?
It will be the Holiday Inn and then the vehicle that I stopped going through the parking lot.
And then 2G?
Just the Holiday Inn.
Go to 2J?
That's the front driveway entrance, and the front doors are to the right on that picture to enter the Holiday Inn.
And then can you see what's trying to be captured in 2J?
Yes, ma'am. You got the front doors of the Holiday Inn to the left, and then there's the blood trail going up the sidewalk and into the front doors.
And after the homicide unit arrived, did you brief them as to what you and your officers did when you first arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant Portman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it afternoon?
Hands close to it.
Okay. You discovered a Glock, your unit discovered a Glock on Taifa McCray?
My unit did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Did anyone discover a Glock on Taifa McCray?
Yes. Someone at the, I believe it was HCSO at the Advent Health.
All right. And do you know who Taifa McCray is?
He's one of the people that we came in contact with.
One of the victims in the case?
Yes.
All right. Did you yourself discover any guns or firearms?
I did not, no, sir.
Did anyone in TPD discover any firearms?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
I know the one at the university, or not the university, sorry, the Advent Health. I know there was one there, but I'm not aware of the other ones.
The one at Advent Health, is that the same one we were just talking about for McCray?
I believe so.
Okay, so just one firearm that you know of?
That I know of, yes.
All right. And you did an initial investigation on the scene of the crime, right?
What do you include as initial investigation?
So just going to the scene, trying to figure out what happened, trying to help people, that sort of thing?
Yes.
All right. And after that day, did you do any work on this case?
No, sir.
All right. So that was your sole involvement in the case?
That's correct, that night.
All right. So you don't have anything to say about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
No further questions?
Just briefly. Sergeant Portman, you said that you were only aware of one firearm that was collected by an individual at Advent Health. Advent Health Hospital? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been because that was reported by eventually the deputies to another one of your officers.
That's correct.
As far as any other guns or firearms that are recovered in this investigation, would that information be funneled to the case detective in the homicide unit?
Yes, it would be.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, state who's your next witness.
To the next one.
Judge, I believe it is Officer DeJesus. Mr. Harmon. Can I have one moment just to make sure?
Yes.
If not, we'll call. Everybody on DeJesus? Officer Bernardo DeJesus.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell both names, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Bernardo de Jesus. My first name is spelled Bernardo. Last name is spelled Dejesus.
And where are you employed, sir?
The city of Tampa.
Okay. And what do you do with the city of Tampa?
I'm a police officer for the street anti-crime unit as well as the bomb squad.
Okay. So you have two separate duties?
Yes, sir.
What is your rank?
I'm a master police officer.
Okay. Officer De Jesus, how long have you worked total time with the Tampa Police Department?
I just hit my 11-year anniversary with the Tampa Police Department.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience before that agency?
Yes, sir.
Where did you work prior to that?
I worked approximately 2.5 years at the City of Temple Terrace Police Department.
So I want to start with, was that your first experience in law enforcement?
Temple Terrace was, yes, sir.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace is an agency adjoining the city of Tampa. Their jurisdictions lay next to each other?
Yes, sir. It borders the city of Tampa to the east in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace actually is not too far from the crime scene in this case, correct?
No, it's probably approximately 10 to 15 blocks.
When prior to working for Temple Terrace Police Department, did you attend a police academy?
I did, yes, sir.
And how long was that police academy?
Approximately 6 to 7 months.
Okay. In that police academy, was there a component that dealt with firearms training?
Yes, sir.
How long was that component? Was that something that was consistent throughout the academy, or was there a designated time period?
There was a designated time period where the bulk of it happened, but I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was quite some time ago, that we did go back to the range several times.
Okay. And were you trained on the use of handguns and certain long guns?
Yes, sir.
The long guns that you were trained on, did that include AR platform rifles?
Yes, sir.
Prior to working at Temple Terrace, did you have experience with AR platform rifles?
They're military variant, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in the military?
I was.
In what branch?
I served in the Marine Corps.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I'm assuming you're attempting to lay a predicate.
I am, Your Honor.
Opinion of his regarding AR-15s.
Yes,
the
Your
AR
Honor.
platform. Okay, overruled. Go ahead.
Will you please repeat the question, sir?
Yes. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years, sir.
So a single enlistment?
Yes, sir.
In the Marine Corps, did you receive training in certain small arms weapons platforms?
I did, yes, sir.
Did that include the M4 or CAR-15 and the M16?
Yes, sir.
Are those both AR platforms?
Yes, sir.
Or AR style platforms?
They are.
And are both of those, at least as far as the military, chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
Did you deploy in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir, twice.
And did you utilize those weapons in combat in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
I served on a PSD team in Iraq from 2008 until 2009, and then I served as a machine gunner in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010.
Okay. When you worked for the city of Temple Terrace, were you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And to maintain that certification, did that require that you go through annual qualifications on firearms?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you qualify with a pistol?
Yes, sir.
And did you qualify with a long gun?
I did.
And which long gun did you qualify on?
With an AR-15.
And was that chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you carry an issued sidearm?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Glock 22.
Okay, so that is a Glock manufactured handgun.
Yes, sir.
Since you have worked with the city of Tampa, have you carried a sidearm, whether it's issued or personally owned?
Yes, sir.
And what type of sidearm have you carried with the city of Tampa?
My initial firearm that was issued was a Smith & Wesson M&P chambered in .40 caliber. My second firearm was a 6-hour P320, and then I carry a Glock 47. Yes, Glock 47 chambered in 9mm.
Okay. And how many years have you carried the Glock pistol?
I would say at least 5 years.
All right. Now I want to back up. Outside of the Marine Corps and your law enforcement experience, do you have other experience in your personal life dealing with Glock firearms and AR-style rifles or platforms?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about that experience?
My other experience with firearms is competitive shooting.
Okay. And would that include USPSA competitions?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider yourself to be a firearms enthusiast?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to your competitions in your personal life, do you train?
Yes, sir.
And is that frequent?
As frequent as I can, sir. Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you have to do to stay competitive in those types of competitions?
I would argue competitive and proficient for my job.
And do you also compete and stay proficient in those competitions because that translates, like you just said, to being proficient as far as a police officer with your handgun?
Yes, sir.
Have you paid for and attended personally, paid out of your pocket, paid for firearms classes?
Yes, sir.
And have that included training where you're working with high-level, national-level handgun competitors?
Yes, sir.
Annually, how many rounds do you fire through Glock platforms?
I would say at least 10,000 rounds.
And have you maintained that rate of use of a Glock firearm over the last several years?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain familiarity with the firearms community and the firearms industry?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the AR platform and its common chamberings?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with, you've talked about the 5.56 round, are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
Is that a common chambering in an AR-15 platform?
Not as common as 5.56, but it is a semi-common chambering.
Okay. Are you familiar with companies that manufacture components for AR-15 rifles, such as Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Sig Sauer, which is another firearms manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the companies that manufacture ammunition, such as Remington and Federal?
Yes, all the main ones. I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with a type of handgun ammunition known as Max Tech?
I am.
And the Max Tech chamberings in 9mm, is that a common range ammo?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the term as it's utilized when attending range sessions or training with firearms, the term brass?
Yes.
What does that mean in that context?
Brass is a common usage term for the material or for the casing of a bullet or a projectile. It's not always brass, like the actual material. Sometimes it's aluminum or steel, but it's referred to as brass, which is the casing that holds the gunpowder and the projectile.
Okay. So just as an example, when you attend firearms training through the Tampa Police Department, and there's a range not too far from here, correct?
Yes, sir. It's on 34th Street.
And that's maintained by the city of Tampa?
Yes.
When you attend firearms training there, and they may now have some type of machine that does this, but are you typically ordered to either police your brass or pick it up?
Yes.
To clean up the range? And that means the expended shell casings when you're firing your handgun?
Yes, for semi-auto handguns, yes.
Yeah. Semi-automatic handguns, is the AR-15 commonly a semi-automatic rifle?
It is.
And does it expel a shell casing when it fires?
Yes.
Same with a Glock pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with an item known as a brass catcher?
Yes, I am.
And what is a brass catcher?
A brass catcher is something that is affixed to the ejection port of a firearm that is used to collect brass prior to it hitting the ground.
Okay. So are there brass catchers that are manufactured and produced for attachment to an AR-style rifle?
Yes.
So they're designed to catch the casings as they're coming out?
Yes, sir.
Into a mesh-type bag, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term Glock switch?
I am.
Okay. And what is a Glock switch?
A Glock switch is an aftermarket piece that can replace the backplate on a Glock pistol, which allows the user to fire it in fully automatic or select fire.
Okay. Now, your familiarity with that, is that something you've become familiar with through your job as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And also through following the firearms industry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, converting a Glock handgun with a switch to becoming a fully automatic weapon, is that legal?
Not without the proper documentation from the ATF.
Okay. And if you don't have that proper documentation, that is a federal criminal offense, isn't it?
Let's sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. Is that a device that the Glock company endorses for enthusiasts in the United States?
No, Glock has their own version of a fully automatic handgun.
Okay. And that's a regulated handgun?
Yes, sir.
A Class 3 regulated, fully automatic handgun?
Yes, sir. It's a Glock 18.
Okay. So that's not a gun that someone can walk into a gun store and buy without having the proper paperwork that they've obtained through the federal government?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 23rd of 2024. What was your assignment at that time in the Tampa Police Department?
I was a member of the District 2 Day Shift Street Anti-Crime Squad.
Okay. And when you were en route to work that day, were you dispatched or asked to respond to a homicide scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did another officer from your unit also respond?
Yes.
And is his last name also De Jesus?
It is.
Any relationship?
None.
And what's his first name?
Patrick.
Okay. So you and Officer Patrick De Jesus respond to this homicide scene. Is that located near the University of South Florida?
Yes, sir. It's to the south on Fowler Avenue.
Is that a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm going to move to published States Exhibit 1.
Okay.
I'm going to show you this overhead aerial photograph that's in evidence, States 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
I do.
Okay. When you responded, if you could just tell me where you first responded to, and then I will try to point it out on here on the description.
Obviously, there was a lot of officers on scene already, so real estate was a little bit limited for parking. We parked our vehicle. If you look at the building that's parallel to the roadway, which is Fowler Avenue, we parked on the grass closest to the roadway in front of that structure.
Would that be this area here?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Officer Patrick De Jesus, did he also park his vehicle there?
Yeah, we rode together.
Oh, you rode together? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize that. All right. When you arrived, did you make contact, first of all, with other officers on that scene?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other officers. Did that include uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
And did they have control and command of that scene at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was there crime scene tape either up or being put up?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe a motor vehicle, generally in this area here, that appeared to have damage to it?
I did, yes, sir. As I documented in my report, I observed a black four-door Dodge Charger in that area.
Okay. And did you get close enough to it to see the damage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with that type of damage? Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of damage was there to that car?
There were bullet shots throughout the front of the vehicle.
Okay. So bullet impacts or projectile impacts?
Yes, sir.
Did you get close enough to the car? Did you go close enough to it to see its contents?
I could see its contents, yes, sir.
All right. Could you see there was a deceased body in the car?
Yes, sir, I could.
And was that brought to your attention by other officers in the scene?
Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, I was made aware by my supervisor that I was responding to a homicide scene.
Okay. Now, did you end up coming into contact with some civilian witnesses maybe up here in this area?
I did.
And did that include Armani Turner and a young woman with the last name of Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And a Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
And did you briefly speak with them and obtain what is known as pedigree information?
Yes, sir. I spoke very briefly with them. As you said, I got their pedigree information, just trying to assist any way I can, getting names or date of births, addresses, just information where potential witnesses could be contacted later.
Okay. And did you note that they were not from the city of Tampa or the Tampa Bay area?
Yes, sir. I did think it was quite odd that everybody that was still on scene had Jacksonville addresses.
And was it brought to your attention that the deceased person was an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes.
And that he was also from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
When you were on scene, did you notate that family members of Mr. Jones arrived on scene?
Eventually.
Okay. How long were you at the scene?
I believe I left the scene probably approximately sometime between 11:30, 12 o'clock maybe.
When you responded there with Officer Patrick De Jesus, was that at the request of your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you requested to respond there for? Why were you going there?
So our responsibilities were just to assist patrol in any way we could. Night shift obviously took the call due to the hour that it initially came out. Those units were scheduled to be off shift by that time, so we were to help relieve units, gather information, assist in the investigation any way we could until homicide arrived on scene, and gather pedigree information like I did and try to relay that to kind of help them out.
Okay. And eventually did homicide detectives and supervisors arrive on scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you make contact with them at some later point?
Yes, sir.
Did that include Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Cholnick?
I am.
Is she one of the detective sergeants of the homicide unit?
She is.
And as far as you know, are there multiple detectives assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, sir, there are.
Is this the first homicide scene that you've been to while working at TPD?
No, sir.
In your experience responding to homicide scenes, do usually more than one homicide detective respond?
Yes, sir.
Usually several? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Usually the supervisors and at least 2 detectives.
Did you at some point attempt to establish contact with an agency or a person in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you go about doing that, and what did you do?
I just got on my phone and I Googled Jacksonville Sheriff's Office because I've never worked there, never worked with that agency. Made contact with, I couldn't tell you who the officer was that answered a desk phone or whatever line I was able to get a hold of. Explained my situation and asked if they had anybody in the gang unit or a detective that I could speak with that might have information or intelligence on potential gang members or gang activity.
Okay. Did you end up getting a return call or somehow making contact with a Detective Drabeck from
Yes.
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak with him and have a conversation with him?
I did.
After speaking with him, did you relay information you received from him to Detective Sergeant Cholnick and possibly to one of the CID captains?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. CID, what does that stand for?
Criminal Investigative Division.
Did you also pass information along to the City of Tampa Police Department gun unit?
I did, Detective McNamara.
Did you and Officer Patrick De Jesus provide additional assistance by writing preservation letters for Mr. Jones, Charles Jones' Instagram account and other potential involved parties?
Yeah, I was informed by Patrick De Jesus that he would be writing the preservation letters.
Okay. And a preservation letter, what is that and why is it done?
A preservation letter is just a request to a private company or Instagram or organization like a social media account such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X, whatever it's called now, just requesting that anything that is currently on the feed of a particular handle or name be saved and held in case it's attempted to be deleted.
Okay. And are you asking for that to be held so that at a later time, if probable cause is developed, that a search warrant can be obtained to then send to that company and obtain that information?
Yes, typically they'll give us a time frame in which that can be done in, and if a judge signs a search warrant, if a detective has probable cause, then they can access it.
Did either you or Detective Patrick De Jesus come across a post from Charles Jones earlier that day or at some prior time on his Instagram account demonstrating or showing him at a club known as Truth 18 here in Tampa?
Yes.
Based on that, did you or the other detective or Officer De Jesus or both of you respond to that location?
We did.
All right. And when you went there, were you attempting to obtain something or look for something?
Yes, we were attempting to locate any cameras on the exterior and see if we could watch the video, see if the victim was followed into the parking lot or if we could see anybody in or around the victim's vehicle after he entered the nightclub.
Okay. When you arrived there, was that business open?
It was not, so we relayed the information of cameras, potential cameras at the location to my supervisor.
Also, I'm going to show you some exhibits that are already in evidence. State 67G is in golf. Does this look like, first of all, the car that you saw within the crime scene with the bullet damage?
Yes, sir.
And is that damage shown in that photograph on the windshield and the hood area?
Yes, sir.
States 31C. This has previously been identified in the evidence as a radio screen on a dashboard of a Nissan Altima, and I'd ask that you look at the areas I'm pointing to. 31D. This has been previously identified as a part of a projectile that was recovered. 31E. Officer, in your experience, and I'm talking about all of your experience you've had in your lifetime with firearms and seeing damage that has been caused to motor vehicles and other objects, when high-powered rifle rounds like 5.56 and 300 blackout, when they pass through an intermediate barrier such as automotive glass, does that or can that, in your experience, have an effect on that projectile as far as the integrity of the bullet?
Overall, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question, please?
Yes. When 5.56 or 300 blackout rounds pass through intermediate barriers such as automotive glass or automotive sheet metal, can those barriers have an effect on the integrity of the bullet, the projectile itself?
Yes, sir. Typically, those rounds are jacketed with multiple types of metal, so they're designed to kind of come apart, especially through mediums such as tempered glass, which you find on automotive glass.
So the jacketing is on the exterior of the projectile?
Yes, sir.
And is it not uncommon for the jacketing to separate from the core?
Yes, sir, it is. It is common.
Is the core normally made out of lead?
Typically, yes, sir.
States 54A through triple C, 53A through X, 55A through double R.
Any objections? No, sir. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Publishing 53A. Officer, have you previously seen these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand these are photographs taken during the execution of the search warrant in Jacksonville. You were not present for that, correct?
I was not.
States 53B. States 53C. 53E. 53F. Let me ask you about this item here. Do you recognize the item?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that item?
That is what is referred to as a bikini cover for a 6-hour red dot optic.
And does it consist of 2 rubber cups that sit over the opposite ends of that optic?
Yes, sir, to protect the integrity of the glass when it's not in use.
Okay. And then these straps here are like pieces of rubber, like a rubber band that keep tension so they won't fall off of the optic?
Yes, sir.
And is that for an optic that's commonly mounted on a rifle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's produced by the company Sig Sauer, which is a firearms and ammunition manufacturing company, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
53G, is that a close-up of that? Now, the items that were within that sink and that liquid have been removed onto a sheet of paper in this photograph. Do you see markings on these items that indicate to you that these are all related to firearm components or items that go with firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to zoom in on these so you can talk about them. You just talked about an optic cover for a 6-hour optic. This package that says Romeo 5, is the Romeo 5 a optic that is manufactured by 6 Hour?
Yes, sir, it is.
And we can see here on the bottom the S and I of 6 Hour, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going over here, we see, and I'm going to turn the photo, the beginnings of the word mag, and then there looks like there's a P. Are you familiar with that commercial sign there for a company?
Yes, sir, that is the insignia for Magpul Industries.
Magpul Industries produces the majority of which is plastic components that are configured onto AR-15 rifles and also magazines.
Yes, sir.
Does that include magazines for 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir.
Does it include magazines for, I think they're called P magazines, for Glock handguns?
Yes, sir, they do manufacture those.
And then States 53-1 is just a close-up of that Romeo packaging. We see here 1 by 20 millimeter. What does that designate?
That designates the aperture size of the optic.
And then it says side battery. Is that referring to the location of the battery that runs the optic, I guess, or the red dot, electronic red dot?
Yes, sir.
This packaging here that's been torn up, do you recognize what is depicted? And it looks like a schematic.
Yes, sir. That is a chassis system where you can mount a Glock pistol mainly. They do make them for other manufacturers. You can mount it inside of that plastic chassis and turn your handgun into a rifle of sorts.
Okay. Something that gives you 3 points of contact when you're firing the gun?
Yes, sir.
Does that require the firearm to be basically the slide to be moved up inside of a brace, a plastic brace?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so would this be a photo of the brace without the handgun, and this would be with the handgun inside of it?
Yes, sir.
Up here on the top of this, again, we see PMAG 50, I believe, AR M4. What is that packaging for?
That's a PMAG drum magazine.
For an AR-15 M4 style AR rifle?
Yes, sir.
AR PMAGs made by Magpul, can they take both 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, they can.
On this Magpul packaging, and we see Magpul here, the full word, we see some writing here. What does all this stand for where my finger is above the barcode?
PMAG is the designation that Magpul has for their magazines. AR, Armalite rifle. M4 is the military designation for an AR pattern rifle. 5.56 by 45 is the caliber in which the magazine can support, and drum is the style of magazine.
Okay. And it says, or it has written on there D60. Is that for drum 60 round?
Yes, sir.
That would be a drum magazine that holds 60 rounds of 5.56 rifle ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more of the packaging here. Magpul, PMAG, is that basically the same package, or cutting from the same package?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Now, interestingly, here we see 5.56 times 45 NATO. You've already indicated that's common chambering in an AR-15. 223 Remington. Now, 223 Remington is a separate and different caliber, correct?
Yes, sir.
But can it be fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, sir.
And is it commonly fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, it is actually just slightly more economical, so it's more common to see that caliber.
Publishing 54A. Sentinel, this word up here, do you recognize that and this item, this object here?
I do.
What is that?
Sentinel is an economical company that manufactures gun safes.
Is this a gun safe?
It is.
Stage 54B, is that just another photograph of that?
It appears so.
Does it appear it has a combination electronic lock?
Yes, sir.
Stage 54D, the inside of the safe. Does that appear to be the inside?
Yes, sir.
And do safes commonly, gun safes like this commonly have built-in holders or holsters for, we see magazines on the bottom, and we see these two handguns?
Yes, sir.
54F, is this a photo of shelving inside the safe?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this photograph of the interior of the safe, I want to ask you about several of these items. Over here on the left-hand side, what are these items?
As I'm viewing the picture, to the far left looks like a bolt-action or single-action rifle of some sort. As we move to the right, it appears to be, from what I can tell, some sort of pump-action shotgun. And then it looks like you have two AR pattern rifles in varying barrel lengths.
Okay. And this area here, this item, is that a brass catcher?
That is.
And it doesn't appear to be attached to that rifle?
Yes, sir.
Now, up here on this shelf, we see another item here, and I'll zoom in on it. Does this appear to be another brass catcher that is not attached to a firearm?
It does.
This item here, is that the base plate of a rifle magazine?
That is the base plate of a 30-round PMAG.
PMAG, and that's made by Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Down here on the bottom, these two plastic cases, do you recognize those?
Yes, they appear to be Glock gun cases.
Does this appear to be the front of a Glock pistol case?
Yes.
This writing up here, G19GEN4, what does that designator stand for?
That stands for Glock Model 19, Generation 4, which is the fourth iteration of that firearms model.
FXD 5.51B.
That refers to the pull weight of the trigger, so which is 5.5 pounds.
And then 10 round indicates it has 10 round magazines?
Yeah, that means that one is a California or New Jersey compliant firearm.
All right. Those states have 10 round magazine limits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so magazines or guns sold in those states have to have a 10 round limit?
Yes, sir.
And then is at the top of the case?
Yes, sir.
And I guess this is supposed to be a giant G, and then OCK for Glock, or L, I guess.
Yeah, that's the Glock insignia.
Okay. States 54Y is in Yankee. Is this the brass catcher now turned up where it can be seen?
Yes, sir.
And 54Z is in zebra or Zulu. Is this the inside of the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
And do there appear to be two shell casings inside of that brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
Do those appear to be pistol shell casings?
They do.
Round.
They do.
And just a close-up of it. B is in Bravo. You may have indicated this earlier, but the brass catcher has like a wire or a steel wire structure to it or framing?
Yes, sir. So it can attach to the rifle.
States 54F, F is in Foxtrot. Now, in that same safe, we can get a better view now. You've indicated you believe that to be a bolt-action rifle. This is a pump-action shotgun. We can see the extended tubular magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the pumping handle. And then this is an AR-style rifle here on the right side. I can rephrase. Joe.
Rephrase.
What type of rifle is this on the right-hand side?
So you have two rifles on the right-hand side to the right of the shotgun. Both appear to be AR platform or pattern rifles.
When you say two, this area here, what is that?
That's the muzzle.
And then down here, is that another muzzle?
That is another muzzle, yes, sir.
54G is in golf. What is this item?
That is a barrel, muzzle, and handguard of an AR-15 pattern rifle with a brass catcher over it.
What is this on top of the rifle?
That's what is referred to as a front sight, which is used to assist in aiming.
This item here?
That's referred to as a hand stop.
Is that an item that is typically produced by Magpul or another manufacturer like Magpul?
Magpuls do make them, but there are a lot of manufacturers who make those.
And is this the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
States 54HH. What is this item?
That appears to be an AR pistol.
Now, when you say AR pistol, what do you mean by the term pistol?
The National Firearms Act dictates that every civilian, unless they have a proper tax stamp that has a rifle of 16 inches or longer, that rifle doesn't have a 16-inch barrel, so it cannot have a buttstock. So a way around having a tax stamp to the ATF, if you remove the buttstock, it reclassifies the firearm as a pistol.
Okay. So that's the classification by the ATF regulations. Obviously, looking at it, it doesn't look like a handgun.
Correct.
What we would
Correct.
typically call a pistol. But in the firearms industry, that is known as a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say it doesn't have a buttstock, what is this item sticking out the back here?
It's referred to as a receiver extension or a buffer tube.
Right. The buffer tube, is that part of the action, the firing action of an AR-15?
Yes, sir. It helps complete the firing action.
And inside of that tube, is there a plunger with a spring that reciprocates when the gun is fired?
Yes, sir. There's
Okay. What's inside the tube?
inside the tube is what's referred to as a buffer, which comes in several different weights depending on the type of ammunition you're using. There's also a spring to push the buffer back forward and put the bolt back into battery and chamber another round.
And what is this item that's connected here? And we see it loop around and come back up this way.
That's a sling.
What is a sling?
It's used to affix the firearm to a person.
In this instance, does that sling have 2 points of contact? Or appear to?
It appears that there should be another point of contact up front, but they do make 1 point slings or single point slings.
And using a pistol like this with a sling, how would one go about attaching that to their body?
You just pass your arm or head through the loop end of the sling so the firearm doesn't fall to the ground and you let it go.
So if a person did that, would the firearm hang somewhere on their body, basically?
Yes, it would hang depending on where you put it, to the front or back.
States 54I. Does this appear to be the opposite side of that same gun?
Yes, sir.
Just for those of us who don't already know, what is this area of the gun here?
Well, what you're pointing to, it's the magazine well where the magazine is inserted, and the markings is what is referred to as roll markings on a firearm.
This area below here, it appears to have somewhat of hollow. Is that where the magazine fits in?
It is.
The trigger?
Yes.
I'm pointing at? Okay. And this would be a grip?
Yes, sir.
What is this object on top of the rifle?
Appears to be an optic of some sort.
And what is that utilized for?
For aiming.
.54 mm. Does that appear to be the same firearm or a different firearm?
That's a different firearm.
And what type of firearm is it?
That is an AR pattern rifle.
And looking at it, can you tell what the length of the barrel is or approximately?
It's either going to be a 14.5 or 16-inch barrel.
What is this triangular shape up here?
That is referred to as a front sight post.
And is this, again, the magazine well here?
Yes, sir.
Does this firearm appear to have a brass catcher attached to it? And I can show you the photograph of that from .54 mm.
We are not looking at the side of the ejection port, but it does not appear to have a brass catcher on it.
Now, you talked about earlier about a butt stock or a stock. Do you see that item in this photograph? What you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
So the prior firearm had a buffer tube extension. Does this have something different attached to it here?
So that firearm as well has a buffer tube extension, but over it is a butt stock.
Okay. Is the firearm extension or the buffer tube extension running on the top of that butt stock?
Yes, sir.
When a person's firing a rifle like this, would this area here at the end of the butt stock commonly contact some part of their body if it's been fired in an upright position?
Yes, sir. It would contact their shoulder.
Now, states 54P, P is in Peter. On this side of the firearm, and this is still the same firearm we were just talking about, the AR style rifle, this roll mark here indicates CAL multi. What does that stand for?
So that typically when a firearm is sold complete by manufacturer, they will indicate what the rifle is chambered in, so the end user doesn't accidentally put the wrong caliber inside the firearm, injuring themselves. But you can purchase a lower receiver stripped, which means that there's no internal parts. You can order those from the manufacturer and kind of build your own rifle or pistol. So they put the roll mark of multi-cal or cal multi because they don't know what caliber the end user is going to use a small frame AR platform rifle for.
When you talk about lower and upper, what is this round item here?
Go ahead.
What you're pointing to refers to the takedown pin, which separates the lower half of the rifle from the upper half of the rifle.
And you can see in this photograph a line that travels along.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting a gun lesson. I don't know if these kids is ex-military or mercenaries or what. Bruh. I don't know this stuff. Listen, I'm just... Hey.
Horizontal on the gun and then curves up. From that line up, is that considered the upper?
Yes, it is referred to as an upper receiver.
Does the upper receiver also attach to the barrel and the foregrip?
Yes, sir.
And the area of the firearm that is below that line, is that the lower?
That is the lower receiver.
And at this point here, does it hinge in some way when it's removed or popped out?
Yes.
Now, this is 54SS, S is in Sierra. You talked about the brass catcher and the ejection port. Do you see the ejection port on this firearm?
I do.
Now on the opposite side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the ejection port where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir, it is.
This little rectangular item here, what is that?
That's referred to as an ejection port cover.
Okay. How does that work?
It's just a thin piece of sheet metal that you can flip up and secure it closed to prevent dust or dirt from getting inside the firearm.
States 54V, V is in Victor. What are these items?
Those appear to be magazines.
And what are they for?
For an AR pattern rifle.
States 54F. Do you recognize this box and this box over here to the left? And when I say this, it's a green and yellow box that's sitting upright on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those boxes?
Those are ammunition manufacturers.
Remington, is that a company that manufactures ammunition?
Yes, sir.
American Eagle, is that a brand that is manufactured, I believe, by Federal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this item that is there inside of, is that an ammunition box?
Yes, sir.
States 55M. These items, do they appear to be at the bottom of the ammunition box?
Those appear to be several different calibers of ammunition.
Okay. Do you recognize any of them?
Yeah, I recognize the shotgun ammunition, which are the larger red and blue ones, plastic cased, and then the longer, pointier projectiles appear to be 5.56 or 2.23.
Okay. And this appears to be some type of pistol round, maybe a .357 Magnum or something.
Looks like something that belongs in a revolver.
States 55S. Another ammunition box. What's contained in the box?
Those appear to be 5.56 or 2.23 rounds.
.55B. These three items, what are those?
Those are referred to as ammo cans.
States 55N. N. This is Nancy. The photograph shows multiple cartridge cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like every so many number, they're facing different directions.
It appears so.
Okay. Do you recognize that type of ammunition?
I do.
And what is it?
That's either 2.23 or 5.56 ammunition.
And we talked earlier, Officer De Jesus, about Glock manufactured pistols and your familiarity with them. Are there standard loadings here in Florida and states that do not have magazine restrictions as far as the amount of rounds that are in the magazines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a Glock 19, a Model 19, which we saw in that photograph, what's the standard capacity of that magazine?
15 rounds.
The Glock that you carry on duty, the 47, is that a 17-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
And those two magazines in 9mm double stack magazine pistols, like the 19 and the 17 and the 45 and I think the 47 model, are those standard loadings for Glock magazines?
Yes, sir.
Does Glock make an extended magazine that holds over 30 rounds in it?
Yes, sir. They manufacture a 33-round magazine.
33 rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with those magazines?
I am.
Okay. That 33-round magazine, if it's loaded into a Glock 19 or a Glock 17, how does that appear in the gun?
It just appears as a long, like the magazine is fully extended beyond the grip, so it looks like a long stick coming out of the bottom of the grip.
Prior to your involvement in this investigation, specifically your conversation with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, were you aware of the gang activity or any gang wars that were occurring in Duval County?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of, prior to this investigation, 6 Block or ATK or 1200?
Never.
Had you ever heard of Julio Foolio, that name?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
All right, so you know a lot about guns.
Somewhat.
All right.
He knows a
do you
lot.
know if Alicia Andrews knows anything about any of the guns that you mentioned?
No, sir.
You did not conduct the search warrant for the photos that you were describing earlier.
You are correct, sir.
While I'm getting set up, who took those photographs?
No clue, sir.
You know which agency took the photographs?
Sounds like Jacksonville Sheriff's Office did, sir.
And is today the first time you're reviewing these photographs, or have you seen them before?
Today was the first time I've seen them.
Do you know if any of these firearms were used in the murder of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Like I said, sir, I wasn't there. I don't know the details of the firearms that were found at that location.
Do you know who these firearms belong to?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Did someone tell you that the house that these firearms were recovered from is the house where Sean Gathright lives?
I don't know who resides there, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know if Sean Gathright's mother also resides at that house?
You would be correct, sir.
And you wouldn't know if Sean Gathright's mother is in the military, or was in the military?
Speculation.
You can ask the question, just answer it.
Facts, not evidence.
Lord of mercy.
I'll ask the question again.
Okay. I see what's going on here. The defense is trying. Hey, they trying. They definitely trying, man. Hey, they getting paid. They are getting paid.
Thank you. You would not know whether Sean Gathright's mother was in the military before, correct?
Correct.
All right. The safe. You saw a photograph of a safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
A safe with some rifles inside of it?
Along with other things, yes, sir.
All right. That safe was not broken into by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
I don't know what the mode of entry was to that safe, sir.
So you don't know if they used a key that they received from someone?
I already told you I don't know what mode of entry they use, sir.
And you don't know if the brass catchers that you saw in the photograph, you don't know if those brass catchers were used in the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
So showing you 54A, states 54A, See the safe there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose room this is? The safe was found in?
No, sir.
When people go to the range, you said earlier that they use brass catchers to catch the brass that comes from the expelled projectiles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like normal, everyday people, right?
It's something that you can legally buy. Yes, sir.
All right. And when you go to the range does not want all of your brass all over the place, correct?
Depending on the range, yes, sir.
They typically make you clean that up.
Yes, sir, they do.
You know who these firearms, who these weapons, who they were registered to?
No, sir.
Did you ever look that up?
It's against the Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
Well, you can look up who purchased guns, correct?
I can, but that's not a registry.
So, forget about the registry. Let me back up. In Florida, you can purchase a gun, you can get a bill of sale when you buy the gun, correct?
Yes, sir, you can.
And then there's this idea that a gun can be registered, but they can't be registered in Florida, right?
That would be correct.
Right, so there's no gun registry, correct?
That is correct.
But there's a record of who purchases firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a registry, and then there's this record of who purchased the firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never looked up the registry because it doesn't exist, right?
I didn't look it up, sir, because I've never seen those firearms in person.
Okay, and because you couldn't look up a registry even if you did see the firearms, right?
I could not look up a registry that does not exist, sir, no.
Correct.
But if you're asking about the bill of sale, I guess in
Well,
theory...
I'll get to that part. I just want to make sure we're on the same
sorry,
page
I thought I
about
was
the
answering your question, sorry.
The registry first.
There is no registry, sir.
Correct. So, the bill of sale, the record of who purchased the firearm, you never looked that up for any of these weapons?
No, sir.
So you don't know who these weapons belong to?
Judge, objection. That's two different things. That's a confusing question.
You cleared up already, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. You don't know who purchased the firearms, correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And you don't know who the firearms belong to?
That would be
You
correct.
don't even know if Sean Gafford ever touched these firearms before?
You would be correct.
Do they make brass catchers for Glocks?
Don't know, sir.
Is there any way to put a brass catcher on a pistol?
I don't know. I've never attempted it, sir.
This photograph, 54, Stacy 54, looks like 2, Roman number 2? Or, maybe that's II.
I think it's II, counsel.
II.
Oh, is it LL?
Or
It's L, is it LL?
It's in lowercase. So, for the record, 54LL. Do you see the wording on the firearm there?
Yes, sir, I do.
The don't tread on me. Are you familiar with what that is? Is that like, tell me first, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay, what does that signify?
In popular culture or in history?
Let's start with popular culture.
In popular culture, it's used by a lot of people who, who I guess feel like it emboldens them to put something like that on their firearm.
And then you said another definition?
Well, in history, it's a naval flag, sir.
A naval flag?
Yes, sir.
Like for someone in the military?
Well, if they were in the military in the 1800s, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know why there was packaging inside the sink at the home?
No clue, sir.
So showing you Exhibit 53A. You don't know why that packaging was in the sink?
No idea, sir.
You don't know who put it there?
No, sir.
You don't know if JSO put it there?
Never been to that residence, sir.
And no one told you anything about it?
No, sir.
All right, well, given that you did not take the photographs, that you don't know anything about who owned or possessed the firearms, or whether these firearms were used in this murder, is there any particular reason why you're testifying about these firearms?
Sir, I'm only answering the questions that I'm asked.
All right. And then you mentioned ATK and 6 Block, right?
I did not mention that, sir.
Well, the state mentioned it to you, and you said you never heard about 6 Block?
He asked me if prior to my involvement with this case, had I ever heard of those organizations, and I answered the question.
Right, so you all mentioned 6 Block on direct, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
I'm asking you if on direct examination the state asked you about 6 Block. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Since this investigation started, did you learn what 6 Block is?
I learned during this investigation of the organization, and that's the extent of my knowledge of them, sir.
All right. When you called over to JSO on the day of the investigation of the murder, someone from JSO told you about 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
They told you that the victims that you came across, they were members of 6 Block, right?
Yes, sir.
That include Julio Foolio?
Yes, sir.
Charles Jones, right?
Yes, sir.
Gino Norris?
I don't have a roster of who 6 Block is, sir.
So you don't remember the names, correct?
No, sir.
But you were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, he's opened the door, so to the extent you remember, you can answer. But go ahead, if you remember.
You were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Officer De Jesus, the "Don't Tread on Me" symbol that we saw on that rifle, is that commonly placed on firearms in the Second Amendment community?
Yes, sir.
In the firearms community?
Yes, sir.
Is it commonly seen in firearms manufacturing on firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a naval flag?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard it referred to as a Gadsden flag?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that during the Revolutionary War and just prior, that Americans in this country utilized that flag to tell the British not to tread on them?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay.
And is it not as a patriotic flag to a lot of people in this country?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about, because I think there's some confusion here about firearms registries and bills of sale. Is there a firearm registry in the state of Florida?
No, sir.
You can buy a gun and it's not registered, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you cannot register, a manufacturer, a seller, a retailer cannot register a firearm.
That's correct.
In this state. It violates state law, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it's an infringement on the Second Amendment, correct? Is it an infringement on the Second Amendment?
It is against the Florida Constitution for there to be a registry within the state of Florida.
And that's a section of the Florida Constitution that mirrors the Second Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you buy a gun in this state, there are certain forms that have to be filled out. I believe they are ATF regulation forms.
Yes, sir.
In law enforcement, is there a database through the ATF that state agencies such as the Tampa Police Department or city agencies can utilize to find out the original sale of that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the original sale of the firearm occurs, can the person who possesses the firearm then make a private sale to another individual?
Yes, sir.
And in the state of Florida, is that required to be tracked in any way?
No, sir.
Have you ever tried to track the original sale and owners of firearms?
No, sir.
Overruled.
Have you done that in
Go
your career
ahead.
with the Tampa Police Department?
No, sir.
You're not aware of tracking, doing an ATF track?
I'm aware of it. I've never done it.
Okay, all right. You've seen it done by other officers in your agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you determine who the original purchaser is, the original purchaser is, that will also show the original seller or retailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when firearms are sold, they have to be sold through a federal firearms licensed agency or retailer?
Rephrase.
Sure. When a gun is sold in this state or any state of the union, does it have to occur through an FFL?
Yes, sir.
And again, tracking that original sale, is that necessarily going to tell you who owns the gun or who it belongs to?
No, sir.
And since you were asked to speculate about the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you know if the state of Florida in this trial has called anyone from the Jacksonville sheriff's office so far?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to call Jacksonville sheriff's office detectives this Monday?
No, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that they may be traveling here to testify?
No, sir.
About the search warrant and those photographs?
No, sir.
I have nothing else, Joe.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, it's 12:15, so we will go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:15. Just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break. Don't talk to anybody.
Lunchtime, man. This is day 2 of the trial, man. Day 2. Let's get back. They keep bringing her out. They keep showing her on camera with the handcuffs. Boy, they keep doing that to her. Lawyers don't like that. Her lawyers say don't do that, man. Hold on. This in here.
It has nothing to do with the actual.
Are you guys objecting to all of those? Is Ms. White arguing the motion? Okay. While we're waiting on her, do you have State's Exhibit 75?
I do. I think there's 3 parts of it, 75, 2, 3, and 10 that we intend. I think is the subject of their motion.
Are you guys objecting to all of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
One of them is the one that just what you want to do. That's what
Yeah, back up to this one.
Okay.
you can see them.
Yeah, we take a look at the exhibits. All right. Okay, so on 75, defense is objecting to which subparts?
So there are 3. There's subsection A, B, and we're with 1, 2, and 3. And
what's A through C, and then C has subparts.
correct. So 75C is what we are.
Okay, and what subparts under 75C?
So starting with the most important, the most relevant ones are going to be 2. Which are the ones between
Okay.
and the next statements.
So that's text messages, and it just has on the exhibit list area code 904-993-5797.
That would be Jewel Jordan, Judge. That's her one of her.
Okay. So C1. All right, I don't have C1. I have C2. Oh, C2. Here it is. Okay. All right, these are what I'm looking at on this exhibit. It looks like a text message chain beginning January 9th of 2021 through January 21st.
January 19th, Judge, through this one.
Yeah, to the 22nd, 2021. Okay, and your objection is?
Yes, so I just like to start with the court's prior order. I'm just going to the court's order, a piece of the transcript from the hearing. Your Honor specifically said, I don't want the jury to get bogged down in the history between the two gangs going back to 2018. I don't have a problem with the gang expert identifying the gangs, that there's been violence committed between these gangs for a number of years, and in 2023 is when, from what I can tell, really began ramping up with a series of back and forth revenge murders leading to the attempted murder of Mr. Jones, and then ultimately the successful murder of Mr. Jones in 2024. So the court has already laid out the parameters of what is going to be relevant and what is related to this actual incident, and that is limited at the attempted murder of Mr. Jones back in 2023. These messages are essentially just chatter between Ms. Andrews and the next witness about things that they're hearing on social media related to the back and forth between the two. That's ultimately what it ramps up to. It's not relevant at all to the actual incident at hand. It doesn't stand to prove or disprove any particular relevant issue in this case. And quite frankly, what it will do is sour the jury towards Ms. Andrews, and just based on conversation that has nothing to do with the actual incident. And I'll the court was opportunity to just kind of finish reading through them.
Sure. State, go ahead with your response to that.
Judge, first of all, your order having to do with the gangs, we are limited to our experts to that time period.
For collateral evidence.
Collateral evidence.
And I'm assuming you're going to say this is direct evidence.
Yes, but also part of the collateral evidence, Judge, that you also allowed us to go into not just the October incident of 2023, all of 2023, and you also said that that was further extended because we mentioned the song and the lyrics, that there could be explanation to them, and certainly within those song lyrics, there are definitely people that are mentioned in those lyrics that are mentioned in this text. But this is direct evidence of the defendant's knowledge, and moreover, Judge, she gives an interview to law enforcement that goes directly to her knowledge as well as consciousness of guilt, because law enforcement asked her about gang activity, about the big rapper in Jacksonville, and she claims ignorance. Like, she doesn't know any of it, including her boyfriend's rap gang nickname Gutta. When they say Gutta and they're talking about Gutta, she's like, why do you call him that? So she is trying to feign like she has no knowledge of any of the gang activity, which these messaging that she has with one of her best friends growing up in 2021 directly relate to her knowledge of our victim. Not only her knowledge of her victim, that he's in a gang, other gang members, that one of them is K Shorty, a gang member, is 6 Block, a fellow gang member of our victim, that she is communicating with, where they talk about facts of some of the cases and some of the rival gang war that is going on in Jacksonville. The one to her best friend, there is definitely personal animosity towards Julio Foolio. She mentions Julio multiple times. There's even a statement in there saying she hopes he should die. So that is direct knowledge of her specific knowledge as to not only the gang rival, the gang history, that is consciousness of guilt evidence in this specific case, where she is confronted by law enforcement officers when they are trying to question her about the murder of a high-profile rapper in Jacksonville and gang activity, and she feigns ignorance of all of it. So that is highly probative and outweighs any sort of prejudicial effect.
Well, didn't you all get up in your opening statement and say that Ms. Andrews didn't know any of the people involved, didn't know why she was just going to Tampa to be with her boyfriend? She didn't know anything that was going on to the gangs, right?
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
Okay.
What was stated was that she doesn't know the individuals specifically involved in this. None of those individuals are mentioned in these messages. And to be clear, what Ms. Andrews said is a mischaracterization of what the interview actually says. She doesn't say, to start with the name Gutta, what she says is, why are you calling him that? It's a rap name. So she doesn't pretend to not know that that is a nickname of his. What she challenges is whether or not it's a gang name as opposed to a stage name. So she absolutely said, maybe they couldn't understand it, but she absolutely said, I'll leave behind the timestamp. But ultimately, Your Honor, these messages are released, these messages are from, I believe, before any of the songs that State is attempting to introduce into evidence. Even those popular ones that everyone talks about, who I see you, when I see you, who I smoke, these messages are from before that. None of the individuals that are mentioned in these messages by name are involved in this case, and there's nothing in here indicating that any of this information that they're discussing is from first-hand knowledge. Quite frankly, it's the opposite. You can tell if you read that they're responding to some social media post that some girl posted, and they're just chitter-chattering back and forth, like most people are doing in the comments probably right now as we speak. There's nothing to suggest that this is personal knowledge, which I might add is very different. I'm having a conversation with a girlfriend about gossip and sitting in front of murder detectives and telling them that you know what's going on. It is not the same thing. It does not show consciousness of guilt. It does not show the intent of anything, and quite literally the fact that these messages are from 2021 and there's nothing after that before this murder goes against what the state is saying, right? Like, there's not even any further information discussed about this in any text messages or Instagram posts or anything like that. It's no secret that Ms. Andrews was born and raised in Jacksonville. She's significant proximity. They called 3 witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, that said some similar things. They know, some of the people, they listened to the music, they've heard some of the information back and forth. It does not mean that she has personal knowledge about it. And so I would completely disagree with what the way the state is characterizing it. And quite frankly, the specific message about him wanting to die, which I don't believe that is the actual quote, the court could review it. I'll point specifically to where it is.
Do you need the exhibit?
Judge, I didn't have the exhibit, so I was paraphrasing, so I apologize if I didn't quote it correctly. Judge, what she texted, she says, girl, I don't like Julio, LMAFALOO, ugly ass bitch, he need to die. And SHID, that was, oh, my friend, FUCK, that code shit, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing my outfit, who did it?
Damn.
I'm pointing out who did it, I'm sorry.
Right, and so, Your Honor, that is a comment on what they're seeing on social media. It's literally a third person, comment on what they're seeing on social media. If this were me, I would point him out that this is conjecture, hyperbole between the 2 girls, literally just chatting. There's nothing in here to suggest that she personally knows him, that she personally has had any kind of conflict.
It sounds like whether she knows him or not, she don't like him. And it sounds like if something happened to him, she wouldn't mind. That's what it sounds like.
With him or personally want something that's happening, which it's just not there. And I think the gap in time between this incident and these messages and the incident go to show that. And there's literally, I don't believe, any purpose to put these before the jury other than to sour them, to inflame their passions, to paint her as a violent, negative person, because it's not related to this incident at all. It's not connected to any personal act of violence that she's committed to him. She has not threatened him. And if Your Honor's reviewed the cases already, I can go into those.
No, I've reviewed them.
Okay. But Your Honor, if you in those cases, the statements that are let in, the prior statements of those defendants, are statements that are direct threat to the individual that was ultimately killed. They reveal a specific animosity, a specific intent, a specific want of that person based on a personal issue that they have with them to be harmed, and then they later on go to do that. I believe remoteness is very relevant in both of those cases. Those statements are certainly not 4 years before the incident occurs. Remoteness is relevant. The fact that they're isolated is relevant, and the fact that there is no way for the state to even establish that this is based on personal knowledge. And I think that the statement shows that they're not based on personal knowledge. They're no different than anybody else's DMs that has conversations about,
Other than showing knowledge, right?
Why, I don't think knowledge of the gang issue in general is relevant to
You
whether
don't
or
think
not
so? If she's purported to be a member of a conspiracy to kill a rival or a gang member?
that her knowing about the gangs is, I don't believe that's relevant to prove that she committed this crime. That she's aware that exists, Your Honor.
Okay, I know, but she knows who Charles Jones is, and she knows about the violence between the two.
She's admitted that. In her interview, she admits that she follows him on social media. That's not a secret, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is not what the interview says.
Okay, so anyway, listen, I'm going to find that it is probative and it outweighs any potential prejudicial impact, so 75 C2 will be admitted. What's the next one? C3? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when is this witness testifying? These are going to come in.
Judge, those are not witnesses that we are calling, but we are going to put them in after we call Detective Benjamin Boers and put in her Apple iCloud account. Jewel Jordan is supposed to testify. She's only the subject of 75C later this afternoon.
Okay.
And when the state mentions putting her Apple iPad account, you're referring to her entire account?
No, just these exhibits that we pulled out.
Okay, so the person at 75C 1 through 11, are those all coming in through witness today?
No.
Okay, just C what?
C2.
Okay, so then C3 is coming in through someone else and C10 is coming in through someone else?
Correct.
Okay, so let's I'm going to reserve ruling on those.
Okay, that's fine. I'm related to different arguments. I also like to add something that I left out, Your Honor. I'm related to C2, Your Honor.
Yep.
The state has very specifically defined the conspiracy period in this case. That is from June 22nd to June 23rd. 21st through the 23rd of 2024. So this is not some situation where this relates to the conspiracy in any way. If it were, they would have defined the conspiracy period bigger. They did not. They specified to those days. So this information is not connected to that at all in its actuality, or as it relates to the state's theory and motive, which is that this happened in retaliation to, or connected with the shooting from 2023, which was even then 2 years after these messages. I'd also like to add that I believe it will come out at some point. At the time of these messages, Ms. Andrews had not even met Mr. Chance.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if that helps or hurts you, but okay, so it's admissible. And hold on to C3 and C10, and we'll discuss that before that witness. And I'm just looking, and I'm not ruling yet, but I'm just looking, like an email message on C3 dated October 4th of 2020 from K Shorty, which is Miss Andrews' account, correct?
No,
that's someone else. Okay, because then that is talking about whoever they are.
Number 6 law judge.
Okay, very good, gotcha. Now,
Allegedly,
I like.
based on these messages.
Okay, all right, well, we'll cross C3 and C10 at a later time. Okay, let's get going. Is our jury here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Bring it back.
All right.
You're ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Zachary Conaway.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you say your name for the jury?
My name is Officer Zachary Conaway.
With what agency are you employed?
Currently employed with Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you been with Tampa Police Department?
This will be my 4th year with Tampa Police Department.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Before Tampa, I was employed with New Orleans Police Department as an officer.
How long were you there?
About 5 years.
And in your experience here in Tampa, what is your job title?
My job title is a patrol officer.
Did your duties include responding to the area of 3751 East Fowler on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I responded to that call.
And about what time was that?
I believe the time came out about 4:45.
Oh, I apologize.
In the morning, a.m.
Were there other officers already present on scene?
I believe Sergeant Portman arrived on scene first. I was maybe the second or third beforehand.
Why is it that you arrived to that area? Did you receive a call for service directly?
We received a call for service. I believe the original call notes were cars speeding through the parking lot and gunshots have been heard. And as we made our way to the scene, we were informed that somebody was shot at the location.
Upon arrival to the parking lot of that Holiday Inn, what are some of the observations you actually make?
The first observation I made, we located a black Dodge Charger, stopped in the parking lot, kind of in between the home suites and the Holiday Inn situated on that lot. Car was stopped, immediately noticed that it had been covered in bullet holes, and there was someone deceased in the front seat.
Do you, Sergeant Portman, or the other officers that are there kind of divide up responsibilities in that moment?
In that moment, we were initially focused on trying to preserve the crime scene. There were some other people there that had been with the victim prior to, but initially I had gone to go get crime scene tapes to try to cordon off the scene, and at that point we started to divvy up our responsibilities further from that point.
Do you receive a call that you're needed inside of the Holiday Inn itself?
We never received a phone call. While I was still on scene, I observed a blood trail leading from the Dodge Charger leading towards the front door of the hotel. I told the other officers, myself and 3 others, went to the front door, and as we approached the front door, we were told by the manager inside the hotel that there were 2 people bleeding on the 3rd floor.
When you say you were looking around and saw that, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3M from the exterior of that Holiday Inn there. Is this what you're referencing when you say there were some blood trails leading into the hotel itself?
Yes, that's the main entrance of the hotel right there at the top of the photograph. And back here, it's the sidewalk, and the blood trail actually extended much further back on that sidewalk leading towards the parking lot.
Sure, if I'd be able to get it there. Okay, if I back that up a little bit in 3L, is that what you're referencing in the walk up to that evidence marker number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you actually have any specific information about who your suspects were, who your victims were? Was there even time to obtain that information yet?
We had already known of the victim, Mr. Jones. Prior to the beginning of that shift, we had received some intelligence that he was visiting in town from Jacksonville, and that he had some past arguments with people in the neighborhood, and we were just told just to keep an eye out for him in his movements.
Meaning like an inter-office kind of teletype, where agencies will exchange information back and forth?
Not so much a teletype, it was just an email from our intelligence division. I'm not exactly sure how they obtained that information, but we were just told that he was staying at an Airbnb located somewhere out in the county, and that he was more than likely going to be in Tampa for his, I believe he was there for his birthday.
Was that relayed to you during your brief before your shift actually started?
Yes, we went over that in our briefing.
Okay, so you're telling us about that because when you got there and made these observations, you related those 2 things, what the information you learned from your briefing to what you observed on scene.
Right. We didn't officially identify him on scene, at least while I was there, but it was generally understood that this was Mr. Jones that was deceased in the vehicle.
Was that in part because there were also some other lay witnesses on scene at that Holiday Inn?
Correct.
Okay. And when we speak, let's go back just to the entrance of the Holiday Inn, and we'll talk a little bit more about the other stuff, okay? At the entrance of the Holiday Inn, you spot the blood trail, and what is your role with the other officers as you enter and speak to the hotel manager?
Again, we spoke to the hotel manager. He told us that he had two men up on the 3rd floor of the hotel that were bleeding. We essentially just followed the blood trail. It went initially down the first hallway in the hotel leading to the east, maybe a couple floors, and it doubled back to the elevator, and we just followed the blood trail to the elevator, and we took it straight to the 3rd floor.
Okay, let me show you 4A, if I can break that down just a little bit here with evidence marker 8. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
Is this what you're talking about as you enter that lobby in the Holiday Inn lobby area?
Yes, correct. That hallway up at the very top, that leads to the elevators on the right-hand side, and the blood trail actually continues a little bit further past the elevators, and then it comes back and goes towards the elevators themselves.
So you have a general idea from the manager about where additional people may be. Is there still a process that you have to go through to ensure that you get there safely?
Yes. Generally, you are supposed to go floor by floor, using the staircases to clear out the building floor by floor, just make sure that there's no other additional shooters in the building. Just due to the fact that we had people that were bleeding out that had been shot, we kind of skipped that process and went straight to the victims at that point.
And beyond the elevator there, was there still a blood trail that led you to a more direct location for where they were?
It wasn't so much the blood trail. As soon as we exited the elevator and turned to the right, our other 2 victims, Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were sitting there right in the T-junction of the hallway with the elevator.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 91. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that would be, I believe, Mr. Norris on the left and Mr. Edwards on the right.
Now, is this image of a screen capture from the body-worn cameras that you all are equipped with?
Yes.
Does this screen capture fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you all exited that elevator and made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
That's correct.
State moves to admit States 91 and publish.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Now, I know that you made some reference while I was there showing you the exhibits, but can you please, if you would, point out Mr. Norris?
Yes, Mr. Norris is going to be the gentleman on the left in the white shirt, and Mr. Edwards is going to be wearing all black on the right-hand side of the hoodie.
As you made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were you able to make any visual observations of injuries?
Obviously, Mr. Norris had the gunshot wound to his right shoulder. Just due to the hoodie, I could at least tell that Mr. Edwards was bleeding pretty heavily from his right arm or right shoulder. I just couldn't tell just how far up the injuries went at the time.
Did you do anything to assist?
Yes, I applied a tourniquet to Mr. Edwards' right arm as far as I could go.
Did the other officers that you were there with help you to secure both of these individuals?
Yes, I believe it was myself, Officer Hadsell, Officer Gale, and Officer King were the ones that made entry into the hotel. Officer Gale stood by with Mr. Norris while I stood by with Mr. Edwards, while Officer Hadsell and Officer King cleared the rest of the hotel.
At that point, you're still at least attempting for whatever life-saving measures you're able to give to both?
Correct.
Was Mr. Norris conscious with you and answering your questions as it related to what happened or where his injuries were, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Norris remained conscious for pretty much the entire time that we were in the hotel, correct.
While you were standing there with them, I presume waiting for EMS or something, did you see more specifically the injury that Mr. Norris had suffered?
The one that Mr. Norris suffered, I believe it was to the front of his right shoulder. I couldn't tell if there was any exit wound, though, but he had definitely taken one gunshot wound to the front of the right shoulder.
As you were tending to Mr. Edwards, did it ever become more apparent where his injuries were? Could you see more?
At least from the presence of blood, that right sleeve of his was fairly soaked in it. It did seem pretty clear that he was hit up on the right shoulder a little bit, and my tourniquet just wasn't doing a whole lot with stopping the blood flow.
Even though you're providing or rendering aid at this time, are you still inquiring of them as to what happened?
Correct. I'm still asking questions. Who did this? What happened? At least at the time, I'm unsure as to what Mr. Norris was telling Officer Gale, but Mr. Edwards at the time, he wasn't able to answer any of my questions at the time just due to the nature of his injuries.
What do you mean he wasn't able to answer your questions?
He either didn't know, he either kept saying he didn't know what had happened, or he was continually, it seemed like he kept losing consciousness on me from the blood loss.
Meaning he was just not responsive medically, not that he wasn't answering.
He would go in and out, and when he would regain consciousness, when I would ask the questions, he either didn't know, or he would just say, I was sitting in the car when it happened. I think he asked a couple of times what the status of Mr. Jones was as well. But just due to his injuries, I wasn't able to conduct a full interview with him just in his state.
You did, though, inquire of them who did this, and they just are reiterating, I don't know?
Correct.
Did you have a role thereafter? So if EMS arrives, what do they do with their patient?
EMS eventually came. They transported both Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards to Tampa General Hospital. After conferring with Sergeant Portman outside, once they'd been transported, I relocated to Tampa General Hospital to attempt to speak with them further.
Was it your obligation to attempt a formal interview with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Did you make additional observations upon your arrival at the hospital of their injuries?
Yes, Mr. Norris did in fact sustain one gunshot wound to the right shoulder, and Mr. Edwards, if I remember correctly, he had been shot 3 times in the upper arm, just below the armpit, and an additional 3 times on the right shoulder. And the staff at TGH had informed me that his upper right arm had been broken as a result.
Were you able to successfully obtain a statement about the events of the evening leading up to the shooting from Mr. Norris?
Yes. Essentially, what Mr. Norris told me was they had gone to the home suite to attempt to get a room after they had been kicked out of their Airbnb earlier that day. And he was sleeping in the back of the Charger where we found Mr. Jones at. And they were parked at the Sally Port on the south end of the home suite when the shooting originally happened. He was asleep in the back, so he essentially woke up when he heard gunfire and really didn't see anything prior to. As far as like any possible suspects, he still couldn't give me any answers to that question.
Did you inquire as to why they were in Tampa to begin with?
It was to celebrate Mr. Jones' birthday.
Is that information that Mr. Norris also gave you?
Yes.
Did Mr. Norris give you the locations of the two places that they had reported to for the birthday celebrations?
That day they had gone to Teasers. It's a strip club located on Nebraska Avenue. And they had also gone to Truth 18. It was a bar that was located on Bush Boulevard, just next to the intersection with 50th.
And that was information that Mr. Norris also relayed?
Correct.
Same question for Mr. Edwards. Did you have an opportunity to interview him at the hospital?
Yes.
And again, did he indicate that they were there for a birthday celebration?
Correct.
Did he also provide you the information about the clubs that they had visited?
He confirmed Teasers, and he did say that they had gone to another bar, but he couldn't give me the name of it.
Were they able to provide both in their interviews rough time estimates or time frames?
I believe both of them had stated that they were they'd gone to Truth 18 about 3 o'clock, and they had been at Teasers since about 1 o'clock till about 3 o'clock.
Neither were able to tell you or identify the persons that shot at them, only that they were shot at and that they ran from the vehicle.
Correct.
I'll pass it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Other than the 2 victims from the picture we saw earlier, Gino Norris and Mr. Edwards, did you speak to any other victims or witnesses?
No, my contact was just with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards in this investigation.
Okay. And they had no idea as to who might have done this?
That's correct.
All right, so they don't know Alicia Andrews?
They never mentioned anybody's name, but at least Miss Andrews. They never mentioned her.
All right. And you also don't know who Miss Andrews is?
No, sir.
All right. Other than, I guess, seeing them there at the hotel, did you do anything else in this case, seeing the 2 victims?
It was pretty much it was just my response to the hotel and then my follow-up interview with them at TGH. That was the extent of my involvement in this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, redirect? No. All right, may this witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's your next witness?
The state calls Carrie Lynn Calderero.
All right, you may proceed.
Calderero.
Please state your full name for the record.
Yes, my name is Carrie Lynn Calderero.
How are you employed?
I am a crime scene technician 2 with the Tampa Police Department.
And what kind of training do you have to be a crime scene technician 2?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice along with a crime scene certificate, and then I also have on-site training within Tampa Police Department as well.
How long have you been in that position with Tampa Police Department?
A little over 12 years now.
What are some of the duties and responsibilities of a crime scene technician?
We basically are responding to scenes. We are there to preserve the scene as we see it through photographs, collection of DNA evidence, and collection of latent prints as well.
Do you work alongside the homicide detectives when you are responding to a homicide scene?
Yes, we do.
When you first get to a scene, especially initially, do you necessarily know if an item of evidence is going to have relevance or not?
No, we don't.
Is that something that is determined by the detective later at another time, and it's the detective's responsibility then to submit any items for testing if they believe that is necessary?
Correct, it is.
And so when you're at a crime scene initially, is it the policy to take photographs of everything as it is and as you find it?
Yes.
Did you respond on June 24th of 2024 to Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was dispatched to go to Tampa General in order to photograph 2 victims.
And was one of those individuals named Xavier Edwards?
Yes, they were.
Was there a homicide detective that responded to that location as well?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Did he respond later?
Not while I was there. No,
Not
sorry,
while
no.
you were there? Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26A.
Is that a photograph of Xavier Edwards?
Yes, it is.
While you were there, did he become conscious or did you talk to him at that point?
The only time I talked to him was just to give him warning of that I would be taking photographs of him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26B. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just to show a close-up of the face to show who I am photographing.
What are you showing in 26C?
In this photo, I am documenting that his upper right arm is bandaged.
And what are you showing in 26D?
Also, this is a close-up of his, I believe, left hand to show that there is an injury to it as well.
26E?
This is just another angle to show the injury to his hand.
You said that there was a second individual at Tampa General Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that Gino Norris?
Yes, it was.
What are you showing in 25A?
Again, this is just to show who I'm photographing.
25B?
Just a close-up of his face to show who it is as well.
What are you documenting in 25C?
This is to show that he has an injury to his upper right arm.
At some point during working on this case, were you advised to collect a firearm?
Yes, I was.
When did that happen?
While I was at my second location for this call.
What was your second location that you responded to?
It was at Gates Drive.
Is that 3014 Gates Drive?
Yes.
What's located at that address?
I was dispatched there in order to photograph and process a vehicle at the time.
And was that a black Nissan in an apartment complex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's already been put into evidence, State's Exhibit 29A. Is this a picture of that?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are you documenting in 29B?
These are basically just going to be overalls to show the exterior of the vehicle that I'm photographing.
29C.
Again, this is just to show the backside of the vehicle along with the plate.
And are there, you can see law enforcement officers in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
When you responded to the second location, did you receive or get a briefing as to what sort of information they wanted documented and collected?
Yes.
Are you documenting in 29D?
This is to show the rear windshield showing that there is damage.
Composite 29, E through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Ms. Calderero, I apologize. Can you tell us what is in 29E?
This would be an overall of the front driver's side bumper area.
29F.
This is just a continuation of me moving along the driver's side. Now this is the front driver's side tire area.
And can you see any sort of damage in this photograph? I'm sorry, it's not seeing it. Is there any damage that you're documenting in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point that out for us?
You want me to stand up?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to show that there is damage along the front end bumper and a little bit above the tire wheel as well.
29G.
This is again just moving on alongside the driver's side, this time focusing on the driver's side mirror.
Is there damage in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And you said I should ask the question. You're focusing on the driver's side mirror. Is that where the damage is?
Yes.
29H.
Continuing on, this is going towards the driver's side door and rear driver's side door as well.
Is there damage on this side of the vehicle as well?
Yes, there's a little bit on the driver's side door and continuing on to the rear driver's side door as well.
29I.
This is more centering on the rear driver's side door, showing the continuation of the damage.
Do you also document the interior of the vehicle as you find it?
Yes, once I'm done doing my overalls, I then move towards the interior of the vehicle.
What is 29J a photograph of?
This would be the overall of the interior driver's side of that car.
29K.
This will be an overall of the center console area.
29L.
This is jumping back out to the exterior of the rear driver's side bumper area.
29M.
This is a area of damage that was on the rear bumper.
I'm going to go back to 29L. Is that what is in a close-up of what's indicated in 29L?
Yes.
29M.
This is showing the front windshield of that vehicle.
Was there anything of significance on the windshield?
Yes, there was damage towards the center of the windshield.
29P. What is that?
This is a mid-range focusing in on that damage of the windshield.
29O.
This is a different perspective of the damage to the driver's side mirror.
And then 29Q.
This is a close-up with scale of the damage to the center of the windshield.
And then 29R.
That was a piece of paper that was located in the vehicle.
And can you see this name that is depicted in this box number 6?
Yes.
Can you read that or do you need me to blow it up?
No, I can read that.
And what name was that?
I'm not sure if I'm going to say it correctly, but Tafea Changa McCrae.
I want to ask you about a firearm that you collected. Where did you collect the firearm?
That item was received to me from Officer Sosa that was on scene at that location.
All right, this time we introduce the evidence states 38 through D.
Any objection? No objection. Okay, admitted.
Did Officer Sosa, did he have a police vehicle that day?
Yes, he did.
And what are you documenting in 38?
This is to show the police vehicle that I was directed towards in order to collect the firearm.
30B.
That is the same police vehicle. This is the interior passenger side, focusing in on the firearm on the passenger floor.
30C.
That is the same firearm once I collected it and placed it into a firearm box.
30D.
This is once the firearm is cleared to show that there are rounds in the magazine.
And that's how, after you take it out, that is how you find it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that firearm you were directed by Officer Sosa, is that correct?
Yes, I was told about that.
And he was housing it in his patrol car before you got there so that you could take custody of it?
Correct, as was in my photos.
You said you put it in a gun box, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do with it after you put it in your gun box?
Once we're done a scene with all the evidence, we will take it back to our office for processing. However, in this case, I did pass this firearm off to crime scene technician Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And as policy, after you collect it, is there a secure location back at the Tampa Police Department where all the evidence or property in the case is held and secured?
Once we process all of our items, we place it into our evidence control. Prior to that, we do have temporary evidence cabinets for each technician where we store our evidence prior to turning it in.
And in this particular case, you testified that you handed this off to crime scene, to a fellow crime scene technician. Is that correct?
Yes, on scene.
And who was that again?
That was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And why did you do that?
I was going to be getting handed off the evidence due to ending my shift. She was going to take over processing that vehicle and items.
Can any fellow crime scene technician impound a piece of evidence that is collected and impounded by the Tampa Police Department?
We can turn in any type of evidence minus narcotics.
I'm going to ask you about some other things that you did in furtherance of this case when you were at the 3014 Gates Drive with that black Nissan vehicle that we just recently saw photographs of it. Did you collect any further evidence from that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What type of evidence did you collect from the vehicle?
I collected items of evidence along with swabs as well.
Okay. When you say swabs, what are you swabbing?
For potential DNA.
And can you tell the jury what areas of that vehicle you are swabbing for potential DNA?
In most cases, when we are processing a vehicle, we will swab more general areas that are touched more, steering wheel, gear shift, door handles. In this case, any type of items in there as well. If there was cigarettes, phones, cups, we will swab all those as well.
And in those photos that we just recently looked at, did you notice that there was a red substance that appeared to be blood in the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Were there any of those locations that were swabbed for potential DNA?
Yes, those items were also swabbed as well.
Again, you don't make any decisions whether or not any of those items or those swabbings need to be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. Is that correct?
Correct. That's only done by the detectives.
Did you process that vehicle as well? Did you process it for any fingerprints?
I did not, actually.
Do you know if that was done by another crime scene tech in your office?
Yes, it was.
Who was that done by?
Again, that was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. It's already in evidence. Did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take that photograph?
I took that photograph at the 3014 Gates Drive.
Where the apartments where that Nissan was located, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then who was that individual?
That was of Defea Chenga McRae.
Okay. And was that at the same location where you came across, I think you can see in the same picture, I'm going to show you again, 30A, that squad car, Officer Sosa's squad car?
Yes.
And is that Mr. McRae? Is he standing in front of it?
I don't recall at the time if that's the same vehicle or not.
Okay, but same location?
Yes, same location.
Did you, you said that did you take into evidence any items of evidence yourself in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I collected multiple items from the vehicle. That was a vape pen, multiple bottles, cups, things that I later on would process.
Did you also, going back to Mr. McRae in State's Exhibit 27, did you collect what is commonly referred to as a buckle swab?
Yes, I did as well.
What is a buckle swab?
It's basically a swab of the inside of a person's cheeks that's later used for comparison of any DNA.
And he provided you with a buckle swab?
Yes.
I may have one moment?
Yes.
All right, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Do you want me to leave the photos here?
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You were the first crime scene tech on scene for this case?
To the Gates Drive?
Well, let me ask you, who was the first crime scene tech on scene to the actual hotel, the Home 2 Suites?
I do believe that was CST Kristen Cruz.
Okay, so Cruz works night shift?
No, during that time she was on day shift.
Day shift. And what shift do you work?
I'm normally evening shift.
All right. So you and CST crime scene tech Cruz, you two work as the two crime scene technicians in this case?
No, not on that scene. During that entire scene, I never once came across Kristen Cruz. I only worked with CST Geraldine Nunez Martinez when she came to relieve me at the Gates Drive.
Okay. So it's yourself, CST Geraldine Nunez?
Yes,
and
she came halfway through the scene that I was at.
Okay. All right, and she relieved you?
Yes.
All right, and that's why you turned over some evidence to her?
Correct.
Okay. The buckle swab. Who instructed you to get the buckle swab?
On scene, that was done by Detective Campbell.
So Detective Campbell instructed you to get a buckle swab of an individual?
Yes.
And do the detectives normally tell the crime scene technicians like what to look for?
Yes, because normally they have a little bit more insight to the scene than we do.
So you get to the scene and the detective is sort of ordering your steps, telling you what to kind of collect, what to photograph, that sort of thing?
Yes, we also have protocols on how we process things, vehicles, photographs, such as those items, and on individuals as well. But then to go a little bit deeper, we will work alongside the detectives as well.
All right. And at any point in time, did you collect any ammunition, any casings, anything like that?
No, I did not.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. When you end your shift, what is your normal protocol for transferring your duties to a fellow crime scene technician when your shift is over and there's still work or processing to be done?
Like as if they're still on scene with me?
Yes.
We'll basically give them a small brief of what's going on, what I have actually completed, what is needed to be done as well. They will also get with the officer or detective on scene too, just to confirm that everything is needed. That way nothing is missed as well.
And for example, a firearm that you have not impounded yet, you would give her information regarding that and it would still be held secure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. Thank you. All right, who's your next witness?
Next.
Judge, we're going to call Justin Legg.
Okay.
Officer Legg.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Do you need to raise your right hand?
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Great. So you may proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Officer Justin Legg, LEGG,
Where do you work?
the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police Department?
10 years total, 7 in a sworn capacity.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, where were you assigned?
District 1,
What shift were you working?
midnights.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
When did you arrive at that location?
I don't have a specific time. It was approximately 5:30 in the morning.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded there to assist officers regarding a shooting investigation.
What were you tasked with doing at that point?
Upon arrival, I made contact with one of the supervisors on scene, and they directed me to go to Advent Health Hospital outside of the city jurisdiction.
Do you know the address for Advent Hospital?
No, ma'am, I do not know off the top of my head.
You said it's outside your jurisdiction. Approximately how far is Advent Health Hospital from that home to suites location?
Approximately a mile and a half.
And why did you respond to that location?
One of the supervisors was advised that one of the shooting victims had responded to that hospital.
When you arrived at that hospital, did you meet with any fellow law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am, out front of the ER, there were 2 Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies.
Was there a gentleman present with him?
Yes,
with
ma'am.
both of those 2 sheriff's deputies?
Yes, ma'am, a black male in a blue shirt.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Was that Typhon McRae? You can take a look behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the individual that was with the deputies?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he in custody or under arrest in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative during your investigation when you went over to Advent Health Hospital?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
At some point, was there a firearm that was collected from Mr. McRae?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I had that firearm placed in my vehicle so it could be secured.
And at some point while you were at Advent Health Hospital, did you also make contact with a person by the name of Camilla Bentley?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you make contact with Miss Bentley?
Miss Bentley was one of the shooting victims.
Did you take a statement from Miss Bentley?
I attempted to, yes, ma'am. She didn't want to provide one to me.
Where was she when you attempted to take a statement from her?
She was in one of the ER beds in one of the rooms there.
And did you know whether or not she had been injured during this incident?
She appeared to have an injury to her left arm from this incident.
And she did not want to speak at that time?
No, ma'am.
And after you left that Advent Health Hospital, did you still have the firearm that Mr. McRae provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that firearm?
I held onto that firearm until I was relieved by an Officer Sosa, and I provided that firearm to him.
Not going into your interview with Mr. McRae, at some point were you trying to locate the vehicle that he arrived to Advent Health Hospital in?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that vehicle at Advent Health Hospital?
No, ma'am. It was approximately half a mile to a mile north of the hospital in an apartment complex parking lot.
And did you provide that information to fellow officers so they could locate that vehicle off of Gates Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30A. I'll start with 30A. What did you do with the gun that you secured from Typhon McRae?
Once I unloaded it, I placed it in my police car where it was secured until I handed it to Officer Sosa at the end of my shift.
And does Officer Sosa, is he also a uniformed officer with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he also have a police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you handed it to him, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize the firearm that is in Officer Sosa's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pointing to it right there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a black Glock handgun.
And is that the firearm that you secured from Mr. McRae?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you 30C. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same firearm that now is in an evidence box?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm specifically going to show you 30D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. That was the magazine that I removed from the firearm.
And why did you remove it from the firearm?
Just to unload it and make sure it was safe to handle.
And you can recognize it and see that that is the same magazine that you saw back on June 23rd of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Fully loaded, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
None of the bullets missing?
No, ma'am.
Was Mr. McRae, when you were back at Advent Health Hospital, was he cooperative during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he voluntarily provide you with the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Any cross? No. Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. All right, next witness. Sure.
To the next.
Judge, I told you the person.
Yes, I do. My entire life.
How old
Chat.
are you?
23 years old. Jacksonville, Florida.
Biden.
Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
My entire life.
How old are you?
23 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Alicia Andrews?
Over a decade.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
She's sitting in the middle, and she has on a beige, I would say, blazer.
Going to make the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
You said you have known her for over a decade. How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
She's one of my bestest friends.
And I'm going to ask you, what is your current phone number? And as a good friend of yours, do you communicate with Alicia Andrews on the phone from your number 90?
Correct.
And I know that I previously have met with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you some questions about whether or not your friend, Alicia Andrews, was dating somebody by the name of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had Alicia Andrews been dating Isaiah Chance before June of 2024?
I want to say 2-3 years.
Had you yourself ever met Isaiah Chance?
3 times.
Is that a person that you have taken Alicia Andrews over to Isaiah Chance's address before?
Yes.
And has Alicia Andrews, has she talked to you about Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Both in person and through text messaging on her phone?
Yes.
Did Alicia Andrews ever mention to you that Isaiah Chance was in a gang?
She mentioned that there were rumors that he was in a gang.
And when did she mention that? When was that conversation? Was that before June of 2024?
It was before June of 2024, but I can't give you a specific date.
Did you previously say that you thought it was in January or February of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was throwing out dates.
And she specifically told you that she was aware that he was in a gang. Is that correct?
She was aware that he was tied in or affiliated within a gang, yes.
Do you remember what gang that was?
I believe it's NHG.
And is that a gang in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And you yourself living in Jacksonville, Florida, you are aware with a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, the victim in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a name that you have been familiar with for a very long time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many years have you known or heard of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Since like 2016, so I would say going on a decade.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 75C2. Do you recognize this exchange, these text messaging between yourself? Is that your phone number, 1904-9?
My phone number.
And are those messages from you and Alicia, between you and Alicia Andrews that occurred in 2021?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 75C.
You renew previously made objections? Yes. Okay, same ruling, and it'll be admitted.
And it's just 75C2.
Yes, correct.
So again, Ms. Jordan, this number here is your phone number. Is that correct? 1904. I'm going to ask you, this column is your response to her messaging. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top where it says January 19th of 2021, where the defendant, Ms. Andrews, is saying or texting you in a message, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody, what does PPL mean?
That's abbreviation for people.
And then it says from out east.
That's a hood in Jacksonville.
Okay. And is that, when you say out east, a hood in Jacksonville, is that an area associated with ATK and 1200?
More so 1200.
And it says out east, they side, so, and then OFC, do you know what that means?
Of course.
They go on, say some, but it don't even be, what is this?
She's referring to La Papa. He's a rapper.
Okay. And do you know what gang La Papa is involved in?
He's from 1200.
Okay. And then it says, like that, FR Foolio. Is that a reference to Julio Foolio, the victim in this case?
That would be great.
It says, be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you read what your response is to that?
Everybody be dissing. That's how SB when them in choose to live like that. So that's what come with that lifestyle. It's sad, but it ain't gonna stop. Like famous people do it too. Look at Dirk. He always talking about Tuka. Like it's always gonna be like that.
And when you're saying famous people, one of those famous people you're referring to is Julio Foolio. Is that correct?
No, I was referring to Lil Durk. He's a Chicago rapper.
He's a Chicago rapper. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that. And then what did you say at this time?
I said she got a point, but the X don't continue because they keep killing each other.
And what are you referring to when you say they keep killing each other?
Everybody that was involved at the time of 2021. It was a lot of people dying. 2020.
And are you talking about between those rival groups, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block?
Yes.
And then Ms. Andrews texted you, right? So gonna go on, and they're saying let Leaky rest. Do you know who Leaky is?
I don't know him personally.
Do you know who he's affiliated with?
1200.
leaky rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like so it's just going to keep repeating. And yeah, they know what come with it, so charge that shit to the game, go retaliate or something. They're sitting up here rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all got to do. But they don't even be in Jacksonville, and I doubt they GAF. Do you know what that means?
Give AF.
Okay. About anybody here or upcoming rappers. So well aware about Julio Foolio as a rapper and some of those other people we've mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they also rap about this war that's going on in Jacksonville?
They do.
It's called drill rapping?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you respond to that?
At least that S ain't late as F. Mine was a week late. And yes, I think I sent you the post, like all these rappers in paperwork. Except J Dot, he in the clear. My cousin vouched for him too.
I'm going to ask you about J Dot. Who's that?
A rapper in Jacksonville.
Is that Ja'Cory Rivers?
Yes.
What gang is he affiliated with?
1200.
And then Ms. Andrews texts back, it was deleted about time I got up, but Foolio, he said it, but everybody kind of knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot that boy that died with him at that Reigns game, but that boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side, it was Bibby, and we'll know that shit, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy. Do you know the Robert who she's referring to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Robert Howard.
And is he affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes.
And when they say 6th side, is 6 Block, is that again a reference to an area in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And 6 Block is against 1200 or rival to 1200 and ATK, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then what was your response to that?
OMG and LMAO, everybody kind of knew. They all knew. They all in his comments calling him a rat.
Okay. And then what does your then text ATPP, what does that mean?
It means at this point,
And
if you know
what else?
human paperwork, just expose yourself.
And then the defendant then texts back to you, and this is January 21st of 2021, 8:39 a.m. Girl, I don't like Foolio, LMFAOOO, ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And SHID, that was will friend, and then FUCK, that code, and SHIT, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it. What's she saying there? What's she talking about?
Well, she's referring to somebody that had just died that we know.
In this gang war?
Yeah, we're basically just gossiping.
Okay. I understand that, but who was it in this gang war that she personally knows?
Personally?
Yes, you're saying that you're talking about a friend that just died. Who's
Will, that was the only person that we both know.
Will at Reigns High School, is that, or who else?
That's it.
Telling on her, boy.
Okay, all right.
I
And
tell
then
him
she says,
all.
oh, City Girls made a remix to Throat Baby Girl. This shit sounds so dumb. LMAOOO. What does that mean?
We're gossiping. Like, we're still just talking.
And then what did you say? What are you emphasizing what she just said?
Yes.
How do you emphasize that when you're text messaging back and forth?
Hold the message down and then you pick a reaction.
And then what did you say in response?
I can't stand him either. He's green SF and OMG. He killed Will Friend. OH, nah, I would have slid. Because he all on Instagram clowning his A. I would have dropped that back on his BA head or came for one of his homeboys. Shit, somebody got to die. And guess I ain't even listen to it yet. I know it's A. Like, why they got the same 3 people on another remix.
And when you say he killed Will Friend, are you referring to the Reigns High School shooting?
Yes.
And then what did you say down here?
Why they got the same 3 people on another remix. We're talking about those City Girls comment.
And then she texts back, exactly, and yeah, don't call. I bet he's still on there, but out of all you people, you give him your shit. LMFAOOO, TF. What does TF mean?
The fuck?
And then nah, FR?
For real.
She wanted that to happen anyways, always used to joke around saying she was manifested. What does that mean?
That was a whole different conversation, appears to be.
What did you then text in response?
Exactly, it would have been better if 3 had it because I fucked with him and laughed my ass off. She did, he did too, they dumb. I ain't thinking about kids till I'm like 22 plus. So it has to be like just a sidebar conversation.
Okay, let's go back to this when she texted you. Bitch, hold on, because I think Foolio talking about Therese and his friends, LMAOOO. I do not like him. What's she talking about in this particular sentence?
Foolio was talking about Therese on social media.
On social media?
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. And then she says to you, that is Julio, though he recruit a bunch of dumbass NIGGAS who's willing to die. Is that what you said in response to her?
Yes.
And what do you mean by he's recruiting a bunch of people?
Well, it was something that really was city known and everybody was saying, like, I'm not the only person that said that. A lot of people in the city have said that, like, he recruit a lot of people to die, meaning that he got a lot of people that would come behind him ready to risk their life behind him, and he's still out and alive and living his life.
And he's a part of 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And then she responds back, right, and he's starting to realize, but first time I saw him, that shit clicked on him. When Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGA, always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I can be the one die, not him. I ain't nobody guard, bitch, I was dying. What's she saying when she says that?
I believe she's referencing to what Therese told her about him and how he felt about Julio.
Okay, so she's not saying that she's ever met Julio when she says, when we called, Julio called we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGE, always want me to ride with him. Who's she referring to when she says he always wants me to ride with him?
Well, she was dating Therese at the time, so I'm pretty sure that phone call happened while she was with Therese, and she overheard the conversation.
And how does Therese know Julio?
They used to be in the same group, and then they split up.
6 Block.
Well, it's a lot in 6 Block, so I guess you can say that, yeah, he was 6 Block side.
And did you have any concerns about Therese riding around with Julio?
That would be something between her and Therese.
Isn't that just what she's telling you here?
Overruled.
Well, yeah, if he's saying that you don't want to die and riding for him, then I would be worried if that was my boyfriend at the time.
And right before that, you're talking about he's recruiting a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
It was in direct response to that message, right?
Right.
And then what was your response to her?
LMFAOO, bitch, I'm crying because no, for real, like, B, do your own drill. The fuck, don't nobody want to die behind your squid face, A. At least he knows shit.
Okay, and who are you referring to now?
We're still talking about Therese.
At this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
Ross, you know they waiting. You know they waiting.
It's right over there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These messages you see here. What's the date on the message?
2021.
January 2021?
Yes, sir.
Alicia's still in high school?
Yes, sir.
She's 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
This is almost 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
There's a message there in the middle from you. It's not really a message that says emphasized, right?
Right.
You're emphasizing a message that Alicia sent to you. Alicia Andrews sent to you, right?
Correct.
All right, what does it mean when you emphasize a message?
It means, like, I agree.
All right, so you agree. Now, when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, how old are you at the time?
I'm 18 at the time.
All right, are you young at that time?
Yes.
All right, and when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, does this have anything to do with Alicia wanting to kill Julio Foolio?
No.
Did you ever want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. Overruled, but she has already asked and answered it, so anyway, what's your next question?
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
All right, and when you all are talking back and forth and you're calling each other the B word, bitch, are you all really meaning to degrade each other?
No.
All right, is that more of a figure of speech?
Yes.
All right, and when you all are talking back and forth with each other, is this a form of gossip?
Yes, it is.
Are you and Alicia Andrews gossiping about what's going on in Jacksonville?
Yes, we are.
With all these different people, whether it be Therese, whether it be Fulio, whether it be this group or this neighborhood, is that gossip?
It is gossip.
All right, and is it ignorant gossip?
It is ignorant gossip.
All right, and you two are sort of spectating what's going on out in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right, so you all see a lot in Jacksonville as it relates to this gang activity and people not getting along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and the commentary that you see here, that you're engaging in, even when you say you would put a bag on somebody, that is more satire than anything.
That is correct.
All right, do you know how to put a bag on anyone?
No.
Do you have any money to put a bag on anyone's head?
I do not.
All right, would you even know who to call to put a bag on someone's head?
No.
It's in the messages.
You know, the crazy thing about thing is that she expressed that she would like for him to be unalived or killed. And then after that, however long, guess where she at? In the whole crime and setup involving that guy getting killed. So maybe the friend agreed, but she ain't participating in driving around and stalking the guy that she agreed should die. So maybe the friend was gossiping, but this one don't seem like she was gossiping after she participated in all this, knowing that the end result was supposed to be the guy she agreed should die. I mean, this don't look good for her. Maybe if she never was a part of this, maybe this would be irrelevant. But the fact is, she expressed that she wanted him to die. And then she's a part of something that's involving him dying. I mean, it looked like she probably would have helped. If you had to ask, hey, do you think she would have aided in this? Seems like she would have. She wanted him to die. She has her own personal reasons why she don't like the dude, so.
You see here it says he needs to die. You see that?
Yes.
You've seen people say that Alicia Andrews needs to die, correct?
That is correct.
Online?
Sustain the objection. That's inappropriate.
Have you talked to anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
Yes. Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
All right. The way that you all are talking in the messages, is that new to you?
No.
Is this something you've never seen before?
No.
Is this something that's only Alicia Andrews is saying?
No. It's something that city knows.
Julio Foolio, a lot of people did not like him, correct?
That is correct.
Overruled. As far as the context of this text conversation.
Julio Foolio was one of the top instigators in Jacksonville when it came to drill rap. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. And he was one of the more popular drill rappers in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He had a lot of enemies, right?
That is correct.
And those enemies existed outside of ATK and outside of 1200, right?
That is correct.
All right. All right, you see this message in the middle here, talking about an individual named Robert?
Yes.
All right, this message is talking about an individual who died at Rains. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is Rains a school in Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And did Alicia Andrews attend Rains?
She did she didn't graduate from Rains, but she did attend Rains.
She attended Rains. And when she attended Rains, did an individual die at Rains?
Yes.
At a football game?
Yes, sir.
Is that what Alicia Andrews is talking about here?
Yes.
Her reality?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how Robert was accused of killing Rains?
Correct. He was accused of killing Spaz.
Okay, I'm sorry, not Rains. Correct me. Thank you. That Robert was accused of killing someone at Rains?
Yes.
So she's just talking about what's going on at school?
Correct.
Alicia Andrews ever told you she was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
No.
Did Alicia Andrews ever tell you that her boyfriend was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
No.
Or that any gang? Are you in a gang?
No, sir.
Is Alicia Andrews in a gang?
No, she is not.
All right. And earlier you said that Alicia Andrews had heard rumors of her boyfriend being in a gang. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is anything in the text messages that you saw from 5 years ago, is any of this any sort of coded gang language?
No.
Since these text messages almost 5 years ago, you know of Alicia Andrews texting you saying that she wanted Julio Foolio to die?
No, that was the only time we talked about Julio.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, those were only 3.5 years before the actual homicide of Charles Jones occurred. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what you are saying is idle gossip. You're also talking about real people who died. Is that correct?
Correct.
Leaky really died. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Spaz really died. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Spaz is Joe Rod Adams. Is that correct? That's his name.
That is correct.
That's Will's friend.
Correct.
Right? That's a person who went to high school with the defendant Alicia Andrews. Is that correct? You said
I didn't go to Rains, so I cannot testify to that.
You didn't just testify to the defense attorney when you said Spaz that he was shot at Rains High School?
That's public knowledge.
Okay. And it's also your personal knowledge, isn't it, ma'am, that your good friend Alicia Andrews went to Rains High School. You know that, right?
I do know that.
So you're talking about this idle gossip. You're talking about real events and real people who have died in the defendant's life, correct?
You're saying her personal life, like it wasn't like her sister or cousin or anybody that died. This is stuff that we've seen on social media and we were discussing it.
Okay. But you're the one who said it was her friend, right?
We both know him. Like we know him. We're from Jacksonville.
So you're a friend as well.
I wouldn't really call him a friend, but I know him.
Okay. But you just testified that it was your friend. Is that right? That's
She about to get grilled because, at the end of the day, y'all know these people for real. It's not like it's people y'all heard about. Like, it's people y'all probably done hung out with and actually interact with. So that's a little bit more personal.
your words, friend, right?
Okay, well, friend is I'm not a friend, but I know him.
Okay, but you just testified that it was your friend. Is that right? That's your words, friend, right?
Okay, well, friend is I'm gonna say associate. Like we know him, or we're acquainted with him, but I wouldn't call him our friend.
What does drill rap mean? You just said to the defense attorney, Julio Foolio is one of the most infamous drill rappers in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
He's not the only one, right? There are other famous drill rappers on the other side in Jacksonville, right?
Correct, but he was the face for his side.
What about Young and Ace? Is he the face of drill rap for ATK?
That is, you can say that, yes.
Okay. You know who Spinabenz is?
I know of him. I don't know him personally.
Heard some of the drill rap from Spinabenz? Is that how you say it?
Yes, I've heard the drill rap from all of them.
Wappa with the Choppa?
Yes.
And that's all on the other side, right? 1200 or ATK, Ace's crew, right?
Correct.
Just as bad as the drill rap from Charles Jones in this case?
Correct.
All about killing his members, 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And did you know whether or not Joe Rod Adams, Spaz, he's the brother to one of the co-defendants, Rashad Murphy, in this case?
I knew that after this case was presented.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay,
Mercy.
do you guys need a quick comfort break, or can we come to? Yes, okay, that's right. Thank you. No, you're good. You're good. Sure, you can
Comfort
down.
break.
Okay, we'll take just a quick 10-minute recess. Me and the jurors. All right, is our panel ready to go? Yes, sir. Ready, man? Hold on 1 second. Just stop them right there, Joe, real quick. Just so the media knows, we've got 2 witnesses this afternoon that have requested that their identities not be disclosed. One is Lorda, no.
That's okay.
Lord Allen, and then Sathan Wadakarami. Okay? Okay, with that, now we can bring that. Our next witness. Oh, before we go, we just need a couple of exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor, 21M to complete 21A through O, the state seeks to admit.
All right, that's without objection, correct? Okay, admitted. And then is there another exhibit? It had to be Exhibit 11. Is that something that need to be clarified now?
No, just
Okay.
the one photograph, one picture, photograph of the list for 21.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right.
This way, sir. Okay. I don't know if we announce your mistakes calling Detective David Alvarez.
Okay, very good. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Detective David Alverson, A-L, V as in Victor, E-R-S-O-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the within the Criminal Investigations Division for the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa?
Approximately 14 years.
With the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, did you work for an agency in Rhode Island?
Yes, I did.
And what agency was that?
The town of Johnson, Rhode Island.
And was that a police department?
Yes, it was.
All right. How long did you work for that city police department?
About 8 years.
All right. And were you at that time certified by Rhode Island standards as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, had you attended a police academy?
Yes.
Was that in Rhode Island?
Yes, it was.
Down here in Florida, have you attended some kind of training to allow you to become a police officer when you moved here to the state of Florida?
Yes.
All right. And are you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer here in the state of Florida?
Yes, I am.
Now, are you currently assigned to the homicide division?
Yes, I am.
Were you so assigned in June of 2024?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the homicide division. As a homicide detective, do you, in addition to your annual qualifications and certification trainings that you have to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer, do you do additional training and attend classes as it relates to your position as a homicide detective?
Yes.
Have you done that over the last several years?
Yes.
All right. Now, in the homicide unit, first of all, here in the city of Tampa, how many supervisors are assigned to the homicide unit?
We have 2 sergeants that are assigned as our direct supervisors.
Okay. And did you have 2 sergeants back in June of 2024?
Yes.
All right. And those are detective sergeants that supervise the entire homicide division or unit?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department, is it staffed by multiple detectives?
Yes. I believe there's currently a total of 12 detectives in the unit.
Okay. And was there approximately that many back in June of 2024? Was one of the detective sergeants back in June of 2024 Rachel Cholnick?
Yes.
Is she still currently a sergeant with the homicide unit?
Yes, she is.
Okay. When homicide detectives respond to homicide scenes, like in this case, within the city of Tampa, how does that work? How are you summoned normally to travel to the homicide scene?
Obviously, depending on the time of the day that the call is received, we're contacted by telephone, or if it's during business hours, directly while we're in the office. And we're assigned a specific duty as far as a member of the team that's been selected to respond to that specific scene.
Now, a lot of folks are aware of homicide units through TV shows such as The First 48 and things like that, where a lot of cities have 24-hour running homicide divisions. So I want to ask you about after business hours in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department. How does that work? Are there detectives who are actually in the office after business hours? And I'm talking about normal staffing hours at the Tampa Police Department, or are they on call?
No, usually the normal business hours, depending on your specific assignment, is either Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday, and it's usually a 10-hour day. Some of us come in early in the morning, so me specifically, I'm scheduled to work Monday through Thursday, and I work from 7 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening. Some of us get in a little bit earlier and leave a little bit earlier, some a little bit later. But generally speaking, normal business hours would be, sometime before 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. Usually after that would be considered after normal business hours. And that's when, if there is an incident that we have to respond out to, the team would get called from home to respond to the scene.
Okay. And how is it determined who the team will be that is called out at after those normal business, not normal business hours, but the hours you described, like 7 to 6?
So we work on a rotating schedule for the assignment of lead detective. We basically, all the names of all the detectives are on a board in the office. And if you're up for the next case, you're going to be the lead in that case. You get the phone call if you're at home to come in that there's a case that needs to be investigated. Then generally we'll have a detective that's assigned as the second or the assistant lead investigator. And then generally speaking, depending on the size of the scene, we normally try to have at least 2 detectives that are assigned as the scene investigators whose responsibility is to investigate the scene. Those names, the assistant lead and the scene investigators, is basically just based on the rotation and who's available and who's not available for call out that particular day. And it's basically the decision of the detective sergeant that's answering the phones.
Okay. So let's say you are assigned to be the next lead, and you pick up a lead case at, say, 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, which is not uncommon, correct?
Not at all.
Getting called out in the middle of the morning.
No.
So you get called out in the middle of the morning, you pick that case up, and you start working it. You continue working it. Now daylight comes. Now it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You're working it during the business day. If there are leads occurring or there are developments in your investigation, will you continue to work that case?
Yes. Yeah, okay. we would continue to work. I mean, I personally have worked for well past 24 hours straight on a case. It just really depends on, as the leads come in, follow up on those leads when they come in, if it's something that needs to be followed up on right then and there. So obviously every situation is different, but yeah, no, it would not be uncommon to continue to work a case 24 hours straight.
Okay. So especially if it's a situation where time is of the essence.
That's right.
Like you have to go do this or you have to go do that. A search warrant you have to perform or prepare a search warrant and make sure that search is conducted because for whatever reasons, time may be an exigency at that point. It may be something that's important or critical.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you mentioned assignments as lead, assistant lead, and crime scene or scene detectives.
In this case, when you responded to the scene of this case, were you assigned a specific role?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
I was assigned as one of the scene investigators.
And was there another detective assigned with you as a scene investigator?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
All right. And you and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to that scene. Are you going to be working alongside other TPD personnel?
Yes, various crime scene technicians. Generally the detective sergeant that was on call would obviously be at the scene, and then various other resources that are available depending on what we would need, whether it be street crimes units, patrol units, to assist us with what we need assistance with.
So the other question I had is if you pick a case up or a case occurs before business hours, such as this case that occurred at around 4:30, 4:40 in the morning, and detectives get out there, and now business hours come, detectives that are working the normal business hours that day, are they going to assist if called upon?
Yes.
The homicide division, under the supervision of the two detective sergeants, does the homicide division investigate homicides as teams, as a team?
Yes.
Is it considered to be a team investigation?
Yes, very much so.
All right. And as that investigation proceeds, do the detectives at times meet and discuss the investigation and possible follow-ups and things that need to be done?
Yes, we generally, especially if there's an active case that we're investigating, we generally try to have regular meetings in the office where the lead investigator discusses progress in the case, potential leads in the case, assigns out assignments to other detectives that are available to assist, whether it be video or whatever it may be. Right. But yeah, no, that's very common.
Now, when did you come into the homicide unit?
2021.
21, so 4 years ago.
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you came into the homicide unit, had you worked homicide before that?
No.
So you were new to homicide?
Yes.
All right. Are there more experienced detectives that are part of that team?
Yes.
And do they make themselves available to consult with you and with other junior detectives or detectives coming in new to homicide?
Yes.
Before you come into homicide, are most of the detectives who are assigned to homicide, are they seasoned detectives who have worked in other areas of the Tampa Police Department or other agencies?
It depends. They're like myself specifically. I was a detective in the crime gun intelligence unit prior to moving over to investigating shootings and violent crime with firearms. We have detectives that were detectives at the district level that were investigating property crimes, robberies, anything that would handle at the district level. We've also had some detectives that have come up to the unit that are that were working on street crimes units, so doing plainclothes investigations. So generally, the people that come up, while they may not have be seasoned detectives prior to, they definitely have because it's a hand-picked unit. They definitely have experience in investigations and criminal investigations.
So they have investigative experience?
That's correct.
Are there detectives that come from narcotics investigations?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you get called to a homicide at the Tampa Police Department and you respond out, by the time homicide is contacted, and the supervisor, I'm assuming, is contacted first?
Yes.
And then that supervisor contacts the detectives, whoever the next lead detective on the list is.
That's right.
And the assistant lead and the crime scene detectives, if they're necessary, the scene detectives.
That's right.
All right. By the time you all get out there, uniform's already there?
Yes.
Has a crime scene normally been established by the time you arrive?
Yes.
And are there uniformed officers guarding the perimeter, working the perimeter of the crime scene to ensure its integrity?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case when you arrived at the crime scene?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember in this case when you were notified by Sergeant Sholnick to respond to this scene?
I believe I was contacted at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And do you remember approximately when you arrived?
Approximately 6:45, 6:50.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers on scene?
Yes, sir.
And had a crime scene been established?
A very large one, yes.
Crime scene tape was up?
That's correct.
Were there different sections of this hotel complex that were part of the crime scene?
Yes, there were.
And taped off?
Yes.
Was there a south or southeast entrance area, and then was there a north entrance that was in an area that kind of ran parallel to Fowler?
Yes, there was the north entrance being the entrance to the Holiday Inn, it's in that complex. The south part of the scene being the front entrance portico area of the Home 2 Suites.
Okay.
And then the entire perimeter itself had an outer perimeter around it as well.
So I'm going to show you what's marked as Stage 1, and you've previously seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about the north entrance, that would be this entrance up here?
That's correct.
And was there an area here around Black Dodge Charger that had been marked off by the time you arrived?
Yes.
And down here on this end, was there an area down here that had been taped off?
Yes.
And when I say down here, on the bottom right-hand corner of the exhibit, this states Exhibit 1, and that would be near the portico entrance to the Home 2 Suites?
Yes, sir.
Would that be where my finger is pointing down on the bottom of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then there's this southeast entrance here off McKinley?
That's right.
Or North Oregon. When you responded out there, you indicated that there was a very large crime scene. Yes. So there were portions on the south end of that scene and the north end that had been marked off?
Yes, pretty much the entirety of the scene had an outside perimeter of crime scene tape, and then the specific areas of interest being the Dodge Charger, the portico area of the Home 2 Suites, the front entrance of the Holiday Inn. Those had an inner perimeter of crime scene tape delineating those specific areas as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the area here where my pen is pointing, where the Dodge Charger was located. Was it called to your attention that there was a blood trail leading into this Holiday Inn down this sidewalk?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to. Okay. And did you advise crime scene technicians to both photograph and document that area?
I did.
Was it brought to your attention that uniformed officers earlier that morning had gone in searching for shooters or victims and had located two individuals who had been shot that were up on the third floor?
Yes.
Okay. Those people were gone by the time you arrived?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, you've indicated you and Detective Kirkpatrick were assigned as the crime scene investigators or crime scene detectives. Who was the lead detective in this case?
Detective Juan Ramos.
And who was his assistant lead?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
All right. So I want to talk to you first about Detective Campbell. Are you familiar with Detective Campbell?
Yes.
Did you work with him for several years as a homicide detective?
Yes.
And was Detective Campbell what you would consider a seasoned detective?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, he was.
And did Detective Campbell have prior experience at the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, he was a homicide detective with Polk County Sheriff's Office for several years before leaving the Sheriff's Office and being employed by the city of Tampa.
Okay. And has he worked for the city of Tampa for many years?
Yes, he has.
Detective Ramos, was he someone who had prior experience in investigations?
Yes.
He had been recently brought into homicide before this case?
That's correct.
He's assigned as lead. You and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to the scene, and Detective Campbell is now assisting Detective Ramos. In addition to working that scene that morning, did you end up doing other investigation that took you to Polk County and to Duval County of the northeast corner of the state?
Yes.
So did you also, as part of this team effort, assist Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell?
Yes.
And in fact, when you traveled to the northeast section of the state, to Jacksonville, to Duval County, was that because Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell were somewhere outside of the state?
Yes.
Where were they?
They're in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
State 7A, did you view this in the crime scene, this motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you notice damage to the motor vehicle consistent with gunfire?
Yes.
Is that pretty much all of those where those yellow tape markings are?
Yes.
State 7B, did it appear a lot of the gunfire was directed into the windshield?
Yes.
Okay. States 7E, and I'll direct your attention down here to the right corner of the photograph, and then state 7F. Did that appear to be an entrance damage, I guess, or hole that had been caused by gunfire coming in from the side of the vehicle?
Yes.
7E, in the back passenger window, again, was there apparent gunfire, a hole in the window, shattering the window that appeared to come in from the passenger side of the motor vehicle?
I don't recall if it appeared to come in from the passenger side. It could have very well been a shot that went through the vehicle.
And actually helped?
Yes, but there were some apparent bullet strikes or bullet damage to the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 7G, just to give you some perspective, this appears to be one of the seats inside of the car.
Yes.
And is this on the top of one of the door frames?
Yes, yes.
And just from the damage and the fact that there was paint missing around that, does that appear to be where a bullet is entering?
In that particular case, I would say that is probably more consistent with an exit.
An exit.
Yes, sir.
State 7I, this appears to be the rear, let me back out here, passenger side, I guess quarter window, past the B pillar, I'm not sure what you would call this, but a little small window at the back of that door.
Yes.
Door. Okay, so it's another impact of this window back here, a separate impact.
Yes, sir.
And all of that's on the passenger side?
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
State 7K going on to the driver's side. Did there appear to be damage running along the driver's side of the car, not from gunfire, but from some kind of impact to the car?
Yes.
Or the car impacting something?
Yes.
Did there also appear to be damage from gunfire on the driver's side?
Yes, there were.
And I believe this is another mark here from an impact?
Yes, sir.
Possibly another mark here, so two on the driver's door.
Yes, sir.
7L, that's a close-up of the one we were just looking at. 7M. 7N, underneath the driver's side side view mirror, an impact.
Yes.
And then 7P, there appears to be an impact to the side view mirror.
That's correct.
B, and we can see a red and gray here between the two seats. Is that the back and lower back and possibly the rear end of the seat?
Yes, it is.
States 6E. Can we here in this photograph see the legs and the upper legs of the victim?
Yes, sir.
6F. The upper body here in the back seat, that would be the right arm and hand and the victim's head and his hair hanging out of that cab.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did it appear to you that he had at some point attempted to crawl into the back seat?
His position was consistent with that.
6G, and I'm going to come back to this, but was the Charger's rear window missing?
Yes, it was.
Entirely missing?
Yes, sir.
6H, just another photograph of Mr. Jones in the back seat. 6I, is that Mr. Jones' lower legs?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't just, does this appear to you he tried to basically dive into the back seat?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is that consistent with someone who attempted to dive into the back seat, the position he's in?
If he knows.
Yes, it is.
Stage 6K, was there a phone in the front seat?
Yes, there's two.
6M, had items been removed, or were they removed at some point and placed there for that photograph?
Yes, those were from the victim's pants pocket.
Stage 6N, and is that the victim's driver's license?
Yes, sir.
With an address in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did it come to your attention very quickly in this investigation and the other detectives that the victim and most of the people involved in the scene that were still there, including the individuals who were shot, were from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Stage 6-0, was it brought to your attention that there was this Hyundai car sitting over here that was also involved in the shooting?
Yes, sir.
So, in homicide scenes, the victim's body reposing in the scene, being in the scene, is it uncommon or common for the victim's body to be in the crime scene for several hours?
What's the relevance?
I just want to explain to the jury why his body is still there in the daylight.
Go ahead.
Yes, it is common.
Okay. And is part of that based upon the jurisdiction over the body laying in another county agency here in Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
What agency is that?
The Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And the medical examiner's office, is that an office that is staffed by forensic pathologists, medical doctors who conduct autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Is it their role and their job, in, especially in homicide cases, to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, sir.
When homicide responds to a scene, do you contact other agencies to potentially respond?
Yes.
Is the medical examiner's office one of them?
Yes, sir.
Do they have a dispatch or someone that you all have a number for that you contact?
Yes.
And do they notify you and let you know whether an associate medical examiner, a medical doctor, or one of their investigators are coming to the scene?
Yes, they do.
Do investigators come to the scene pretty much every time?
Yes.
Do doctors come to the scene sometimes?
Yes, depending on the case and what time of day it is, whatever, but yes.
Before they arrive, do you, as the homicide investigators or crime scene, molest the body or change its position or move the body in any manner?
No.
Why not?
We don't have jurisdiction over the body. The body itself falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office.
So you basically, if I'm understanding you right, you have to wait for them to arrive.
Yes.
When they arrive, do they then photograph and conduct their own investigation, photographing the scene around the body, the circumstances that the victim is found in?
Yes, they do.
And do they, at some point, manipulate the body?
Yes.
Do they normally search for injuries?
Yes.
In this case, would they have searched to manipulate the body and palpate and feel around the body for gunshot wounds and other injuries?
Yes.
If there are items left in the pants pockets of clothing or in suit pockets or what have you on a person's body, will they remove those and allow Tampa crime scene investigators to photograph them and take them?
Yes.
Does your agency work hand in hand, your unit, with the medical examiner's office in the investigation of deaths like this?
Yes, we do.
All right. And does it sometimes take a while for them to get there and respond?
Yeah, a combination, like just them getting there, but also us having to document and process the scene before the body is able to be removed. So that can take an extensive amount of time. So again, it's not uncommon for a body to stay on scene for several hours.
You mentioned you contact other agencies. Do you contact the state attorney's office?
Yes.
And is there a homicide or a assistant state attorney assigned to the homicide division or one of the division chiefs at the Hillsborough County State Attorney's Office that commonly will respond?
Yes.
To the scene?
Yes.
And do they assist in determinations as far as search warrants and other legal issues?
Yeah, they're to assist us with the legal issues.
Now, were you at some time or at some point in this investigation summoned to the south end of the hotel? I'm showing Stage 5A.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this area in the lower left corner of the photograph as the entrance to the home suites?
Yes.
Stage 5B, is that a photograph facing west at the south end of the home suites?
Yes.
5C, just another photograph actually depicting some debris in the road here.
Yes.
5D, and I want to ask you about this. This is a photograph from the south facing north, is that right?
Yes, looking directly at the entrance door and portico area.
So this would be the doors to the lobby?
Yes, sir.
All right. This motor vehicle, in your review of this case, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but you all recovered some video in this case that depicted the actual shooting. Was that car sitting in that same position during the shooting?
Yes.
Did your investigation reveal who that belonged to?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was the night clerk that was working the night of the shooting. The overnight clerk, I should say.
And that car, did it sustain damage from gunfire?
Yes.
Other than being owned by the night clerk, was it related in any way to the case?
Not at all.
Stage 5E, photograph facing to the east from the southwest. Is that accurate, on the south end?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5F. This photograph, you tell me, what is that? What part of the hotel does that show at the home suites?
So that's going to be the west side of the building. This is essentially the taken from the southwest corner of the property itself, looking down the west side of the building and right off to the side by that white SUV. You can kind of see that includes the westernmost portion of the entrance portico area of the hotel.
Did your investigation reveal that there is like a patio and pool area in this area on the west side of the building?
Yes, sir.
And were there cameras located in those areas?
Yes, there were.
Were there cameras located on the south end of the building that reflected areas here at the south and southeast of the south end of the building?
Yes, sir.
Through the investigation, was it determined that windows and walls on this west side of the building had been struck by gunfire?
Yes, all the way at the very northwest corner of the building.
So all the way down here?
Yes, sir.
That would have been, well, let me move to another question. Stage 5G, this photograph of cars on this side, here on the west side of that south, I guess it would be the southwest corner of the property?
Yes, essentially the last photo you just showed was oriented northeast, essentially looking at the building. This is just looks like it's taken from the same area, just oriented more due north.
We see the Holiday Inn up here.
That's correct.
All right. Now, were several cars parked in this perimeter going down this west side and across the south end of the building? Were they struck?
There were multiple cars that were struck, yes, sir.
Did review of the video in this case that you collected reflect the path that the Dodge Charger took to end up where it was located on the north end of the property?
Yes, sir.
Is part of that path reflected in that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you, if you could, stand up and show us the path just in that photograph that would have been covered, areas covered by the Dodge Charger in flight from the shooting?
You can actually see, so essentially there's a dumpster, concrete structure with a dumpster. That's this right here, this tan rectangle object you can see. In between the right side, as you're looking at the photo of that dumpster area and the building, there is a grassy area that's basically just big enough for a vehicle to fit through. You can actually see on the pavement here the vehicle fluids that were leaking from the victim's vehicle as it fled. Basically, fled, went right in between the dumpster area and the building, and wound up coming to rest with the defendant.
And that car that's parked there obviously wasn't there.
No, that's a police vehicle.
That's a police vehicle, okay. All right, so Detective, I'm going to go back to the aerial photograph in Exhibit 1 real quick. This little gray area right there, is that part of that fluid trail? Or does it appear to be where the fluid trail would have been?
Yeah, it appears to be where the fluid trail was, or the approximate location of it.
So you've indicated that the victim's car followed a path going north here through the parking lot and then went in between the building here and the dumpster there. So in this area, are there some kind of barriers here or curbs that it would have gone over?
Yes, there's a curb there.
Stage 5K. In this photograph, do we see the south end of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, that's the southeast corner of the building.
Southeast corner?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the dumpster you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the edge of that dumpster that the Charger passed across?
That's correct.
So the Charger, and we can kind of see that fluid trail here, the Charger would have gone over that curve?
Yes.
Stage 5I. In this photograph, do we see, looks like some kind of substance here on the curve?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a continuation of that fluid trail coming out of the engine?
Yes, sir.
And then are there items in here or markings that are consistent with the vehicle traveling through here?
Yes, sir.
In the video, can you actually see the cars, the lights on the car bumping up and down as it passes through this area?
Yes.
Okay. We look at transfer on the driver's side of the Charger. Could that have been caused here in this area?
Yes, we actually believe it was possibly caused by it actually sideswiping that vehicle you see parked there.
Okay, sideswiping a car that was parked on that side.
Yes, sir.
Stage 5M. I'm going to draw your attention to these items laying in the grass here. Right. And this would be the eastern side of that that little structure next to the dumpster?
Yes, like photo is basically taken with, if your back would be facing the northwest corner of the Home 2 Suites building, looking directly west at the dumpster.
Okay. And it shows the little sidewalk that it looks like the vehicle traveled across?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5 in this parking lot, can you see that fluid trail?
Yes.
So in this parking spot, are there small curves at the far end of the parking spots for stops, tire stops?
Yes.
Does it appear that the Charger went over this also?
Yes.
That concrete barrier?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5O, and it's your belief that it impacted this motor vehicle?
Yes, there was some minor damage to that vehicle that was consistent with a sideswipe type collision.
Stage 5P, Stage 5Q, and now we can see almost the wet glistening of that fluid.
Yes, sir.
So that fluid, that damage to that car, did it appear to have been caused during the shooting?
Yes.
Not because of impacting anything?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but the fact that the fluid trail started basically where the vehicle was located at the portico and led through that area, at least some of those fluids were from the result of gunfire.
Stage 5R, and do we see the continuation of the fluid trail all the way up to the victim's car?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. I want to go back to stage 5M. These items on the ground here. Stage 5N. This item. What are those items?
They appear to be the plastic molding from underneath the vehicle that or shrouds from underneath the vehicle in the area of the engine compartment of the vehicle.
Stage 5P. What is this item?
That is the rear windshield of the victim's vehicle, or rear window.
Is it believed that that popped off of the vehicle when it was making impact with these barriers?
Potentially.
And does the window appear to be shattered?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, we would tender states 8A is an alpha through O is an omega.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Admitted.
States 8A. In this photograph, we see to the left side in this photograph of the entrance portico to the home to suites, we see the yellow cones. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay. And why are they there?
Those are marking items of evidence for documentation of the scene.
And in fact, there's one here, 23, to the south of the portico. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier I talked to you about cars along this edge of the western part of that south end parking lot, and then down here on the south end. Were there cars on both sides that were impacted by gunfire?
I believe well, there was one vehicle that's no longer pictured there. In the earlier picture, there was an orange Ford Bronco. That was one of the vehicles that was struck. And I believe the other vehicle that was struck that was actually parked on the east side of the building, opposite of that. So on the other side of the portico.
Are you aware of a minivan that was struck in this area?
Yes, but to my recollection, the minivan was parked on the east side of the building.
On the east side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. States 8C. Now, these markings in here, these evidence markers, you said they're marking evidence. What type of evidence is that?
The majority of that was either shell casings, fired shell casings, or pieces of bullet fragmentation jacketing.
States 8D. See this area under this tree on the very south west corner of the building and the landscaping. And around it appears to be gravel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we see a bunch of gravel in the parking lot. In the video of the shooting, can you see something that may have affected that and caused that gravel to be dislodged into the asphalt in the drive?
Yes, sir. As the victim's vehicle was fleeing from the portico area, it traveled and went up onto that gravel area as it continued on its path of travel.
States 8H. Going around this corner here of the building on the other side of this Lexus SUV, is there a sidewalk that leads up the west side?
Yes.
Does that lead into that patio area where the pool is?
Yes, sir.
In the video of the shooting, does it appear one of the shooters moves through that area?
Yes, sir.
State 8J, these evidence markers here, again, marking either shell casings or projectile fragments?
Yes, sir.
States 8K. There are markers now in this photograph that we're seeing underneath the portico. Are those mostly marking projectile fragments?
Yes, sir.
States 8L. So we have evidence markers underneath the portico leading up here against the south wall of the building. Again, are the majority of these in this area fragments?
Yes.
Stay with tender states 15, A through J as in Juliet.
Any objection? Admitted.
15A. You recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what part of the building is that?
That's the front of the building underneath the portico on what would be the southeast corner of the building.
And these are 1, 2, 3, 4 large, round, almost to ceiling windows here.
Yes, sir.
And is one of them, or does one of them appear to have been affected?
Yes.
Is it this one, the third one?
Yes, sir.
This down here, is that shattered glass?
Yes, yes.
At marker 24?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be from gunfire?
It does.
Stage 15B, just a close-up photograph. Stage 15C associated to that, was there an impact in the corner of the window?
Yes.
And we can see, this is the frame of the window, and you can see broken glass inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this the impact of the fire projectile?
Yes, it is.
Stage 15D, is that one of the impacts of the window?
Yes, it is.
E. This would be the ground down here, and this would be a wall.
Yes, sir. I believe if you're there, it'd be directly to the left of those windows.
Stage 15A. So that would be to the west of the windows?
To the west, yes, sir.
Okay. Does there appear to be an impact here on the wall?
Yes, sir.
Stage 15F, is that just a close-up of the impact?
Yes, it is.
Stage 15G, the night clerk's car, the Ford.
Yes, sir.
15H, evidence marker 64, is there an impact above the rear passenger window?
Yes, sir.
15I, just a close-up of that?
Yes.
What tender states 9, A is an alpha through Z is in Zulu.
Any objection? Admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as 9A. Evidence marker 22. 9B, does that appear to be a fragment?
Yes.
Or a projectile?
I believe jacketing.
Jacketing. States 23. Now, this is south of the portico?
Yes, sir.
This is the line of cars on the south end of the parking lot?
That's correct.
Stage 23, does that appear to be jacketing?
It does.
Okay. Close. And is there markings on that that indicate to you that that's probably jacketing?
Yes, sir. Down on the, as we're looking at the left side, those striations at the bottom.
Stage 25. See a reference, but this appears to be under the portico in that area by the window. I can see fragments here from the window. Does there appear to be a projectile or jacketing?
Yes, sir.
Underneath that impact we looked at earlier on the wall to the west of the windows that were broken, or the window that was broken, in States 9G, you see evidence markers 27 and 26 on the ground below it. Were there projectiles or jacketing found at this location?
I believe those evidence markers are specifically marking the impacts to both pole at 27
The pole and the wall?
and the wall at 26. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And they put them on the ground because they can't stick it to the wall?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Stage 28, is this near, again, the Ford?
Yes, it is.
28, does that appear to be a fragment?
Yes.
In 9J, would this be markers that are on the west side of the portico?
Yes.
Leading to that sidewalk that leads to the southwest corner and the drive?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So stage 29, we can see jacketing, and it looks like a fragment of a core, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Stage 9I,
So more jacketing.
is that jacketing?
Yes, sir.
Stage 9M,
Again, more fragment jacketing.
at evidence marker 30, there appears to be an item, a flattened item, maybe some type of a projectile or part of a projectile?
Or fragmentation from the vehicle punching through the sheet metal. But yes,
Okay.
that looks like some type of debris, and then obviously jacketing.
Jacketing, okay. And when you say jacketing, that's going to be jacketing that's on the projectile itself and is separated from it?
Yes, the bullet itself, the projectile itself, is in this particular case is wrapped in a copper jacketing and has a lead core on the inside. It's common for the jacketing to shed when it hits hard objects.
States 9Q. Is that more jacketing?
Yes, sir.
And we can see a hollow in it here at the bottom?
Yes.
32, just jacketing or a portion?
They're debris, metallic debris. I'm not sure if it's going to be fragmentation from a bullet or fragmentation from the sheet metal of the victim vehicle.
States 35, again, more jacketing. We can see the striations you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is that common in fired projectiles?
Yes.
Is that part of the jacketing, or I'm sorry, part of the rifling being imparted to the projectile?
Sometimes, depending on the full sample, but often, yes, it's from the rifling of the barrel.
And states 9Z. This almost looks like a ring as it lays there. Is that jacketing?
It is.
Now, moving to the west of the portico, into the area kind of near the Lexus.
Yes, sir.
It's parked. States 10A. What is this item that's marked here at 37?
That is a spent or fired shell casing.
States 10B.
Appears to be a close-up of the head stamp and primer area of that particular fire casing.
Okay, now, on this head stamp, this area here on the head stamp, is that the primer?
Yes,
Does it have a firing pin imprint?
it does.
Okay, and is that from firing?
It is.
9X19, 9 by 19, is that 9 millimeter?
It is.
All right. MXT, so that's the designation by the manufacturer?
Yes.
The brand?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Herman, have you moved into evidence exhibit number 10?
I may not have, Your Honor. I'm moving kind of faster. So we would move into evidence states, or we would tend for admission states 10A through X. Yes, A through X is an X, right?
Any objection?
No.
Okay, admitted.
All right, now moving down that sidewalk, we're at marker number 38. And we can see the edge of the handicap spot here on the southwest part of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At evidence marker 38, is there a shell casing?
There's two.
Two, I'm sorry. One here and one over here.
Yes, sir.
All right. And states 10E.
Again, a close-up of the head stamp area of that one of those casings.
Is it the same brand, the MXT?
It is.
Same caliber.
Yes, sir.
10F, the other one.
That's correct.
At that evidence marker, states 10G, same brand, same caliber.
Yes, sir.
Now moving into that little triangular section of gravel and this landscaping, states 39. And this is states, I'm sorry, not states 39. States 10H, states 10I. There's shell casing found there.
Yes, sir.
States 10G or J.
Again, the close-up of that shell casing showing the head stamp.
States 10K, evidence marker 40 on the other side of that area. States 40 is a close-up. States 10L, is there a shell casing there?
Yes, sir.
States 10M is in Mike. Is that the shell casing now showing the head stamp?
Yes, sir.
Were all of these shell casings that were collected in the scene 9 millimeter?
Yes, they were.
And were they all MXT?
Yes, sir.
Stage 41, this is stage 10 in. Is there a shell casing there outside of that gravel area?
Yes, sir.
Stage 10O, is that a close-up of the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Stage 10P, same head stamp on that shell casing?
That's correct, sir.
Stage 42, another shell casing here.
Yes, sir.
Close-up in stage 10R,
Yes, sir.
same head stamp, and this is in stage 10S?
Yes, it is.
Same caliber, same manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Stage 10T, evidence markers 44 and 43, shell casing and shell casing?
That's correct.
Stage 43, a close-up.
Yes, sir.
And stage 10, V is in Victor. We can see the same head stamp, same caliber, same make.
Yes, sir.
Stage 44, this is, stage 10, W is in whiskey, evidence marker 44, we can see it on shell casing.
That's correct.
Stage 10X.
Head
shell
stamp.
casing, head stamp.
Yes, sir.
And there were other shell casings in that area that were collected in the
Yes, sir.
photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would tender states 11A through V, as in Victor.
Any objection? Admitted.
We would tender states 12A through T as in Tango,
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
and states 13, A as in Alpha through I as in India.
Any objection? Admitted.
Detective, did you and Detective Kirkpatrick make contact with employees at the Home 2 Suites in reference to their video surveillance system?
Yes, spoke with the hotel's general manager.
And did you take note that there were exterior cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did they allow you and the Tampa Police Department to review their video system for potential evidence that may be related to the case?
Yes, sir.
And was video evidence located that actually depicted the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And was that collected?
Yes, it was.
Was the date and timestamp checked on that
Yes, sir.
video system?
Yes.
And what is it being checked against as far as the time?
We used the National Atomic Clock of the Naval Observatory.
Okay. And is that accurate time?
Yes, it is.
And was there an offset of time?
Yes.
And what was that?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
1 minute and 45 seconds fast?
No, I'm sorry. The video footage was 1 minute and 45 seconds slow from real time.
Slow from real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the date was correct?
Yes, it was.
Now, in the parking lot, going back to stage 1, in this area this area here to the west of the Home 2 Suite, south of the Holiday Inn, are there charging stations?
Yes, there are.
And it's pretty much right when this 45-degree angle here starts, right in this area?
Yes, sir.
We have one moment.
Yes.
All right, we're going to try to find a photograph that shows that area. We were just looking at those photographs to see the north trail from the south end of the motor vehicle and the Dodge Charger and its fluid trail left in the roadway. So you saw the Tesla charging, and you saw there was a Tesla sitting there?
Yes, sir.
Parked?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you and Detective Kirkpatrick have a discussion about any potential surveillance video from that motor vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Do you have knowledge that Teslas have a Sentry system?
Yes.
That if it's activated and the car actually has that installed through Tesla, that it can record around the vehicle?
Yes.
Sustained as deleting.
Okay, I can rephrase. Are you aware of any kind of security systems within Tesla motor vehicles?
Yes, if equipped with a Sentry mode system and if it's activated, Teslas have cameras pretty much covering 360 degrees of the vehicle itself. So all around the vehicle, there's cameras.
Were you able to determine who the owner of the Tesla was?
Yes.
And were you able to contact him?
Yes, he was a guest at the Home 2 Suites.
Did he agree to come down and meet with you at his Tesla?
Yes, he did.
Did you end up actually sitting in the Tesla for some reason with him?
Yes, in order to review the video on his in his Tesla, we had to access it from the computer that runs the vehicle itself. There's a big screen inside of the center console, so that's where we viewed the video.
You actually viewed it on the center console of the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in going back and reviewing video, did you find any video that may be relevant to the case?
Yes, we did.
And was that video collected? Did he give you consent to collect it?
Yes, he did.
Was there a date or timestamp on the video?
Yes, there was.
And was the time, well, first of all, was the date accurate?
The date was accurate, yes.
Was the timestamp checked again against the standard that you used earlier when you were checking the surveillance system in the Home 2 Suites?
So with the Tesla itself, there's no way to, like, if we were viewing video from a DDR system that's a security surveillance system, like, say, inside the building itself, we can look at that video in real time, live time, and be able to see the time and, time and date that it's currently recording. However, the way that the Tesla works, there's no way to view live time. So what we were able to do, though, is specifically go to the approximate time frame that we knew existed from the Home 2 Suites, and then went to that time to see if there was any activations of the Sentry mode camera systems in the Tesla at around the same time of the events from the Home 2 Suites, and we were able to compare it to that. And based on that, it was I think maybe only a couple seconds difference.
Okay. A couple seconds difference between the Tesla and real time?
Yes, sir.
And the date was accurate on it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender States 23.
Objection?
Okay.
Okay, admitted.
Move to publish States 23.
Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to tender States 22A, States 47, and States 36A. And those are all items I've shown to counsel.
Okay. That's 22.
A, 47,
27.
and then 36A.
Okay,
Right.
good.
So I'm going to move to publish 22A. This week's, did you find I'm going to kind of walk through this video with you. And reviewing the video from the home to suites, did you find cameras mounted not only on the south end of the building, but around the perimeter of the building?
Yes, sir.
This camera here, what direction does that face?
This is facing facing towards the southeast.
Okay. As this car passes that we're going to see come through here, we're going to see another shot from behind it, from a different camera. Would that be facing northeast?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'll do is try to stop as we proceed. Was this car, did it become a car of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And were you all able to identify the make and model?
Yes.
And what was it?
Chevrolet Impala.
Okay, now we on the second camera that is facing northeast.
That's correct.
All right, so up in the upper part of the screen, middle part of the upper part, we see a roadway. Would that be McKinley?
Yes, sir.
And would that be the intersection with Fowler?
Yes.
Now, in this camera, is this camera facing to the east on the north end of the building?
Yes.
Is that the same vehicle?
Yes, it is.
This camera here, we talked earlier about on the west side, going up the sidewalk from where the Lexus SUV was parked, which was just to the west of the portico entrance. There was a sidewalk, and you said if you go up that sidewalk, you enter this patio area with a pool. Is this the area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So where the car is now, is that the area where the Dodge Charger's fuel trail or liquid trail, fluids trail ends up being left?
Yes, sir.
As it's fleeing. Okay. The area that's just on the other side of that van where we can see the Impala, is that approximately, in fact, let me just step up here. Are these the charging stations here for the Tesla?
Yes, this is the charge station. I believe that's the Tesla right there.
Okay. All right. And I apologize, I don't have anything a pointer that'll work on that screen. Did you all make note of the fact in this video that Impala has circled around the north end of the building?
Yes, sir.
And in the video here, does it appear to be turning around?
It appears it does like a 3-point turn to turn around and go back the other way.
And what part of the complex is shown here?
That's the front entrance, portico area, along with the victim vehicle.
And then we just saw the southeast or southwest corner of the building.
Yes, sir.
Now, that car, that Chevy Cruze, was that identified as a suspect vehicle?
Yes, it was.
So this video is moving a little too fast. I hope it doesn't mess up. Okay. And is this again the Impala?
Yes.
And is it moving out of that 3-point turn?
Yes, that's right in front of the Tesla.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you about that. So this camera here, this is not part of the home to suite security system?
No, sir.
Is that from the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be the front end of the Tesla or side of the Tesla?
Yeah, I believe roughly the front end of it. Yes, sir.
And is that the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And does the Chevy Cruze make some maneuver here?
Yeah, appears to conduct a U-turn and go back towards the front entrance of the home to suites, the portico area.
Is this happening in close time to when the actual shooting occurs?
Yeah, within minutes prior to.
And now we see this is a little before that where the Chevy Cruze comes around to the west side?
Yes, this would be right before the clip that we just watched. Yes, sir.
Up in the top, I don't know if you can see that, is the Impala seen parking.
Yes, sir.
Backing into a spot. Can you stand up and show? Because it looks like they just pulled out and they're moving in again.
Yeah, right here. So like midway top of the van, in between the space in between here, you can see the vehicle pulls in the space, kind of back out and pulls back into the space.
Would it put it on the other side of the Tesla?
It would be west of the Tesla. Yes, sir.
And now do we see the Chevy Cruze come back past?
That's correct.
And the Chevy Cruze exits?
It pauses briefly there, and then eventually does exit traveling southbound McKinley.
Now, do we see individuals moving around that
Yes.
Impala? And do we see people running past the front of the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
And is that the rear of the Tesla?
That is the rear of the Tesla.
Is this the side of the Tesla?
That would be the passenger side of the Tesla.
I want to back up a little. In this shooting event, we see an individual emerge near that yellow car on the top right-hand side of the screen.
Yes, sir.
In between the Mercedes and what you identified earlier as a Bronco.
Yes, sir.
Yellow, orange colored. Does that person appear to be wearing something over their head and face?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
A mask of some type, like a ski mask type.
Okay. Is that the individual, or is he dressed similarly to the individual that is seen just a few seconds before on the Tesla video going down that grass area behind those cars?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Now, it's clear to you in your investigation, is it not, that they're shooting rifles, these two shooters?
Yes.
And were any rifle casings found in that crime scene?
No, sir.
Was the area up near that orange or yellow Bronco and that Mercedes SUV on the other side? Was that whole area searched where the person wearing the orange ski mask was shooting?
Yes, sir.
Nothing found?
Nothing found.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
All right. Was thorough search conducted?
Yes, sir.
Now, where I pause it is the Charger going through the area we discussed earlier where there's the two curbs, the sidewalk, the panels from possibly from underneath the car that are found?
Yes, the vehicle just passed north, followed by one of the suspect shooters on foot behind it.
And can you see the car bouncing as it goes over that area?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're seeing flashing from the left-hand side of the screen. Is that the shooter with the orange mask?
Yes, sir.
And is he shooting from a position that's near the Tesla charging station?
It's right next to the Tesla itself.
Now, we see a consistent rhythmic flashing now. Is that the alarm system on the Tesla or some other vehicle going off?
I believe it's from the Tesla itself, yes, sir.
All right. And could that have been caused by the concussions from the firing of the gun?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Is this, again, the Tesla camera?
Yes, it is.
And it's picking up, is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And now do we see the pistol shooter running by?
Yes, sir.
And then the second shooter. And now the person with the mask on.
That's correct.
And is that a camera that appears to be on the west side of the Tesla?
Yes, that's the driver's side.
And are all the individuals running back to the area where we previously saw what appeared to be the Impala backing into a parking spot?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, you talked earlier about the Impala becoming a suspect vehicle, a potential vehicle of interest.
Yes, sir.
And did you, in your investigation with the other detectives, pursue investigation of that vehicle?
Yes.
Did that include, through investigative means, obtaining at least a description and then later a tag number for it?
Yes.
And was that tag number put into some type of a system where it could potentially give you alerts off of license plate reader cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were you then alerted to license plate readings of the vehicle on the 23rd of June traveling across I-4?
Yes.
And was it heading towards the east, towards Orlando?
Yes, it was.
And at some point, did it track into Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Through those license plate reader alerts?
Yes, approximately the area of Auburndale in Polk County.
And then, did you notice through the LPR activity that there were other license plate pickups of that tag as the car was being operated in the Auburndale area?
Yes.
And this was going to be, this would be on the 24th, 25th, and 26th of June, moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you contact, or did another detective along with you contact an agency in Polk County in reference to that?
Yes, we did. We contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office, specifically the Polk County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit.
All right. And did you alert them to your investigation and this car of interest?
Yes, we did.
And was it your understanding they sent some officers out to an area in Polk County to potentially monitor and look for that vehicle?
Yes, we actually specifically sent them to the area through research on the tag and the original owners of the vehicle. We determined a resident specific.
All right, Your Honor, we would move to published states 47.
Okay. Has that been admitted?
It has.
Okay, and Detective, looking at the screen, this appears to be dated on June 23rd
Yes, sir.
at 6:39:16 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you all looking from the 23rd forward because that was the date of your murder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you, in the video, does it show the Impala that you're interested in this case?
It does.
Was the individual there in the video identified as Sean Gaithright?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear he was removing items from the trunk?
Yes, several bags from both the trunk and the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Could you see where he was taking them?
I appear to be taking them inside of the garage of Miss Allen's house.
Okay, yeah. Let's go check it out. All right, so we're going to try to play that on a different player because the video you obtained did not skip like that.
No.
Okay, all right. While you were obtaining this video and speaking with her, did she at some point ask you all, did she take a phone call?
She did.
And was that from her daughter?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And did she ask you to leave?
Once we obtained the video, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you leave?
Yes, we did.
You honored her request?
Yes, sir.
Detective, did Mr. Gathright remove just a couple of items or several items from the car?
Several items.
Detective, did it appear that at some point he obtained a towel and started wiping the car down?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear that he removed some clothes from the back seat earlier?
From the trunk and the back seat, I believe there was clothing and a mixture of bags.
All right, it appears it's froze up on us, so we're going to publish this later. But at some point, does he change positions with that Impala and a motor vehicle that is inside that garage?
Yes.
What type of motor vehicle is inside the garage?
Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, and is it an older model?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That vehicle there, is that the car that Polk County stopped his grandmother driving, the Impala?
Yes, sir.
So after Ms. Allen asked you to leave the residence and you all leave, do you ask Polk County to impound the car?
Yes.
And do you seek a search warrant to search the car?
Yes, we do.
All right, and does Polk County assist you with that?
Yes, they do.
And is that because you're in Polk County's jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
So that warrant has to be reviewed by an assistant state attorney in Polk County in that jurisdiction. Is that correct?
You are leading. So.
I can rephrase. Did you have to have that warrant reviewed by a prosecutor?
Yes.
And where was that prosecutor located?
Within Polk County.
All right. And why is that?
Where we seized the vehicle from with the assistance of the Polk County Sheriff's Office was within the jurisdiction of the Polk County Sheriff's Office in Polk County.
And was that warrant approved by the prosecutor?
Yes, it was.
And was it submitted to a judge in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And did that judge review the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Did they approve it?
They did.
And was it executed and was the vehicle searched?
By the Polk County Sheriff's Office, yes, sir.
Now, when you leave there after dealing with Ms. Allen and obtaining this video and then asking Polk County to assist with the vehicle, and the vehicle is towed by their agency at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you and Detective Kirkpatrick go back to the same restaurant to have your lunch?
Yes, we do.
While you're eating lunch, are you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell, who were up in Georgia, of some development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we actually were able to finish our lunch, but we were en route to the Polk County Sheriff's Office to execute the search warrant that was approved.
Okay, from lunch. Okay.
And that's when we received a call from Detective Ramos and learned of the development of the case.
Okay. We keep calling that lunch. That's really like dinner, right?
Dinner at that point.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
What? Okay, well, anyway, it's kind of anecdotal, but anyway, go ahead.
That's
Next
fine.
question.
You're eating a meal.
Yes, sir.
So you're driving to the sheriff's office and you get contacted by Detective Ramos. Is that
correct.
All right. Now, by that point, had you alerted him or some other agency to the development with the 4Runner?
Yes, we had.
What had you done in reference to that?
We notified the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that our investigation had revealed that Sean Gaithright was potentially in possession of and operating the Toyota 4Runner that he got from his grandmother's house in Auburndale.
All right. When you were en route from your meal to the Polk County Sheriff's Office later that evening, were you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell as to a development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick, or were you asked to assist by traveling to Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
All right. And did you actually travel to Duval County, Jacksonville?
We did.
Directly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe it was around 7 o'clock at night, 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. And were you notified when you arrived, or before you went up there, that Mr. Gathright had been arrested in that vehicle?
That's right.
When you arrived, did you go to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We did.
Did you meet with someone there?
We met with officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit.
Okay. And at some point, did you contact Mr. Gathwright's mother?
Yes.
Was she requested to respond to the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was.
Did she do that?
She did.
And did you sit down with Mr. Gathright and her?
Yes.
Did you attempt to interview Mr. Gathright?
We did.
At some point, did his mother pass a note to him?
Yes.
And after being passed a note, did he decide not to speak to you?
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. After receiving the note, what did he do?
He refused to answer any further questions.
Okay. Did you alert any detectives in your unit as to that, what occurred there?
We passed that information on to Detective Ramos.
All right. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick then leave Jacksonville and go somewhere?
We did. We left Jacksonville and came back to the city of Tampa.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to move to publish States 36A that has been admitted already into evidence.
Okay.
Do you recognize, well, let me go back to this one. Do you recognize this individual in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
Sean Gathright.
Your Honor, we would tender States 36B for admission.
Okay, any objection? No objection. Okay, admitted.
And publishing States 36B, do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Sean Gathright.
Same person.
Yes, sir.
I'll tender the witness.
Okay, cross.
Ross, see how this go. Let's see how this go.
just pick up where we left off. This is Sean Gathright?
Yes, sir.
That's Sean Gathright on the day of or the day after the murder of Charles Jones?
I'm not sure when that photo is from, but that is Sean Gathright at or around the time of the homicide.
Okay, at around the time of the homicide. This photograph here, this is Sean Gathright as well?
Yes, sir.
This is not at the time of the homicide, correct?
No, it appears to be a booking photo.
All right. Well, whether it's a booking photo is kind of irrelevant. What I'm asking is this at the time of the arrest? I mean, at the time of the incident, the murder?
No.
All right. You see the difference between the two, right, with Mr. Gathright?
Yes.
That his hair is much longer in the picture where it's closest to the incident?
His hair is longer in the incident, the photo that's closest to the incident. Yes, sir.
Okay. This is Detective Ramos' investigation, correct?
He is the lead investigator, yes, sir.
You were just assisting Detective Ramos.
That's correct.
And your involvement in the case really was, the bulk of it was really on the day of your first day of investigation, right?
Yeah, the bulk of it was the scene investigation itself, yes, sir.
Right, so that's, the markers that you discussed earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
The shell casings that you found at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And the projectile fragments, those sorts of things, right?
That's correct.
All right. The evidence that was collected at the scene, did you collect it yourself?
No, the evidence is typically collected by the crime scene techs at our direction as a scene detective.
So you directed the crime scene techs to collect the evidence that was at the scene, right?
That's correct.
All right. And is it your job or responsibility, or is it Detective Ramos' responsibility to have that evidence processed later on some point down the line?
Ultimately, it's Detective Ramos's, but obviously we all consult with each other on the items of evidence that are collected, what evidence to send off.
All right. Did you at any point have any of that evidence processed or analyzed?
By analyze that, what do you mean, like by laboratory?
Yes. Did you request it to go to the laboratory? Did you request any experts to analyze the evidence?
No.
All right. So in this investigation, that was not your role.
That's correct.
And you didn't have anything to do with that.
That's correct.
All right. You spoke to SeanGathright's grandmother at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was there when Sean Gathright was there in the video that we saw earlier when Sean Gathright is exchanging items from the Impala into the garage area.
That's correct.
She was there. Was she standing outside with him, with Mr. Gathright?
I believe she was in the garage. You can see him talking to her, and then at the very end of the video, before he leaves in the Forerunner, she is outside in the driveway, and he gives her a hug.
Okay, so she's there with him while he's exchanging the items back and forth between the Impala and the other vehicle.
That's correct.
All right. And did Sean Gathright's grandmother see any rifles?
What she specifically said was that he removed camera equipment from bags that were contained inside the vehicle.
Right, so she did not see any rifles?
She did not.
All right. And she couldn't tell if there were any rifles or firearms or ammunition inside of those bags, correct?
That's correct.
You yourself, looking at the video, you can't tell whether there's any rifles, firearms, or ammunition inside of the bags, correct?
That's correct.
The bags are not see-through?
That's correct.
All right. So Sean Gathright told his grandmother that the bags contained camera equipment?
Your Honor.
Sustained as to hearsay.
He just testified to that.
I know, but it was hearsay when he testified to it, but no one objected. Now they're objecting, it's hearsay.
It's in evidence.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a witness statement of the grandmother's hearsay. Hearsay.
Did Sean Gathright tell his grandmother the truth?
Hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's hearsay.
The statement is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, approach the bench.
Arguing over there. No, they are.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Gathright lied to his grandmother when he told her that he was removing camera equipment from the vehicle, the Impala, to the other vehicle.
Your Honor, I object. It's double hearsay. This is what the grandmother's telling me, so I'm objecting to the right.
All right, sustain the objection.
We just had this conversation at sidebar. I don't understand what the difference is.
But it actually is double hearsay. It is double hearsay.
It's a non-hearsay statement, Judge.
Okay, all right, sustain the objection.
Your investigation in this case ended when you finished your report, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was over a year ago.
Yes, sir.
September 30th of 2024?
On or about, yes, sir.
All right. Since then, you haven't done any investigation in the case?
No, sir.
And in this case, did you do any investigation as to whether Alicia Andrews was involved in the murder?
No.
All right. So you don't know whether she intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
All right. You don't know whether Alicia Andrews conspired with Sean Gathright to do anything?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews even knew Sean Gathright?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Davion Murphy, right?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Rashad Murphy?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective, would it be fair to say that your understanding of the entire case is nowhere near the understanding that the lead detective has?
Sustain the objection.
Do you have the same knowledge of this case as the lead detective?
No.
Do you have the holistic image of the case that he has?
Yes.
Do you understand the case as well as Detective Ramos?
No.
Did you conduct investigations in Georgia or Jacksonville other than the time that you went to Jacksonville that you've testified about?
No.
Right. And other than what you've testified to, did you conduct any other investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Your Honor, we would ask that you stand under subpoena. You can
Okay.
leave the courthouse, obviously.
Yeah, you're excused for today, subject to being recalled.
Thank you.
All right, do you have any other quick witnesses outside you need to call? Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Safe and Watcherami.
This and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. Would you state?
Lamai.
Can you spell your last name, please?
WATCHARAMAI.
And were you employed in June of 2023 working, or excuse me, June of 2024 working for Uber?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically on June 23rd of 2024, did you accept a ride for a departure from the Tampa area?
Yes.
And was that from 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane?
Yes, it's apartment.
Do you, when you receive the notification that there is a ride that you are able to accept, have the opportunity to see where it's to and where it's from?
Yes.
For this particular trip, where was it going to?
It was going to Jacksonville.
And how long of a drive was that?
It was about 3 hours.
Did you see that information before you accepted that drive?
Yes.
And is your payment, when you have a ride that's booked through Uber, does Uber take a portion of that?
Yes.
Did you ultimately respond to that Gazebo Pond Lane location?
Yes.
And did you meet with someone you asked to verify that they were the person booking the Uber?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 62A through H. Any objection?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 62A and B. Could you take a look at these photographs?
Okay.
And ultimately 62C. Okay.
Yep.
Is this the location that you responded to pick up that Uber from Tampa to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you, if you can look over your shoulder there to see 62C. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And is the address on the left the location from which you picked up the occupants to travel to Jacksonville?
Yes.
If I zoom this photo out just slightly, can you tell me what it is that's what it is that's on this side of the parking lot here? Is that additional parking?
Yes.
Is that what's depicted here in 62B? The side of that same location.
Yes.
Now, when you went to go pick up the occupants, did you know from the booking how many people would be coming with you?
No, like no more than 6.
No more than 6. Is that a rule that you put on the app for how many people you can book or fit in your vehicle?
The car fits 6 people.
And do you remember the kind of vehicle you were driving at that time in 2024?
It was a SUV.
And did you have an opportunity to actually arrive at that location and meet with the people you were going to drive?
Yes, I was there.
At any point, did you assist them with loading the bags into that vehicle?
Yes.
How many total people were inside of the vehicle that you took back to Jacksonville?
3 people.
And at some point, when you actually departed from the original location, did you stop?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
At the gas station.
And did the occupants of the vehicle get out?
Yes, they were inside to McDonald's.
Did you stay with your vehicle and put gas in it?
I went inside to the bathroom.
Okay, but at some point, do you all?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then do you depart and finish the rest of the drive to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Now, before you even left, is there an option or the ability for you to ask your riders whether they want to continue on with the trip using Uber or whether they want to pay in cash?
Yes.
Is that something that you would do?
I would do that.
If the rider paid in cash, would you charge them less than what they were going to pay through the Uber app?
Of course.
Did Uber take a portion of your payment ultimately?
Yes.
Did you offer that cash ride to the occupants you took back to Jacksonville on the state?
Yes, I tried.
And did they accept your offer to pay in cash?
No, just keep it on the app.
Just keep it on the app. Were they unable to pay in cash, or were they unable to cancel the reservation?
That I don't know.
When you rode back to Jacksonville with them, did anything unusual happen on the drive back?
Just I'm gonna be a little more specific in your question.
Did you have any problems with any of the people in your car on the drive back to Jacksonville?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were there any issues with the people inside of your car on the way back to Jacksonville with you?
No, they were chilling.
They were doing what?
They were just relaxing.
Did you talk to the people that were in the car?
Overruled unless there's.
Did you talk to them, your occupants?
Yes, we have a little chat here and there.
A little chat. And at some point during the ride back, were you playing the occupants' music?
We were chatting, and then he mentioned about his music, so.
Sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
No need, Your Honor. At some point, do you communicate with the people that are in the back seat?
Yes.
And are you on the ride back communicating with or engaging with the person in the front seat?
Yes.
What was the person in the front seat doing once you all started actually driving from Tampa to Jacksonville?
The front?
Yes.
Just normal conversation, and then he just goes to sleep.
And did the people in the back seat also go to sleep?
No.
Did they stay up for the drive?
Yes.
And what were they doing back there, if you know?
Relaxing.
Could you see them on their cell phones, their devices?
Yeah, they were on the phone.
And at any point, did the male that was in the back seat make any comments to you about the manner that you were driving?
Sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
It's not. It is not based in the truth of the matter that's asserted here in court today, but just based on what his interaction was with that driver, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, did you have any issues with your speed?
They will mention something about me speeding, so I slowed down.
Okay. Pardon me?
Co-conspirator statements, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection just as to that response.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, was there a period of time where you had to slow down?
Twice.
Okay. And when you ultimately arrived back at the location that you were going to, did you assist the riders in unloading the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to recall where each of the occupants of your vehicle was seated?
Yes.
Did you ultimately have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement? A detective or an officer?
Yes.
And did that communication consist of telephone calls and text messages?
Yes.
For that law enforcement officer, were you ultimately able to identify the locations of where each of the riders were seated in that vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibits 92A through D. Do you recognize these 4 images? Yes, you recognize them.
Yes.
And is that your signature and date in your handwriting depicted on these images?
Yes.
Are these the images that law enforcement brought to you for purposes of identifying the passengers?
Yes.
As it relates to the person that was seated in the driver's seat of your vehicle, was that person a darker skinned black male or lighter skinned black male?
Darker skin.
And the individual in the back seat of that vehicle, was he a light skinned black male?
Yes.
And was there a single female occupant also in the back seat?
Yes.
Was that female seated directly behind you?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 70A through K. Do you recognize this exchange? You can touch this.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
Are these the messages or the exchange that you had with the detective?
Yes.
Did you provide to the detective in the course of this exchange the actual screenshot of the booking that you received from Uber for this trip?
Yes.
Did you identify by sharing the address and actual photographs of the map the locations in which you stopped with the vehicle and the occupants to get McDonald's and gas?
Yes.
Did you also identify in those text messages images of the occupants of that vehicle?
Yes.
And were all of those messages included in the conversation you subsequently had with that detective when you identified the photographs that we've also depicted, or that we've also shown to you?
Yes.
I'm actually going to show you State's Exhibit 92A one more time. Can you actually take a look at that and tell me if you can identify yourself in that photograph?
Right there.
Your Honor, at this time the State seeks to admit State's Exhibit 92A. Any objection? Okay, what's the objection? Okay, to lay the predicate for the photo. Sir, is this an image of you, the one that you've identified yourself in, on the date that you drove the occupants of your vehicle back to Jacksonville?
That's me and my car.
And is this the only time you visited this residence with these occupants?
Yes.
Are the persons depicted in this image the occupants that you drove back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
At this time, the State seeks to admit State's 92A. All right.
State still has not laid the proper foundation.
As to, and how have they not?
Authenticated.
Yep.
So I was up there with you, but please, sir, if you'll look again over your shoulder at State's 92A. I understand that you pointed and made some statements while I was up there with you, but please stand up and show the jury what you were identifying as you and your vehicle.
Right now?
Yes.
That's me. My car. That's all right.
Were you helping to assist them in unloading the bags?
Yes.
And immediately after unloading them from the vehicle, did you depart from this location?
Of course, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
When you unloaded, helped to unload this vehicle, did you see what was inside of the bags?
The bag? No.
Yes. You couldn't see what was inside the bags?
No.
You didn't know what was inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there were any firearms inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there was any ammunition inside of these bags?
No.
All right. Did anyone tell you that there was any firearms inside the bags?
No.
All right. Were you able to see through the bags?
No.
Did you get any indication from the bags or the luggage or anything that there were any guns or weapons inside of the luggage?
No.
When you were driving up from Tampa to Jacksonville, you live in Tampa?
Not anymore.
You lived in Tampa back then when this drive happened. You did?
Yes.
All right. And so when you drove up from Tampa to Jacksonville, with these individuals in the car, did any of them give you any indication that a murder had occurred?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect. Okay, thank you. And this witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, you're free to go. You have any other quick decision you need to get? Okay, go ahead.
Deputy Corey Scheidegg. The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Corey Scheidegg.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a total of 9 years.
Can I ask you about June 26th of 2024? Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an alert for a black Chevy Impala that came in from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Were you provided with the tag number 68DLWD and the full VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they, part of that alert, were you requested to go to a certain area in Polk County?
Yes, ma'am.
What area would that be in?
It was a subdivision in Auburndale. I was notified by my supervisor to go to a specific area and conduct surveillance and attempt to locate this black Impala.
And this location in Auburndale, would that be within Polk County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And did you have a local address in Auburndale for you to go and look for this particular vehicle? You stood by the vehicle and waited for the Tampa Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long were you by the vehicle until Tampa Police Department showed up?
From what I can recall, 15, 20 minutes.
And you said it was Miss Allen. Is that Miss Lorna Allen? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the entire role that you did to assist the Tampa Police Department in this investigation?
I was notified there would also be a search warrant conducted on the vehicle. I contacted, in Polk County, we contact a contract tow company. It's a tow company that we have that will, at the request of us, tow these vehicles to specific locations. I contacted that tow truck to tow the vehicle back to our warehouse where we have all of our equipment and it's a controlled environment where we can do these things without worrying about outside dangers.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross. Okay, is supposed to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for you?
Judge, if we could call just one more witness, I think she'll be quick.
Okay.
Judge, the state calls Lorna Allen.
Okay.
What you're about to give will be the truth. Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Lorna. Auburn.
At 475 Opal Avenue. How long have you lived at that address?
I owned that house since 2006, and I moved in permanently in 2021.
And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 26th of 2024. Were you staying at that address at that time?
Yes.
How do you know Sean Gaithright?
He's my grandson.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36B. Could you look to that screen behind you? Who's in that photograph?
That looks like Sean.
Your grandson that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of 2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from Tampa. Yes.
And they asked you some questions and reviewed a video that was inside your house?
Yes.
Were they asking you questions? I'm not going to strike that. Prior to that, had you seen your grandson Sean Gaithright on June 23rd of 2024?
That was a Sunday before the police came, the 23rd, yes.
And prior to Sean Gaithright, your grandson coming to see you, did he call you?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember approximately what time he called you on that day, June 23rd of 2024?
It was in the afternoon. I know it was after 12. It was over the afternoon. The exact time, I don't remember.
That's okay. Do you remember what time he arrived at your home after that phone call around noon?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. Was it still light out?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of 2024?
It was a black car.
Is that a car that you had seen before?
No, that was a recent car he got. The one I knew wasn't working, so they got rid of that one.
Did you have a vehicle at your home?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was an SUV that belonged to his mother.
Was that gold or tan in color?
It was more tan.
Tan. And at some point while he was visiting you on June 23rd of 2024, did he change vehicles? Did he leave the black car in your driveway or leave it at your house and switch to the tan SUV in the car, or I'm sorry, in your garage?
Yes, after I gave him permission to do it.
Did you see him unload that black car and take some bags and put it into the tan SUV?
Yes.
Do you remember how many bags that he removed from the car and put into the SUV?
Either 2 or 3, I don't remember. But I know I was there talking to him while he was moving the bags.
Okay. Did you ever look inside those bags?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see inside the bags?
One of the bags had a camera, because we were talking about the camera, his photography that he was doing. And when he came outside, he said to me,
she's
"This is a camera."
Jamaican.
And when I looked at it, it was one of those professional camera, big one that professional photographers use. There was a light
think she
source,
might be Jamaican.
And there was something that I call it looking like an umbrella that you use to deflect the lights when they're doing the pictures.
Okay. And why did you look into his own personal bags?
I didn't take it from him because we were talking in the house. Because when I asked him about school, about the photography, and about his power washing business, then we talk about that. And he said, when he passed me to put it in the SUV, he said, "Oh, this is the camera." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh, nice."
Okay. Were you out in the garage the entire time when he was at that black car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your grandson wiping down the entire car with a cloth?
No.
Okay. So you obviously weren't out in the garage?
No, I was there. What happened when he had loaded the car, the SUV, and I said to him, "Did you take everything out?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Make sure, don't leave anything that you need, and make sure the car is clean." He looked at me and he smiled. So he went back into the car, and I said to him, and he looked in the front area and he looked in the back, and I said to him, "Do you have your charger?" He said, "Yes." And I did that purposely because they always buy fast food, eat it in the car, leave the wrapping and the container and with the juice, and they're always leaving things back in my house. So I said, "Make sure you take everything that you need and make sure the car is clean." So he looked at me and he smiled. And I said to him, "You have everything? You have the charger?" And he did, and he said yes. So that was what happened. Then he said to me, "Do you want me to put the car in the garage?" I said, "No, you put the car in. I will move the SUV." And I did not want to move the car.
Okay. So did he do that for you?
Yes, he did that for me, and I moved the SUV.
Okay. And so at some point, all of the stuff that he had in that Impala, that black Impala, he moved into the SUV. Is that correct?
Yes, because I had asked him if he took everything out that he needed, and he said yes.
Had you ever said anything different to law enforcement with regards to whether or not you actually looked into the bags?
No, no, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. You don't ever remember saying that the bags looked heavy?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
No.
All right. And of course, you love your grandson, Sean Gaithright. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not your grandson, Mr. Gaithright, whether or not he ever owned any firearms or used any firearms?
Did not, never.
He never owned or...
Never owned, never used.
Okay, I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
She's not one of Sean's friends, right?
I don't know her, never seen that name before, never seen her before.
All right. She's never been to your house before?
No, not that I know of.
And when Sean came to the house, you were standing in the garage?
No,
Talking
no, not when he came. When he came to the house, he came to the front door and he rang the bell. When I opened the door, he opened his arms and said, "Grandma," and he hugged me and I hugged him.
Okay. When Sean came to the house, did he tell you why he was switching cars?
He told me that the car that he had, he couldn't put the power washing equipment. It was difficult to get it in the car, in and out of the car. And then he asked me if he could. We were in that conversation, not just come up and ask me that. We were in conversation, and when I asked him about the power washing business, because I know he started that business a year before, and I asked him how is it doing, and he said to me it's doing okay. And then he said we would continue to talk because we were eating and talking at the counter. And then he said, "Grandma, can I borrow the SUV so I can put the equipment in there because it's difficult to get it in and out of the car?" And then he said to me, "It's totally up to you, Grandma." And I said, "It's okay."
Okay. All right. So he said he needed the truck, the tan vehicle,
the SUV, yes.
to put power washing equipment in it.
Equipment in because he had a job to do coming up. It was a job he had to do.
All right. And could you actually see what was inside of his bags?
I saw he showed me, we talk about the photographer equipment. So when I was standing right at the back of the SUV was open. I was standing close to the back and he took the bag up. And then he said, "This is a camera." And I looked in the bag because it was open. So I looked in it and I saw the camera. And as I said, it was a professional camera, not the little small one that we all use. It was a big professional camera.
Okay. All right. That was that bag, though, right?
That was that bag.
All right. But you didn't see any firearms?
No.
Any ammunition, anything like that?
No.
All right. And then the police came to your home?
That was the Wednesday after. I think that was the 26th, I think.
Okay.
The Sunday he came to the house and the police came the Wednesday after. I think it was the 26th.
Okay.
Something.
When the police came to your home, they wanted to view your surveillance footage?
They wanted to view it, yes.
All right. And you allowed them to view the surveillance footage?
I allowed them to view it, but then I realized that they downloaded the footage and I did not give permission to download. I gave them permission to view because it was just a normal visit and there was nothing on there.
Okay. So you're saying the police took the footage from your house without your consent?
Without my consent, yes.
All right. And I see that you have on a mask. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your identity today?
No, I can take it off.
That's fine. No further questions.
Okay, just briefly, Director. Yep.
Ms. Allen, regarding when law enforcement detectives from the Tampa Police Department were viewing that video footage, you asked them to leave, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was after they were viewing that video footage. Is that
After they
correct?
started to take footage from it.
You also got a phone call from your daughter, Damalie Lyle, during that time period, didn't you?
No, I called her.
You called her.
I was trying to reach her because I didn't know what was going on.
And specifically after that phone call, you asked those Tampa Police Department officers to leave, those detectives to leave after you received your daughter's phone call.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay.
I told
But I'm
them
asking you about the sequence.
Yes.
You called your daughter while they were viewing that video footage, is that correct?
I called her. I did not get her. I called a friend in New York, and I said to her, "There are some cops here. I do not know what is going on. Please pray for me." Because she's a Christian. I said, "I don't know what is going on. Just pray for me."
But regardless, after that call that you made, you asked those detectives to leave. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, I did ask them to leave. And my reason is,
Go ahead.
They asked me if they could view the footage, and I said yes.
And did you watch over their shoulders?
No, I did not.
Hold on. So go ahead. Have you done answering?
No.
Okay, I apologize.
No, I did not finish answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
You were saying that what was the reason, I believe, for asking them to leave?
While they pulled me over, I was scared. I was shocked. I didn't know what was going on. I could not use my phone because I said I could not use my phone. The phone was in the car. When eventually they allowed me to use the phone, there's a friend that lives in the neighborhood that I called and I said I needed some support because I'm just out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So he came over. After he came over and they asked me if they could view the footage, I said yes. Okay. So we went into the house. I was sitting at the table, at the breakfast table, while they were over in the den viewing. I was not paying attention to them. I was talking because I wanted to calm myself down. So I was talking to the friend. But then it dawned on me that they were there a long time ago, for a long time. And I realized that short time could not take them so long. So I turned around and I said, no, there's more going on. I need to speak to a lawyer because I don't know what is going on. Okay. And then he backed off.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, is that it for today? It is. Okay, very good. All right, we worked a little later tonight, but just so we can get some witnesses, relatively quick witnesses on and off. So tomorrow, it's Friday.
All right. Well, tomorrow. No. Yeah, we done for today. Shout out to the chat. This one is I don't know. I don't know how she's gonna beat this, but I see that the defense wants to go with the fact that she don't know none of these people, but her role in the crime is still there. So it's like they trying to prove that she have no real reason to do this, but she did it. And seems like she ain't had a problem with it happening, man. Her boyfriend didn't like those people. She had friends who was directly affected from some of this stuff, and all these people know each other, it seems, or know somebody who know somebody, and got a friend or a cousin who hang out with the other person who got beef with somebody they cool with. It's crazy. So it's a lot of stuff with this, man. But this is day 2. Day 3 and day 4 happened. I'm doing night court. I'm catching up. So I'm gonna be doing day 3 and day 4 in a couple hours, just so I could catch up, so I could be current. The judge is okay. I think the judge is okay. She don't seem like she's impartial. She hasn't been doing too much or anything like that. That defense attorney, the guy, he's funny. He's funny. I think he's putting on a show, but they're working. It looks like they trying. I don't think they gonna be able to pull it off, but they trying. So we'll see how the rest of the trial goes. I think after this it's probably gonna be a quick trial. I don't know how much people the defense gonna have. I don't know how much witnesses the defense gonna have. I think the defense probably gonna have a handful of witnesses, and then this trial gonna be over. I'm wondering if she's gonna take the stand. That'll be interesting. But until then, we gotta get out of here. Appreciate everybody for rocking out. Lord of mercy. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. That's my stuff. We're getting out of here. There it goes. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Wabbit Crime Network, man. We're gonna be doing some breakdowns. Right now, we catching up. We was just catching up, making sure we don't miss nothing. So, yeah, talking when we get current with the trial. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. But as of now, I'm out of here. We'll see y'all in the next one for day 3 and day 4. Both of them, one live. Out the house. Shout out to the chat.